Hearing that Vivian hadn't returned to the country, Jason felt a prickle of irritation. He was in no mood to soothe Sprite. I got it. I'll head back as soon as I'm done here. Before Sprite could reply, Jason hung up. A second later, he remembered something else and frantically called back. If you see Vivian, you let me know. Immediately. Sprite's mood soured even more. What was with him today? Every other word was Vivian. Sure. The second I see her, I'll hogtie her and mail her directly to your door, he said, his voice dripping with impatience. Jason didn't notice. He just grunted in agreement before hanging up again, leaving 3 people in a state of confusion. Her phone was off. She was nowhere to be found. Had Vivian simply vanished in a thin air? Then it hit him. Annie Lawn. Of course. How could he have forgotten Annie Lawn? Her people were everywhere, inside and out of the villa. If someone had left, she would know. If he could find Annie Lawn, he could find Vivian. A wave of relief washed over him. Without another thought, he hurried downstairs to find her. After a few minutes of searching, he found her in the rose garden, trimming the bushes with a pair of shears. Annie Lawn, he called out, walking quickly toward her. She looked up, and a small smile touched her lips. For some reason, Jason thought the smile looked strange, almost strained. Jason, what are you doing out here? The baby should be waking up soon, no? By the time she finished speaking, he was standing in front of her. He skipped the pleasantries. Annie Lawn, have you seen Vivian? She left a note saying she was gone, but she was drinking with me last night. She never mentioned leaving. He looked at her, his expression hopeful. Have your people seen her? If she really left, she would have had to go through the main gate. The guards would have seen something. Annie Lawn feigned surprise. I haven't heard a thing. To be honest, Jason, I only told my men to watch for outsiders. If it's one of our own, well, I didn't think we needed to keep tabs on family. Jason heard the unspoken message loud and clear. She was washing her hands of it. What about the security cameras? He pressed. They would have caught something. He wasn't a fool. When it came to Vivian, Annie Lawn could be evasive, but he couldn't afford to be careless. The smile on Annie Lawn's face grew even more forced. What a coincidence, she said vaguely. The system went down last night. No footage. She paused, then added, Jason, she's a grown woman. I'm sure she didn't get lost. She probably just had something she needed to take care of. Jason shot her a suspicious look, but ultimately let it go. He had always trusted her. Even though his gut told him something was wrong, he couldn't bring himself to believe she would lie to him. Okay, I understand, he said. Annie Lawn, I need you to help me find her. The second you hear anything, please let me know. He wasn't trying to control Vivian. He just wanted to know she was safe. If she was determined to leave, he wouldn't stop her. But her departure felt too sudden, too out of character. And that note, it felt off. He couldn't shake the feeling that if he let this go, she'd end up in danger. If anything happened to her, his conscience would never recover. Of course, Annie Lawn said, her voice sounding oddly hollow. Don't worry, Jason. The moment I have news, I'll tell you. I'm very fond of that girl. She means a great deal to me, too. Jason thanked her and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in a dark, empty room, Vivian slowly regained consciousness. It was pitch black. After a few moments, her eyes adjusted to the darkness. She was lying on a cold, concrete floor. The room was bare, not even a chair. As she wondered where on earth she was, she heard a soft groan beside her. Bianca was waking up, too. Bianca, can you see anything? Where are we? Bianca's eyes fluttered open. She took in their surroundings and said, looks like a basement. The memories flooded back. They were in the villa, confronting Annie Lawn. And then, nothing. Annie Lawn had brought them here. Bianca, what do we do? Vivian whispered, panic creeping into her voice. We have to find a way out of here. Jason has no idea we've been taken, she added. We have to contact him. Right now, Jason was their only hope. The only person Vivian trusted. Bianca stood up, appearing much calmer than Vivian felt. Don't panic. Let's look for an exit. I already looked, Vivian said. There's just that iron door, and it's locked from the outside. Bianca scanned the room. Vivian was right. Besides the door, there wasn't so much as a window. A fly couldn't get out of this place, let alone a person. The walls were solid, impenetrable. Unless one of them had superpowers, escape was impossible. Time ticked by, each second stretching into an eternity. Just as despair began to set in, Vivian's brow furrowed. I have an idea, she said to Bianca. It might work. Hope flickered in Bianca's eyes. What is it? Tell me. You fake being sick. I'll scream for the guard. When he comes in, you knock him out and grab his phone. Vivian's plan was simple, direct. Then we can contact Jason. A slow grin spread across Bianca's face. That could work. That could absolutely work. Let's do it. Without another word, Bianca dropped to the floor and began to moan pitifully. Her natural albinism made her look even paler and more fragile. selling the act perfectly. Vivian rushed to the door and started screaming. Help! Somebody help! It's an emergency! Someone's dying in here. Are you just going to let her die? You think you can handle their responsibility? You think Annie Lon won't have your heads for this? The combination of shrieking and threats did the trick. The guards outside couldn't ignore it. Annie Lon had told them to watch their prisoners, not to let them die. If someone died on their watch, she'd have their hides. Soon, they heard the sound of a key in the lock. The iron door creaked open, and a burly man stepped inside. What's going on? He grumbled. Vivian grabbed his arm and dragged him toward Bianca. Look at her. She's having some kind of attack. I think she's dying. Lying on the floor, Bianca silently cursed. Dying? You're the one who's dying. A little less drama, please. The guard, his head spinning from the noise, knelt to check on her. Before he could react, Bianca shot up from the floor and drove her fists squarely into his forehead. The man crumpled without a sound. Vivian moved like lightning, snatching the phone from his pocket and quickly sending a location ping to Jason. Help! Vivian! She barely had time to type the 2 words before another guard burst in. Before he could even try to grab the phone, Vivian surrendered it. Just checking the time, she said with a weak smile. You two better behave, the second guard snarled. Annie Lon said if you try to escape, we solve the problem on the spot. Vivian nodded eagerly. Understood, understood. We won't run, I promise. The guard glanced at his unconscious partner, then shot a venomous look at Bianca. Not my fault, Bianca said with a dismissive shrug. He probably has heat stroke. You guys should really carry some Gatorade. It works wonders. The guard ignored her, signaling for his buddies to drag their fallen comrade out. The iron door slammed shut, plunging them back into darkness and silence. After a long moment, Bianca's voice cut through the quiet. Vivian, do you think he'll come for us? Vivian's answer was immediate and certain. Yes, he'll come. Jason did, in fact, receive the text. At first, he wasn't sure it was from her. But after seeing the message, he immediately tried calling the number back. It was already off. That confirmed it. Vivian was in danger. She must have been kidnapped. Without a second thought, Jason knew he had to go to her. He quickly explained the situation to Clara. She didn't argue. If someone was in danger, rescuing them was the priority. But with the babies to look after, she had to stay behind. Kenzie had gone to pick up Dr. Luo, which left only Brooke, who, upon hearing the news, insisted on coming along. Jason didn't want to bring her. She was pregnant. What if something happened? But Brooke was relentless, promising she'd be fine. Worn down, he finally agreed. He figured with the location ping Vivian had sent, he could get in and out quickly, and this would all be over soon. He never imagined that the person who had been tailing Annie Lon had already reported back to the handler. Boss, Annie Lon didn't kill Vivian and Bianca. She's hidden them in a basement in the suburbs. The man known as the handler flew into a rage. Kill them, he ordered, his voice cold as ice. He commanded his subordinate to go to the basement and eliminate both women immediately. The subordinate acknowledged the order and sped off toward the suburbs. Vivian and Bianca's lives hung by a thread. If the subordinate arrived first, they were dead. If Jason got there first, they might have a chance. Fate, it seemed, was not on their side. The handler's man arrived first. His car screeched to a halt in front of the basement entrance. He stepped out, his face hidden behind a cute rabbit mask, a black beretta dangling from his hand. He walked straight to the entrance and ordered the guards to open the door. It was a direct order from a boss. The guards didn't dare disobey. The man in the rabbit mask strode inside, thinking to himself how easy this would be. Killing 2 unarmed women was child's play. He was one of Echelon's top enforcers, a man with countless kills under his belt. This was just another Tuesday. When the iron door swung open, Vivian and Bianca looked up, both praying it was Jason. They were disappointed. A man in a rabbit mask walked in, his voice chillingly flat. Come with me. He was a man of few words, clearly seeing them as beneath his notice. Bianca, though unable to see his face, knew he had to be from Echelon. I'm part of the organization, too, she said, her voice steady. Is this Annie Land's order? Or is it from higher up? She needed to know if this was a relocation or an execution. The rabbit man didn't answer. He simply raised the Beretta and aimed it at her. Are you going to listen to me, or are you going to listen to this? The message was clear. Walk or die. Vivian quickly intervened. We'll listen to you. Of course, we'll listen to you. She shot a look at Bianca, a series of quick blinks that Bianca seemed to understand. Vivian followed the man obediently, chattering nervously. So that mask, does it have some special meaning? A gift from your mother? Something your daughter made for you? Is there a sad story behind it? The man waved the Beretta at her. Shut up. Vivian threw her hands up in surrender, but a second later, she was staring curiously at the gun. Hey, Bunny Man, Is that thing real, or is it a knockoff? She was playing the fool, and just as the man's attention was on her, Bianca, who had been behind him, kicked the back of his knee with brutal precision. The man grunted, dropping to his knees. But even as he fell, he fired a shot. The bullet hit a gasoline can just outside the door. Instantly, a wall of flame erupted, a fiery tongue licking its way into the basement. In moments, the fire would consume them all. The rabbit man raised his gun again, aiming at Bianca. You really don't want to live, do you? Bianca's doll-like face was a mask of cold fury. She launched a high kick, sending the Beretta flying from his hand. Before he could react, she slammed a long, sharp iron nail, one they had worked loose from the door earlier, deep into his temple. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the white mask crimson. A blood-soaked rabbit. Let's go, Bianca said to Vivian. Vivian stared for a second, then nodded, a flicker of awe in her eyes. An assassin was an assassin. But just as they turned to leave, the rabbit man lunged, his hands clamping around Bianca's throat. We die together, he rasped, his voice a horrifying gurgle from the depths of hell. Bianca struggled, but his grip was like iron. The air left her lungs. Her face went pale, and the light began to fade from her beautiful eyes. Bang! Vivian fired the Beretta, hitting the rabbit man square in the chest. Blood poured from the new wound, but his hands remained locked around Bianca's neck. Dropping the gun, Vivian threw herself forward, prying at his fingers. Bianca! Bianca, wake up! Finally, with a convulsive cough, Bianca gasped for air. The fire was spreading rapidly. If they didn't get out now, they were going to be cooked alive. I've got you, Vivian said, trying to help Bianca to her feet. But in that critical moment, the dying man pulled a gleaming dagger from his boot and plunged it into Vivian's calf. A searing pain shot through her leg, and she collapsed, her body twitching from the shock. I'll carry you, Bianca said without a moment's hesitation. Footsteps echoed from outside. The guards were coming. They were out of time. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Vivian made a decision. You go. No, we go together. Do you want to die in here? If you don't go, who's going to get help? If you make it out, I still have a chance. Bianca hesitated, then nodded fiercely. Okay, I'll come back for you. I swear. When you get out, Vivian gasped, tell Jason. Tell him I love him, and I have no regrets. Bianca's heart ached with a newfound respect for Vivian. She bent down, her expression resolute. I'll carry you. You can tell him yourself. The footsteps grew louder, closer. Someone was rushing in. Vivian, are you in there? Jason. It was Jason's voice. He had actually come. Bianca was flooded with relief. In the swirling smoke, she couldn't see him, but she shouted toward the sound of his voice. Jason, Vivian and I are both in here. They were saved. They weren't going to die. Jason was here. Jason, is that really you? Vivian whispered, her voice weak. The smoke was getting to her. She was coughing uncontrollably, her head spinning. It felt like carbon monoxide poisoning. Yes, it's him, Bianca assured her. Vivian, you can't die. You have to hold on. She tried to help Vivian stand, but she was a dead weight. Vivian was too injured. Bianca knew she had to get out first and bring back help. Just hold on. I'm going to get someone to help you. Bianca laid Vivian down gently, then covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve, crouching low as she ran toward the sound of Jason's voice. The air was scorching, and flames licked at her from all sides, but she ignored them. A single thought consumed her. Get out. Live. See Jason. If she had one more chance, she wanted to be like Vivian, to tell him honestly, Jason, I love you. Everyone dies, but she wanted to die with no regrets. Fueled by that thought, she saw a glimmer of light ahead, the sunlight from the doorway. Hope. Suddenly, she crashed into a solid body. The scent was familiar, uniquely his. Before she could even process it, she heard his voice. Bianca. Vivian's inside, she choked out, coughing violently. I know. You get out of here, he said, then turned and yelled to someone outside. Brooke, take Bianca to the hospital now. Brooke must have been waiting by the entrance. I know, she yelled back, her voice frantic. The fire's getting bigger. Baby, you have to save Vivian. In the face of life and death, her previous animosity was forgotten. Baby, be careful. You absolutely cannot get hurt, or the baby and I will never, ever forgive you. Jason didn't have time to answer. He threw a jacket over his head and plunged into the inferno. Flames swirled around him like demons with gaping mouths, ready to devour everything. But there was no turning back. Vivian was in there. The woman he had once loved, the woman he still considered family. As long as there was a shred of hope, he would pull her from the fire. He was a man. This was what a man did. Besides, he thought, a dark humor bubbling up even now. I did enjoy that kiss. Was this really the time to be thinking about that? But damn, her kiss was sweet like strawberries. A shot of whiskey right now would really hit the spot. Fire, liquor, a beautiful woman. The story would be legendary. It was enough to brag about for a lifetime. His foot caught on something, and he nearly went sprawling. Someone grunted softly. Vivian? Is that you? Jason asked, grabbing the person. Jason, another voice groaned nearby. He looked down. He was holding the man in the rabbit mask. A nail was sticking out of his temple, blood everywhere. It was disgusting. What the hell is this? Jason shoved the body away and crawled forward through the smoke. Finally, his hand brushed against the slender arm. This had to be her. Vivian. There was no answer. He looked closer. It was definitely her, but she was unconscious. No time. Jason scooped her into his arms and started back the way he came. It was only 50 feet, but it felt like miles. The fire roared. The sound of crackling would filling the air. He felt himself growing dizzy. He had to keep going. Running on pure adrenaline, he burst out of the basement. The sunlight was blinding. For a moment, Jason felt like he had been reborn. Those few agonizing minutes had felt like a century. He looked down at Vivian. Her face was covered in soot. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing was faint. Vivian, wake up. Nothing. Vivian, wake up. Still unconscious. He couldn't even feel a pulse. In that moment, a piece of Jason's heart felt like it was being ripped out. The pain was sharp, visceral. Memories of them together flooded his mind. So close yet slipping away like smoke, pulling Vivian further and further from him. The agony was unbearable. He was losing her. Vivian, he cried out, his voice raw with a grief he couldn't contain. He fumbled for a bottle of water, trying to force him in her mouth, but her lips were sealed shut. The water just trickled down her chin. You have to drink. You can't die. I won't let you die. He took a large gulp of water himself and pressed his lips to hers, forcing it into her mouth. Just then, her eyes slowly opened. Their gazes met. Jason's eyes widened, and he nearly choked on the water. Jason, she whispered, her voice hoarse. Tears welled in her eyes, but a smile played on her lips. Are you kissing me? You idiot, he growled, his voice low and furious. You were dying. Do you know how scared I was? I'm actually pretty happy to die in your arms, she said, her smile widening as if she truly meant it. Don't talk nonsense. The Grim Reaper can't have you without my permission. A single tear traced a path through the soot on her cheek. Jason, you know, I really do love you. If I can't be with you in this life, I would rather die. She didn't care anymore. She didn't care about anything but him. The effort of speaking sent her into a violent coughing fit. Her face flushed a deep red, and she struggled for breath. I know, he said quickly. Don't talk. I'm taking you to the hospital now. He held her tight and started moving, but her eyes fluttered shut again. This time, it felt different, as if her will had completely given out. It was like the last flicker of a candle before it's extinguished. If I can't be with you, I'd rather die. So she had given up. She was just glad to see him one last time. Jason. My Jason. He ran with her in his arms, calling her name over and over, but she didn't wake up. His heart grew heavier with every step. At the hospital, he burst through the doors of the ER. Doctor, help her. You have to save her. He was frantic, consumed by a single thought. Save Vivian. As long as she lived, nothing else mattered. A couple of doctors rushed out, took one look at the situation, and wheeled her into a trauma room. The red light above the door flickered on. Jason collapsed onto a chair in the waiting area, his clothes soaked with sweat. His mind was a complete blank. He didn't want to think. He just wanted to sit. A bottle of whiskey and a bowl of peanuts would be nice right now. Suddenly, the door to the trauma room opened. Jason shot to his feet. Doctor, how is she? Is she awake? The doctor gave him a scrutinizing look. Who are you to her? Jason froze. How was he supposed to answer that? He hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm her brother. It seemed plausible enough. She was older than him, and they grew up in the same orphanage. It counted. Put on these scrubs and come in. Her condition isn't good. The doctor's face was impassive, as if he were discussing the weather. Jason's brain shut down. He nodded mechanically and followed the doctor, his feet feeling like lead. He had never faced anything like this. Life and death, separated by a long hallway. On this end was life. On that end, death. Life was so fragile. He finally reached her side. She lay perfectly still on the operating table, her face ashen, like a lifeless doll. The patient has no will to live, the doctor said with a sigh. We're trying to save her, but her body is fighting us. To put it bluntly, she wants to die. You're her family, so you're our last hope. You have to try and wake her up, convince her to live. If she chooses to live, we have a chance. For the first time in his life, Jason felt like some kind of savior. Great, he thought. When did I sign up for this role? The problem was he had no experience, no script, no on-the-job training. He was just supposed to wing it? If he screwed this up, he'd be carrying that cross for the rest of his life. He took a deep breath. He had to try. He dredged up every cheesy movie scene he'd ever watched and went for it. Vivian, Viv, big sis, he began, his voice low and somber. It's me, Jason, the kid who grew up with you. Then his tone shifted abruptly, becoming almost comically folksy. Come on now. We grew up together. We had so many good times. Remember when you used to steal my lollipops? And how you loved to smack me on the head for no reason. You really want to give all that up? Think of all the heads you haven't smacked yet. You'd be missing out. The doctors and nurses stared, their jaws on the floor. In all their years in medicine, they had never seen a bedside manner quite like this. If the patient heard this, she might just wake up out of pure rage. And then a miracle happened. She was in fact pissed back to life. Vivian's eyes fluttered open. She looked only at Jason, her gaze full of emotion. Jason, he could have wept with joy. It actually worked. I'm a genius. Vivian, you're awake. Was it the lollipops? Do you want to reminisce some more? My memory is great. I can tell you about the time you... Sir, a doctor interrupted impatiently. Sir, please get to the point. Jason nodded grimly. Right? Limited time. Vivian, what do you want? Just say it. The doctor nearly rolled his eyes. What was he doing? Basically telling the patient her every word was her last will and testament? But Vivian just blinked, signaling for him to come closer to take her hand. Jason, I really do love you, she said, her voice strained but firm. Why can Clara and Brooke have you, but I can't? Jason, can you really not forgive me? You know you're the only family I have. If you can't forgive me, what reason do I have to live? Tears rolled down her cheeks. Jason just stared, completely stunned into silence. A nurse jabbed him hard in the lower back. Jared back to reality. Jason nodded frantically. You're right. Just stay alive, and I'll promise you anything. Whatever. Pacify her first, figure out the rest later. Vivian's eyes lit up, her voice filled with disbelief. Really? Jason, really? Can I be with you forever? Like Clara and Brooke? Jason grunted an affirmative. When have I ever broken my word? It wasn't a lie, he told himself. It was a strategic appeasement. If worst came to worst, he could always take her out for another drink once she recovered. Or two. It was just a few words, but color returned to Vivian's cheeks. The doctor saw it clearly. The patient's will to live was back. He gave a subtle nod. The rescue effort could continue. He then gestured for Jason to leave. Jason didn't say another word and exited the trauma room. Jason, how is she? The moment he stepped out, he saw Clara and Annie Lawn. They must have gotten the news. He gave them a quick summary of Vivian's condition. Hearing it, Annie Lawn immediately offered to help. Jason, I have medical skills. I like to go in. Maybe I can do something for her. Jason, still unaware that Annie Lawn was the one who had kidnapped Vivian and Bianca, nodded in agreement. An extra pair of hands couldn't hurt. As soon as he agreed, Annie Lawn hurried inside. Clara was about to ask something when footsteps echoed down the hall. Bianca had arrived. She'd only needed a quick checkup and had been cleared. Jason, is Vivian okay? Bianca asked, rushing over. Jason looked exhausted. They're working on her. Annie Lawn just went in. Annie Lawn. Bianca's eyes widened, a flash of panic on her face. Why Annie Lawn? Her shocked reaction sent a chill down Jason's spine. A terrible premonition took hold. She said she's a skilled doctor and wanted to help, so I let her in, Jason explained. Bianca's expression grew darker, her eyes darting nervously. She looked like she wanted to say something, but couldn't. Seeing her hesitation, Jason pressed her. Spit it out. What is it with Annie Lawn? Truthfully, a part of him had already guessed. When he couldn't reach Vivian, he had gone straight to Lawn. Her claim of not knowing where Vivian was, her strange expression. It had all felt wrong, but he hadn't dwelled on it. After all this time, she had always been good to him. Deep down, he didn't want to believe she would harm any of them. Bianca still hesitated. Are you trying to kill me with suspense? Jason snapped. What does Annie Lawn have to do with this? She was the one, Bianca blurted out, who took me and Vivian. Why would she do that? Jason was stunned. He was asking Bianca, but he was also asking himself. He couldn't believe it. He could understand Vivian, maybe, but Bianca was one of her own people. I think it was an order from a boss, Bianca said quietly. Annie Lawn was just following it. She glanced nervously toward the trauma room. But if that's the case... She trailed off, but Jason and Clara were smart enough to finish the thought. If it was an order from the boss, then Annie Lawn had just gone in there for one reason, to finish the job. Vivian's in danger. Without thinking, Jason spun around and charged toward the trauma room. But just as he reached the door, he was blocked by two of Annie Land's men. Mr. Miller, Annie Land gave orders. No one goes in until she comes out. The hell with that. I'm going in, and I'd like to see you try and stop me. Jason tried to push past them, but the men, dressed in sharp black suits, simply lifted him off his feet and deposited him firmly back onto a waiting room chair. It was just the three of them, Jason, Clara, and Bianca, in the hallway. Bianca, despite her training, was no match for a dozen of Land's elite guards. Brute force wasn't an option. Jason wasn't an idiot. For now, he had to play it cool. He slumped into the chair, affecting an air of entitled arrogance. You got any water? Go get us some water. I'm thirsty. The lead guard stared at him, unmoved. What? Did Annie Land forget to tell you to take good care of us? Jason sneered. My wife and I are her honored guests. When she comes out, I'm going to tell her you were mistreating me. We'll see how she deals with you then. The guard looked baffled. All he'd done was politely place Jason in a chair. He hadn't laid a finger on him. What? You don't believe me? Jason's smile was mischievous. He rolled up his sleeve and stuck his arm out. Honey, buy me a couple of times. Clara stared at him, her phoenix eyes wide with confusion. Are you serious? Jason shoved his arm right under her nose. Go on, don't be shy. When Annie Land comes out, I'll tell her that her little lapdogs bit me. What do you think she'll do? Chop off their heads? Gouge out their hearts? She's not going to risk offending us over a few goons, is she, honey? We're VPS. Only Jason could pull off being such a magnificent bastard. The head guard caved. He gestured for one of his men to go buy water. I want sparkling water. Jason shouted after him. My wife wants lemon juice, no ice. Bianca, what do you want? Don't be shy, it's on them. Bianca glanced from Jason to the guard and said smoothly, I'll have a coffee. Black, no sugar, no ice. And it has to be from that little place, Capaluna. I won't drink anything else. Capaluna was over an hour's drive away. They were just messing with them. Jason continued his performance. You hear that? Don't forget it. And it better not be cold when you get back. I have a sensitive stomach. Since they were all Annie Land's people, they were complicit in what happened to Vivian. If he couldn't get to Lon, he'd start with them. After that, he really got going. One minute he was complaining about stomach cramps. The next he was demanding ice cream, then a bucket of fried chicken. He was relentless. The moment a guard showed the slightest hesitation, Jason would resort to his threat. Honey, you love making examples of people, don't you? Why don't you start with a few of these guys for practice? Clara played along beautifully. I prefer to make them wish they were dead, she said, her voice dripping with ice. The guards had no choice but to obey. After what felt like an eternity, the door to the trauma room finally opened. Annie Land emerged, looking exhausted, followed by a few doctors. This time, Jason didn't rush forward. He sat calmly in his chair. Mr. Miller, Miss Sue is out of danger, the doctor said, wiping sweat from his brow. Her vital signs are stable, but she'll need to be monitored. It's a good thing Annie Land was here. Her skills are remarkable. Without her, even if Miss Sue had survived, she would have been left with permanent disabilities. Jason's face was a stony mask. He didn't offer a word of thanks. What was he supposed to say? Thanks for saving the person you tried to kill? Annie Land saw Bianca and understood everything. Her face was gentle, her tone sincere. Jason, I was the one who took Vivian. I apologize. I didn't want to do it, but it was an order from above. I had to obey. She sighed heavily. I wanted to save her, which is why I took them to the basement. I don't know who leaked the information. I took them there, but I didn't start the fire. Seeing Jason's unchanging expression, her heart sank. Jason, you have to believe me. I never wanted Vivian to die. That's why I came here to save her. If I had really wanted her dead, I had plenty of opportunities. Jason knew she was telling the truth. If she had wanted Vivian dead, she could have done it in the trauma room. But still, the betrayal stung. He had trusted her completely. That's enough, Jason said coldly. You can go. He locked eyes with her. But you tell your boss. This isn't over. Anyone who dared to touch the people he cared about would pay. If he couldn't even stand up for them, what kind of man was he? Annie Land looked like she wanted to say more, but seeing the cold fury on his face, she remained silent and turned away. As she walked down the hall, her shoulders slumped. She felt like she had done something terribly wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint what. All she knew was that seeing Jason's disappointment was a physical pain. What could she possibly do to earn back his trust? Jason didn't care. All he wanted was to see Vivian and make sure she was safe. Once Lon was gone, he rushed to her room. She had been moved from the trauma unit to the ICU for observation. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, she lay on the bed, still unconscious, a web of tubes connected to her body. It was a heart-wrenching sight. This wasn't the vibrant, beautiful Vivian he knew. A wave of sadness washed over him. This was a woman he had cared for years. Her every smile was etched in his memory. Damn, they were rough, Brooke said, breaking the silence. Good thing her face is okay. A scar would have been a tragedy. She prattled on, oblivious to the mood. I heard the doctors say it was just smoke inhalation. No serious burns. If she ended up like Zoe, now that would be awful. She was about to say more when Bianca shot her a death glare, nodding toward Jason. Brooke finally noticed his face was a frozen mask of anger. She felt a flash of indignation, mixed with a twinge of guilt. Well, it's true, she muttered defensively. Seeing Jason so concerned for Vivian made her stomach churn. She couldn't help but wonder if she were the one lying in that bed. Would he look at her with that same pained expression? If he did, it would all be worth it. She almost envied Vivian. All right, you should all go home, Jason said, pulling a chair up to the window and sitting down. It was clear he wasn't leaving. You're not coming with us? Brooke asked. I'm staying here with her until she wakes up. She can't be alone right now. Brooke's voice turned sour. She's not alone. There are doctors and nurses. I can hire a private caretaker 24/7. She softened her tone. You've been through a lot. You need a rest, too. She genuinely was worried about him. Jason ignored her, turning his attention to Clara. You take the others and go. But, he frowned. Don't go back to Annie Land's villa. I don't think it's safe. After this, he couldn't trust anyone. Today it was Vivian. Tomorrow it could be any one of them. Or worse, the babies. The thought made his blood run cold. I'll call Sprite, have her come to Switzerland, and arrange a new place for you all. Clara, ever the pragmatist, understood immediately. I get it. I'll have them start packing. Jason's mind was still reeling. This was the best he could come up with for now. Okay, he said, looking tired. You should go. He needed to be alone for a while. Clara looked at him, then at Vivian in the bed. She knew better than to argue. To protect the bigger picture, what could she say? Vivian was in this state because of him. Demanding he leave would make her look petty and small-minded. A woman who had reached her position in the business world knew how to weigh her options. Besides, forcing him to leave would only push him further away. Do you need anything here? She asked gently, a small concession. No, just take care of the babies. I won't be home for a few days. It'll be tough on you, honey. He then turned to Bianca. You and Kinsey help out with the babies. Bianca nodded. Don't worry. We've got it. Only Brooke refused to leave. I don't want to go back. I'm staying here, she declared, her face a mask of stubbornness. I can help you take care of Vivian. That way you won't be so tired. She, who had been waited on hand and foot her entire life, was now offering to be a caregiver. But for Jason, she would do anything. She didn't want him to be exhausted. And if it meant she could be with him, she'd happily play nurse. Let me stay. I'm a woman. If she needs something, it'll be more convenient for me to help. What she has to use the bathroom. A man can't help with that. She threw out every reason she could think of. No, go back and help with the babies. Why? Kinsey and Bianca are there. I want to stay at the hospital. She plopped down on the edge of the bed, refusing to budge. Geese on sight. He was powerless against her moods. Brooke, be reasonable. You're pregnant. You can't be staying up all night. What if something happens to our baby? He knew he had to be gentle with her. I can handle it here. You'll just be a distraction. Go home, or I'm going to get angry, and then I'll never speak to you again. He put on his sternest face, his expression grim. It worked. The thought of him truly being angry with her terrified her. What if he really did ignore her forever? No, she had to listen. She had to make him happy. She jumped to her feet, forcing a bright smile. Don't be mad. I get it. I'll listen. I'll go with them right now. She even turned and hurried Clara and Bianca along. Let's go, let's go. The babies will be crying for us at home. Bianca rolled her eyes. Look who's in a hurry now. We're going, Brooke said to Jason. Call me if you need anything. Then she grabbed Clara and Bianca's arms and practically dragged them out of the room. After leaving the hospital, Annie Land felt a heavy weight on her heart. She couldn't quite place the feeling, but it was suffocating. She knew it came from Jason, but she didn't understand why. They had been in the organization for nearly 10 years. In that time, they had done countless missions, seen blood, torn families apart, and never once felt this burden. You take the money, you do the job. But now, she was consumed by guilt. Jason, he had a profound effect on her. Whenever she saw him, she felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. And now, she had shattered that connection. Jason wouldn't forgive her easily. The thought filled her with a deep sadness and loss. Back at the villa, her mood didn't improve. She had no energy for anything. Uncle Jiang saw her expression and tried to comfort her. It's done. Don't dwell on it. I was just thinking our contract with the boss is almost up. He saved our lives, and we agreed to serve him for 10 years. We've done more than enough to repay that debt. Uncle Jiang took a deep drag from a cigarette, the scar on his face stark and white. We'll be able to leave soon. Once we're out of the organization, we can go to Jason and explain everything. I think he'll forgive us. Annie Lan considered this. He was right. She had completely forgotten. 10 years. If that was the case, she should go see the boss now, hear what he had to say. Once they were free, they wouldn't have to follow his orders anymore. They could stay with Jason, help with the babies. They could earn back his trust. Time heals all wounds. The thought lifted her spirits instantly. You're right. I'll go see the boss now. She couldn't wait another minute. Uncle Jiang didn't try to stop her, but he had a bad feeling. In the 10 years he had known the boss, he had learned that the man was ruthless, cruel, and disloyal. If he were a reasonable man, he wouldn't have kept them for a decade. Still, Uncle Jiang held on to a sliver of hope. Okay, I'll go with you, he said. This was something they had to face together. They drove to see the boss. He rarely showed his face at the main echelon compound, preferring a separate, secluded villa. It was located in a remote area, accessible only by a single narrow road. From a distance, the villa stood alone, a monument to sin. The perimeter was surrounded by an electric fence and patrolled day and night by guards. Recognizing Annie Lan's car, the guards let them through. They parked and entered the main hall, their hearts heavy with apprehension. The boss was sitting on a sofa, casually sipping tea. He was dressed in loose-fitting traditional robes, his focus entirely on his cup, as if he hadn't noticed their arrival. Sit, he said, his head still bowed. Auntie Lan felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her stomach. She and Uncle Jiang sat opposite him. The boss poured 2 more cups of tea and pushed them across the table. Freshly brewed Hong Pao. Have some. Auntie Lan was in no mood for tea. Boss, there's something I need to ask you. The boss raised his own cup and took a slow sip, savoring the flavor before a non-committal smile played on his lips. It's been almost 10 years, she began, the words she had rehearsed on the way tumbling out. Jiang and I want to leave. We're getting old. It's time for us to go home. Besides, our skills are fading. The organization needs younger people. The smile vanished from the boss's face, replaced by a thunderous scowl. He said nothing. The air in the room grew cold, the pressure almost suffocating. You have my word. We will never speak a word of what we've done here, she added quickly. You know us, and we know the rules of the organization. No mercy for traitors. We just want to retire in peace. The boss poured another cup of tea and downed it in one gulp. He slammed the cup down, his face a mask of cold fury. You can't keep someone who wants to leave. Fine, I'll agree. A wave of relief washed over Annie Lan. She hadn't expected it to be so easy. The boss's cold eyes fixed on her. But first, you'll do one last thing for me. When it's done, I guarantee I'll send you home. What is it? Just tell us, Auntie Lan said eagerly. To leave the organization, she'd do anything. Bring me Jason's children. The expression on Annie Lan's face froze. Why Jason? Why always Jason? Why was he so fixated on him? No, she said without hesitation. Absolutely not. Anything else but not that. She had already failed Jason once. She would not hurt him again. That's right, boss, Uncle Jiang chimed in. We can't do that. The kid hasn't done anything to you. Just let him go. Enough, the boss roared. Don't you forget your place. His voice was laced with menace. You should know if you don't do it, someone else will. But if you do it, you can leave. Annie Lan stared at him for a long time. Finally, without another word, she and Uncle Jiang left the villa. Jiang, what do we do? She asked, feeling like she was going to lose her mind. Uncle Jiang didn't answer. He just lit one cigarette after another. When they returned to their own villa, Clara and the others hadn't come back yet. Annie Lan went straight to the nursery, where she found the matriarch struggling to soothe the crying babies. What's wrong? Let me see. Are they not feeling well? Annie Lan walked over and took the babies from her. Strangely, the moment they were in her arms, they stopped crying, their wide, dark eyes staring up at her. They looked more and more like Jason every day. Annie Lan's heart was in turmoil. She could easily take them now. If she brought them to the boss, she and Jiang would be free. This was the moment they had been waiting for a decade. Their chance at freedom was right here. But could they do it? Meanwhile, Clara, Brooke, and Bianca were on their way back. An inexplicable sense of dread had settled over Clara. She couldn't stop worrying about the babies. Were they in danger? She drove faster, desperate to get back to the villa and get them out of there. She was terrified that Annie Lan would do something to them. When she arrived, she rushed upstairs. From down the hall, she could hear the babies crying. Her heart settled. They were okay. She pushed open the door and saw the matriarch rocking them. Grandmother, are they all right? she asked urgently. They're fine. Just fussy. I think they're hungry, the old woman replied, puzzled by Clara's frantic tone. Clara didn't take the babies right away. She scanned the room. Has anyone been here? Anilon was here just a moment ago. Didn't you see her on your way in? Anilon had left just a minute before Clara arrived. They should have passed each other. Clara's blood ran cold. What? She was here? Did she do anything to the babies? In her panic, she dropped all pretense of respect. No, she just held them for a bit, the matriarch said, though a flicker of doubt crossed her face. She did look at them strangely, I don't know why, but she didn't do anything. She just held them and left. Clara's mood plummeted. She didn't know why the head of Echelon wanted to harm Vivian, but if they were targeting her and Jason, then the babies were in danger. As a mother, her first instinct was to protect her children. She had to get them out of there. Now, grandmother, take the babies. I'm having everyone pack. We're leaving immediately. What's happened? Clara quickly explained the situation with Vivian, revealing that Anilon was behind it all. The matriarch was aghast. Why would she do that? We have no quarrel with her. We'll figure that out later. Right now, we need to leave. Every minute they stayed was another minute of risk. The matriarch nodded and helped pack the baby's things. Just then, Kenzie returned. She hadn't been able to find Dr. Luo and had come back to the villa, only to walk into chaos. After hearing the story from Bianca, she was in disbelief. What? Anilon kidnapped you and Vivian? She exclaimed, her mouth agape. I always thought she was so nice to us. I really liked her. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Never mind that, Bianca cut in. Claire wants us to pack our things and leave now. Kenzie nodded. Where's Brooke? I haven't seen her. Bianca frowned. She's not in her room. No, this was all they needed. Vivian was in the hospital. Clara was focused on the babies. If something happened to Brooke now, they couldn't give Jason another problem to deal with. I think I heard her on the phone when we got back, Bianca said. You try calling her. Tell her we're leaving. Kenzie nodded and went to pack. It turned out that when Anilon was looking at the babies, she just couldn't bring herself to do it. She had put them down and decided to go back to the boss with Uncle Jiang. This time, they were going to lay it all on the line. They would not do anything to hurt Jason, no matter the consequences. The boss was still in his villa, waiting. When he heard they had returned, a strange, cruel expression flickered across his face. Did you bring the children? No. Anilon said flatly. Do what you want with us. We won't do it. Uncle Jiang stood tall beside her, his resolve firm. That's right. We've done enough killing for you over the years. It's enough. Whether you agree or not, we are leaving. Suddenly, the boss seized the teapot from the table and smashed it on the floor. Fools, he roared. You think Echelon is a hotel? You come and go as you please? I'll tell you how you can leave, in a body bag. Anilon and Uncle Jiang stood their ground. Were they really supposed to kidnap Jason's children? Even if they got away, could they live with themselves? Boss, do what you will, Uncle Jiang said, his voice steady. We came here prepared to die. We should have been dead 10 years ago, Anilon added. We've lived long enough. Their expressions were calm. For the first time in a decade, they felt a sense of peace. The boss let out a cold, sharp laugh. After a long moment, his furious expression softened. Fine, he said, his voice quiet. If you want to go, I can't stop you. I'll have my men prepare your passage back home. You can leave on the ferry in a few days. They were stunned. They hadn't expected him to agree. They exchanged a puzzled glance. Finally, Anilon spoke. Thank you, boss. He waved a dismissive hand. Go back and wait for my instructions. As they turned to leave, Anilon hesitated. Jason's children are innocent. Please let them be. I'll see to it, the boss said coldly. Anilon wanted to say more, but Uncle Jiang stopped her. Let's go. We'll talk when we get back. He meant that they would immediately arrange for Clara and the children to be moved. From now on, they were on Jason's side. Anilon nodded. They walked out without another look at the boss. As he watched them leave, his eyes narrowed with a venomous hatred. Lana, Shun, Chunjiang, he muttered to himself. It's time to pay the debt your family owes me. In fact, it's time you paid it back with interest. Back in her room, Kenzie immediately called Brooke. The call connected, but Brooke's voice was muffled and indistinct, the signal weak. Brooke, everyone's looking for you. Where are you? Kenzie asked, getting straight to the point. I'm out handling something. We're all packing to leave the villa. You need to get back here. It's not safe. Kenzie heard a low curse from Brooke's end, and what sounded like other voices. She was with someone. Who are you with? Kenzie asked, a new worry creeping in. Don't worry, they're my people. They call me out for something. Kenzie relaxed slightly. Okay, well, when are you coming back? Should we wait for you? Clara is in a hurry. Don't wait for me. Just send me the address of a new place. I don't have much to pack anyway. It's all just stuff. Brooke's tone was casual. She had enough money to buy whatever she needed. Knowing she was safe, Kinsey didn't press further and hung up. After hanging up, Brooke shot a glare at the men standing beside her. This is all your fault, dragging me to this dump. Her subordinate kept his head down, not daring to say a word. He had just been trying to cheer her up. After returning from the hospital, Brooke had been in a foul mood. With Jason staying with Vivian, what was the point of going back to the villa? One of her lackeys had called to check on her and received an earful for his trouble. But the man was a glutton for punishment. The more she yelled, the better he felt. He had eagerly suggested an outing, promising a place that would surely lift her spirits. Curious, and thinking she might bring Jason there next time if it was fun, Brooke had agreed. A car was waiting for her, filled with her fawning subordinates. "My lady, you look more beautiful every day." It's true. No one can compare to her beauty. One of them rushed to open the car door, his hand hovering over the frame to protect her head. "Please, my lady, get in. The sun is bad for your skin." Brooke just snorted and slid into the car. "I'm in a bad mood today. If this isn't fun, I'm going to use your heads as toilets." "It would be an honor, my lady," the man said with a grin. "Less talk, more driving," she snapped. They drove to an elegant, secluded location. There was no sign, only 3 small words on the wall: the sanctuary. A bamboo grove lined the entrance, leading to a courtyard with a small bridge and a stream. Her men led her to a private suite. "My lady, enjoy yourself. Our lips are sealed tighter than a vault." Brooke looked around, annoyed. What is this cloak and dagger nonsense? Just then, a handsome, well-built male model entered, carrying a basin of water. "My lady, I've heard that a foot massage is the ultimate stress reliever," her subordinate explained. "Do you approve of this model? If not, we have a whole lineup waiting outside." Brooke exploded. "Massage your grandmother's head," she yelled, kicking the basin over. Water splashed all over the subordinate. He stood there, soaked and stunned. She didn't like this type? He quickly sent the model away and brought in another. "How about this one, my lady? He's the star of the show here. His technique is legendary." The new model stepped forward, rubbing his hands together eagerly. "It's true," he said with a preening smile. "The ladies fight over booking me." Brooke spat a mouthful of water in his face. You think you can compare to my baby?" The model was utterly baffled. "Get out. All of you get out." Brooke shrieked. Her subordinates quickly ushered the models out. Smack! Brooke slapped the lead subordinate across the face. "The only one who gets to touch my feet is my baby," she hissed. "No other man can even think about it." The subordinate, rubbing his cheek, realized his mistake. "Yes, of course, my lady is right. When it comes to men, Mr. Miller is obviously the most handsome. Only he is worthy of your beauty. But men love a good massage. You could invite him to come with you. It's very relaxing." Brooke's eyes lit up. "Really? Men like this?" The subordinate nodded emphatically. Her mood instantly improved. If it would make Jason happy, she'd do anything. Then she narrowed her eyes. Are the masseuses women? She couldn't tolerate another woman touching Jason. "Not necessarily, my lady," the man said, understanding. "You can arrange for men to service him." That satisfied her. "Fine. I know what to do." She had a plan. Tomorrow, she would bring Jason here. He'd been working too hard. He deserved to relax. One man wasn't enough. She'd book 10, 20 of them. She would make sure he had the time of his life. "Tell the manager I'm booking the entire place for tomorrow. I want all his men ready to serve my baby." The subordinate's eyes widened in horror. All of them? A mountain of men rubbing his feet? The poor guy's skin would be rubbed raw. He felt a pang of pity for Jason. But an order was an order. Meanwhile, Jason spent the night at the hospital. By morning, Vivian was still unconscious. There was a smudge of soot on her forehead from the basement. Jason knew how much she valued being clean. He went to the bathroom, wet a towel, and gently began to wipe her face. He remembered when she used to do the same for him at the orphanage. He had been a wild kid, always climbing trees and getting into trouble, constantly covered in dirt. The director used to call him a little mud monkey. But Vivian had always been there to clean him up. "Vivian, do you remember?" he murmured, lost in the past. "That day some older kids beat me up, and you were so angry you went and confronted them. You told them I was your little brother, and you wouldn't let anyone bully me. You always protected me like a real big sister. And that time we snuck out, during nap time, to steal apples from the orchard. We got caught, and they locked us up for the night." The memories flowed freely. For all those years, she had been his everything. He had wanted to spend his life with her. But fate had other plans. Vivian was already awake. She just didn't want to open her eyes. She was afraid that if she did, he would stop talking. And if she was awake, he might leave. She answered him silently in her heart. "Jason, how could I forget? Those memories belong to us. You were such a little troublemaker, but I never cared. As long as I was with you, I was happy." He continued, unaware. And once we were playing house, and all the other girls picked someone else, but you chose me to be the dad. I remember thinking, when I grow up, I'm going to marry a girl just like you. A single hot tear escaped from the corner of Vivian's eye and slid down her temple. The memory was so vivid. A sunny afternoon, a red scarf on her head for a veil. Jason, holding a ring woven from grass, placing it solemnly on her finger. Vivian, will you be my bride? I will. In that moment, she had truly believed it was forever. Suddenly, she couldn't pretend anymore. She sat up and threw her arms around him, her lips finding his in a passionate kiss. Jason, she whispered against his mouth. I remember everything. Jason froze. What was happening? She was awake? That was fast. Jason, for the sake of our childhood, can you forgive me? I was wrong. Jason sighed. If I say no, are you going to go back into your coma? It seemed her unconsciousness came with a remote control. If that were the case, he should get a few more. One for Clara, one for Brooke. He could wake them up or put them to sleep whenever he wanted. Life would be so much simpler. He could do whatever he pleased. I knew you were faking it, he said, a weary tone in his voice. I was just saying all that to see how long you'd keep it up. You've really got patience, I'll give you that. Wasted all my breath. He shook his head. He'd gotten so into the performance he'd nearly made himself cry. Why couldn't any of these women be simple? Jason, don't be mad at me. I wasn't trying to trick you. I just wanted to hear you talk, she said with a coquettish smile, reaching for his hand. As she did, she tugged on her foreline and yelped in pain. Jason quickly steadied her wrist. Okay, we won't talk about it, he soothed. It hurt him to see her in pain. Vivian sighed, her beautiful eyes fixed on his. Her expression turned serious. Jason, I really want to stay by your side. Can I? Here we go again. Jason felt a headache coming on. Seeing his hesitation, her face fell. I see. So everything you said was a lie. All that talk about marrying me when we grew up, it was all just empty words. Vivian, you know my situation, he said, exasperated. It's not that simple. It's my fault for making things difficult for you, she said, her voice cracking. I'll just disappear from your life forever. I'll go somewhere you'll never find me. Tears streamed down her face. Jason's heart clenched. Yesterday, he had almost lost her. The thought of that pain was unbearable. He couldn't go through a second time. Vivian, just give me some more time. Before she could answer, the door burst open. Brooke stormed in, carrying a takeout container. She slammed it on the table and grabbed Jason's arm. Baby, I have a surprise for you. Come with me, quick. Jason glanced at Vivian, her face still wet with tears, and felt a pang of guilt. Brooke, let's wait a bit. Brooke had already noticed Vivian was awake. I talked to the nurse. They're sending someone to look after her. She'll be fine. I even brought her breakfast. Just come with me for a little while, please. She pouted. I worked so hard to prepare this for you. I was up all night. Look at my eyes. I have dark circles. It's a really good surprise, baby. Just one trip, okay? She was relentless. Jason, remembering she was pregnant, felt he couldn't refuse. Vivian, you get some rest. I'll be back in a little while, he said, his voice apologetic. Vivian didn't nod or shake her head. She said nothing. What could she say? He wasn't her husband. She had no right to object. She was just an outsider. Before Jason could say more, Brooke was already dragging him out of the room. The door slammed shut, and the room fell silent. Vivian's fleeting happiness vanished, replaced by a wave of desolation. She tried to reason with herself. Brooke was pregnant. Jason should spend time with her, and he had said he would be back soon, but she couldn't stop the ache in her heart. She got out of bed and walked to the window. It overlooked the hospital entrance. She scanned the crowd, searching for him. A couple of minutes later, she spotted them. Brooke was holding his hand, looking like a smitten teenager. As they went down the steps, Brooke missed one and stumbled. Jason caught her instantly, pulling her into his arms and guiding her to his safer right side. He's so thoughtful, Vivian thought, a bitter taste in her mouth. If only she were the one who was pregnant. She was about to turn away when she saw him, a man in black, furtively following them. At first, she thought she was mistaken, but he kept his distance, weaving through the crowd, his eyes fixed on Jason. Jason's in danger. Her heart leaped in her throat. She grabbed her phone and dialed his number. She had to warn him, but both his and Brooke's phones went straight to voicemail. Panicked, she ripped the four from her hand and sent a command to her subordinates. Get a car to the entrance. Now, as she headed for the elevator, she sent a quick text to Clara. Jason's being followed. In danger. Her body was still weak. Her head throbbed, and she was coughing, but she didn't care. The only thing that mattered was saving Jason. By the time she reached the entrance, her car was waiting. Follow that vehicle, she ordered. In the car ahead, Jason had no idea he now had two tails. Brooke directed him to the same place from the day before, the sanctuary. When they got out of the car, she produced a silk tie. Since it's a surprise, you have to be blindfolded. Jason immediately resisted. No way. The last time he'd gone into a situation blind, he'd been played and sacrificed his future. Brooke, what are you up to now? My heart can't take any more of your games. What kind of surprise was this, anyway? Knowing her, it was more likely to be a horror show. Brooke just blinked, her smile mysterious. You'll love it, baby. They all say men love this. They? So there were accomplices. Were they all ganging up on him? His anxiety spiked. He turned to leave. I have to get back and take care of the baby. You have fun, Brooke. But as he turned, he found his path blocked by a row of handsome, smiling men. Sir, they said in unison, everything is ready. Please come inside. It was an ambush. There had to be 20 of them. What kind of place is this? Jason asked, his smile strained. No need to be nervous, sir, one of them said smoothly. We've had some special training. We guarantee you an experience that will make you feel like a god. Jason's stomach clenched. That sounded ominous. Being dead made you a god, right? You know, I kind of like it here on Earth, he stammered. Brooke shot the men a dirty look. What are you doing? I told you to serve him, not scare him. If you upset my baby, I'll have your heads. The men exchanged a look and decided to switch tactics. The leader wrapped an arm around Jason's waist. Others grabbed his arms and legs. He was lifted off his feet, their hands all over him. Jason Miller, was being manhandled. They carried him into a private room. Red lights cast a hazy glow. Incense smoke curled in the air, and in the center was a massive bed. This did not look like a legitimate establishment. Please have a seat, sir. The show will begin shortly, one of them said with a wink. Jason felt a layer of goosebumps rise on his skin. He tried to get up, but he was held firmly on the bed. He was trapped. Where was Brooke? What kind of twisted game was this? Just then, a slender woman walked in. She was wearing a short skirt, her long, pale legs on full display. Not bad, but her face was covered by a large surgical mask. She carried a basin of water and, without a word, knelt and began to remove his shoes. Jason was shocked. What was happening? Don't move, a voice behind him said, gently. This is our special service. You'll feel amazing afterward. Jason relaxed. A foot massage. Think I just said so. Still, the girl's hands looked so delicate. Miss, my feet are pretty gross. You don't have to do this. He tried to pull his feet away. The woman looked up at the man standing behind Jason. The man immediately understood and firmly pushed Jason's feet into the water. This was Lady Brooke's idea. Please don't refuse her kindness. So this was her surprise. His feet were already wet, so he figured he might as well go with it. The woman's soft hands began to massage his feet, sending a pleasant tingle through his body. Damn it, it felt good. After all his years of simping, he was finally being waited on by a woman. He closed his eyes and drifted off. Vivian arrived at the secluded location just as another car screeched to a halt. Claire got out. She had received Vivian's text and had come immediately. What's going on? What danger is Jason in? She demanded, her usual cool demeanor replaced by worry. Vivian pointed toward the building. Someone was following Jason. I saw their car go in there. Are you sure? Claire was skeptical. Jason was supposed to be at the hospital. Vivian nodded firmly. I'm positive. Clara trusted Vivian's judgment. If she said there was a threat, there was a threat. Here, she said, pulling a small, concealable pistol from her pocket and handing it to Vivian. Just in case. They had brought their own security, but it was better to be prepared. Vivian took the gun, her hand closing tightly around it. The two women, followed by their teams, stormed the sanctuary. The manager tried to stop them, but one look at their weapons, and he shrank back. What was happening? This was a respectable establishment. Where is he? Claire demanded. The manager pointed to a back room. That guy looks shady from the start, he whispered. Want to lock the door so he can't escape? You're the one who looks shady. You say one more word about my husband, and I'll gouge your eyes out. The manager scurried away. Clara led the way to the room. The door was closed, but from inside, they could hear a strange, soulful moaning. Clara and Vivian exchanged a look. This was not the sound of someone being assassinated. Clara threw the door open. The scene inside left her speechless. Jason was lying on a massage bed, his eyes closed, a blissful expression on his face as he hummed in pleasure. At his feet, a woman in a short skirt was diligently massaging his soles, sweat beading on her forehead. A firestorm of rage erupted in Clara's chest. Jason, what are you doing? Jason jolted awake. When he saw Clara and Vivian, a shiver went down his spine. Honey, maybe put the gun away? It's a little intimidating. Clara was still holding the pistol. There was no sign of an assassination attempt here. She was furious, but also relieved to see him unharmed. She holstered the weapon and ordered her men to wait outside. "We thought you were in danger," she said, her voice dripping with ice. "We were terrified, and you're here, enjoying yourself." Vivian's face was flushed with embarrassment. She never would have expected this. Had her intel been wrong? Jason smiled sheepishly. "Honey, why are you here? You could have just called, and I would have flown right back," Jason said, trying to sound casual. "You have a nerve to ask me that." Clara's voice was dangerously low. "Vivian said you were in danger. We came racing over here to save you, and we find you getting a foot rub." "Jason, your phone was off," Vivian added quietly. "We were worried sick." She still couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen someone following him. Jason was at a loss. He hadn't really done anything wrong, so why was his heart pounding? "Honey, don't be mad. I just got here. Nothing even started yet. Let's just go home." But Clara's anger was a coiled spring. Her eyes fell on the woman in the short skirt. "And you? Why are you wearing something so short? Who are you trying to seduce?" She strode forward and ripped the mask off the woman's face. It was Brooke. Clara was even more furious. Well. Having a good time, are we? Getting into a little role play?" Brooke's face turned bright red. She wrung her hands, unsure of what to say. She had just wanted to help Jason relax. She had even taken a one-day massage course. She never expected Clara and Vivian to burst in. The surprise had definitely turned into a disaster. Jason opened his mouth to explain, but what could he say? Clara was fuming. "You have 3 minutes to get your things and get out here," she snapped, then spun on her heel and walked out. Jason sighed, put on his shoes, and followed her. Brooke trailed behind, looking miserable. Vivian walked beside Jason, whispering, "Jason, I wasn't trying to cause trouble. I really did see someone." Before she could finish, a figure lunged from the shadows. A blade flashed in the dim light, aimed straight for Jason's heart. "Jason, look out!" Vivian screamed, throwing herself in front of him. She grabbed the dagger with her bare hand. Red blood dripped from her palm, a shocking contrast to her pale skin. But her face was fearless. As long as Jason was safe, nothing else mattered. Brooke froze, her eyes wide with terror. A silent scream caught in her throat. "Vivian!" Jason roared. A surge of adrenaline hit him, and he kicked the attacker with savage force. The man scrambled to his feet and fled. "Get him!" Jason bellowed at his security team. They took off in pursuit. He grabbed Vivian's hand, his voice shaking. "Are you hurt?" The wound wasn't deep, but the sight of it was horrifying. He was usually so composed, but in that moment his heart was hammering with a fear he couldn't control. What if she hadn't caught the blade? What if it had been him? Vivian managed a weak smile. The adrenaline was wearing off, and a wave of fear washed over her. She had acted on pure instinct. All she had thought was, "I can't let him get hurt." But now, seeing the blood, she felt dizzy. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed into his arms. "Vivian, don't be scared. You're going to be okay. I'm taking you to the hospital," he said, scooping her up and carrying her to the car. At the hospital, Jason burst into the emergency room. "Doctor, someone's been hurt." 2 doctors rushed out, expecting a critical case. When Jason showed them Vivian's hand, they looked thoroughly unimpressed. "It's just a surface wound. It needs to be cleaned and bandaged." They turned to walk away. "A wound is a wound." Jason yelled after them, his anger flaring. "It's easy for you to say it's not your hand. Are you even doctors? I could report you for negligence." A young woman in scrubs with a head nurse name tag walked out. She smiled warmly. "It's okay. I can handle this. I've got more experience with this sort of thing anyway. Please come with me." Vivian added softly, "Jason, I'm really fine. It doesn't even hurt." Jason's anger subsided. He carried her into an examination room. The head nurse cleaned the wound with a gentle touch. "It's not deep, no stitches needed. We just need to disinfect it and wrap it up." "Will it scar?" Jason asked, still worried. "She has beautiful hands." The nurse smiled at his concern. "No, a cut like this won't scar." She looked at Vivian. "He must be your boyfriend. He seems to care about you a lot." Vivian blushed, but didn't correct her. The nurse, clearly a curious type, continued. "How did this happen, anyway? It looks like a knife wound." Vivian fell silent. Jason, still annoyed by her reckless bravery, answered for her. "She thinks she's a superhero. Try to catch a dagger with her bare hands." The nurse froze, staring at Vivian in disbelief. "You didn't get cut. Your brain got cut. Why would you do something so stupid?" Vivian's face grew even redder. "I'm not usually impulsive," she mumbled. "Someone was trying to kill him. I just reacted." The nurse's eyes widened. So it was a grand romantic gesture. She was even less impressed. "That's even stupider. If he gets stabbed, that's his problem. Why would you take a knife for him?" She launched into a tirade. "Listen, I've had over 100 boyfriends, and not a single one was worth it. Let me tell you about number 99. I had the flu, a 104-degree fever. I asked him to get me medicine. And you know what he did with the money? He picked up some woman on the street and took her back to his apartment. I was so mad, she continued, her voice rising. I dragged myself out of bed, went to his place, beat the crap out of both of them, and almost castrated him with a scalpel. She looked at Vivian with pity. You're a beautiful girl. Take my advice. Men are all the same. You can't spoil them. And if they really mess up, just cut it off. She shot a look at Jason. Your boyfriend here is cute, I guess. But there are plenty of good-looking guys out there. Want me to introduce you to some hot foreigners? Seriously gorgeous. Jason's face was a thundercloud. Was she trying to poach his girlfriend right in front of him? He stood up and pushed her toward the door. Miss, your work here is done. Go back to your own lane. As she left, she pointed a finger at Jason. You'd better appreciate a woman like this. What kind of man lets a woman take a knife for him? You know, I could slice your carotid artery with a scalpel before you could even blink. Jason slammed the door behind her. Vivian, don't listen to her. But Vivian was looking at him with a mischievous smile. You're worried about me, aren't you? You don't want me to find someone else. Jason was flustered. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? I mean, even if we're not together, you shouldn't be reckless. We have our own traditions here in New York. We don't need to be importing any of her crazy ideas. Besides, your family. I have to look out for you. Vivian just shrugged. I think she had a point. Life is short. Why hang all your hopes on one person? Since you don't want me, maybe I will find other men. 10, 20 of them. Have some fun, then move on. Sounds good to me. Jason was aghast. Vivian, you're not like that. Maybe I want to be. He was completely baffled. He was genuinely touched that she had taken a knife for him. He wanted her to be happy. If she really started living a reckless life, she would get hurt. He knew her. She was an all-or-nothing kind of person. Vivian, I know men, he said seriously. Not all of them are decent. You have to hit rock bottom before you learn, she said stubbornly. He sighed. When she got like this, she was impossible. Suddenly, she threw her arms around his neck and kissed him, a deep, lingering kiss that left him dizzy. When she finally pulled away, her eyes were shining. Jason, we've known each other for so long. Was that one kiss enough? If not, I can keep going. Her voice was soft, her gaze intense. I just want to keep kissing you until our teeth fall out and our hair turns white. Even if one day you can't remember my name, you'll still remember this kiss. An impulse surged through him. To hell with it. He wasn't made of stone. How could he keep rejecting her? You fool, he said, his voice thick with emotion. After all that, how could I not say yes? He sounded like a man surrendering to his fate. All right, as long as you promise me you won't do any more stupid things, I'll agree to whatever you want. Vivian's eyes lit up. Really? Anything? Jason nodded solemnly. What if I want a baby? She asked, her expression completely serious. Jason, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed it all over the floor. Not this again. Why did every woman want to have his baby? Vivian, can we talk about the baby thing later? Clara just had Lila and Liana, and Brooke is 3 months along. We're not running a factory here. Vivian's face fell. That was exactly why she needed a baby. Why could they have his children, but not her? Don't worry, he said, trying to soothe her. There will be plenty of time for that later. Vivian managed a weak smile. She glanced at the water glass on the table. Jason, let me get you some more water. No, you sit, he said, seeing the bandage on her hand. I'll go. The moment he was out the door, Vivian pulled a special tube of lipstick from her purse. She twisted it open and applied a thick layer. It turned her lips a deep, dramatic purple red, like a witch from a fairy tale. The color was a side effect of the powerful aphrodisiac it contained. It looked terrifying, but the results would be worth it. Jason wouldn't be able to resist her. She wanted a baby, and she would have one. Besides, Jason had already agreed to be with her. This wasn't coercion, it was encouragement. Just as she tucked the lipstick away, he walked back in. He looked up, saw her lips, and nearly dropped the glass. Vivian, what did you eat? Your mouth is purple. Should I get a doctor? Oh God, was the dagger poison? His mind raced through every spy thriller plot he'd ever seen. Vivian's cheeks were flushed a feverish red. Jason, she whispered, her voice husky. Come here. I think I'm burning up. I'll get a doctor. He turned to leave, but she wrapped her arms around him from behind, holding him tight. Don't go, Jason. A doctor can't help me. Her eyes were hazy with desire. Only you can break this fever. Help me, please. I feel awful. The next second, she was kissing him, not just kissing, but devouring him. He felt himself being pulled into a vortex, his body temperature skyrocketing. A fire was roaring through him, and he lost all control. He swept her into his arms and carried her to the bed, his mouth crashing down on hers. In the last rational corner of his mind, he had one coherent thought. He wasn't a savior, he was a goddamn fire captain, and his only job was to put out the fire. The drug was potent. Jason fulfilled his duties as fire captain with 100% commitment. Afterward, they lay tangled together, slick with sweat, in a state of blissful exhaustion. Jason stared at the ceiling, his mind a whirlwind. Well, he thought, that was one of the great pleasures in life. A foot massage was nice, but it had nothing on this. He felt a moment of pure contentment, which was immediately followed by a tidal wave of panic. How was he going to explain this to Clara and Brooke? They were going to kill him, castrate him. While Jason spiraled, Vivian was in heaven. Her lifelong dream had finally come true. She snuggled against him, tracing circles on his chest. His skin was so smooth, so firm. No wonder Clara was obsessed with him. She could happily lie here forever. Jason, she murmured, am I dreaming? He sighed. Well, what was done was done. No, you're not dreaming. I'm right here. She propped herself up, her eyes searching his. So we're really together now? Yes. Then you can't ever leave me again. I don't care how long it takes, I'll wait. Jason had no choice but to nod. Okay, for now, this is how it has to be. Jason, I want to kiss you again. I didn't get enough before. Before he could react, she leaned in and captured his lips once more. They were lost in a deep, passionate kiss when the door swung open. The head nurse from before walked in. She saw them, and her eyes nearly popped out of her head. What do you think you're doing? This is a hospital, not a nightclub. I told you men are just cats in heat. Your girlfriend is sick, and all you can think about is sex? Have you no decency? She launched into another tirade. If you were my boyfriend, I would have performed that castration surgery by now. The nurse then turned on Vivian. And you, don't you have a spine? Why didn't you fight back? Vivian lowered her head, her face crimson. He didn't. I forced him. The nurse's tray of medical supplies clattered to the floor. Had she heard that, right? You wanted it? Honey, if you're that desperate, I can set you up. We're very open-minded here. Before she could continue, the door opened again. Clara and Brooke walked in. Husband. Baby. They both shouted at the same time. Jason looked from one to the other, completely frozen. Husband, I brought you a change of clothes. Baby, I bought you your favorite dessert. The nurse was utterly bewildered. She looked at Clara, then Brooke, then back at Vivian. What twilight zone had she walked into? What did you call him? She asked Clara. Husband. He's my husband. I am his legal, bona fide wife, Clara stated, sitting down beside Jason and taking his hand. Isn't that right, husband? Jason nodded like a robot. And what about you? The nurse asked Brooke. Brooke proudly puffed out her chest. He's the father of my baby. She walked over and took Jason's other hand. Admit it, baby. Is this child yours or not? Jason nodded again, on the verge of tears. Mine. It's mine. The nurse felt her brain short-circuit. Then who is she? The chart says he's her boyfriend. Jason's dignity was shattered. There was no explaining this. The nurse looked him up and down. I don't get it. You're all beautiful women. What do you see in him? My husband's body is first class, Clara said coolly. And my baby is the kindest, most thoughtful man in the world, Brooke added. Vivian, who had been silent until now, chimed in. Jason is the best man on earth. You wouldn't understand. The nurse was incredulous. You're all crazy. Every last one of you. I've dated 100 men, and every single one was better looking than him. She snorted. A guy like that isn't even fit to shine my shoes. That was the last straw. The three women, who had been on the verge of tearing each other apart, instantly formed a united front. You dare talk about my baby like that? Brooke snarled, slapping the nurse across the face. Say one more word, and I'll cut out your tongue. I think she's tired of having a mouth, Clara said, her voice like ice. Maybe I should use a scalpel to teach you some manners, Vivian added, her protective instincts flaring. The nurse, completely overwhelmed, backed out of the room and fled. Once she was gone, the fragile alliance dissolved, and an awkward silence filled the room. Jason glanced nervously at Clara. Her face was still a mask of fury. Brooke, however, was unfazed. Baby, you've gotten so thin. Let me feed you, she cooed. Jason shot her a warning look. I'm not the one who's thin. My wife is. She must be exhausted from taking care of the babies. Give it to her. Brooke pouted. You are thin, she insisted, cupping his face in her hands. I can see your cheekbones. Clara's eyes narrowed. About that foot massage. Which one he wants to explain? The interrogation had begun. Brooke, utterly shameless, puffed out her chest. Baby, his name is Jason. Clara cut her off. Fine, Jason, Brooke huffed. He's a man. He's been taking care of you, the babies, everyone. Look at him. He has dark circles under his eyes. I just wanted him to relax. What's wrong with that? She turned the tables on Clara. You're his wife. Shouldn't you be the one taking care of him? If you don't, you can't blame other people for stepping in. Clara was speechless. Jason, seeing his chance to play the hero, slammed his hand on the bed. That's enough, Brooke. How dare you speak to my wife that way? Inside, he was beaming. He had never expected the spoiled little princess to be so considerate. Brooke looked wounded. I'm just telling the truth. Ask Vivian if you don't believe me. Vivian kept her head down, but her silence was an answer in itself. She was on Brooke's side. Clara was flustered. Had she been neglecting him? Before she could formulate a response, the door flew open. It was Sprite. Boss, we caught the assassin. Jason's demeanor changed instantly. Bring him in. Two guards dragged in a muscular man in his 30s. Kneel, Sprite commanded. The man sneered. Make me. Sprite kicked the back of his knee, and he crumpled to the floor. Now talk, Sprite said. Who sent you? My boss. The man mumbled through a bloody nose. He said to kill the guy named Miller. Who was your boss? The man hesitated. Sprite raised her hand, and he flinched. The boss of Echelon, he blurted out. He ordered Annie Lon to take your kids, but she refused. So he sent me, and when I failed, he had another plan. He let out a grim, satisfied chuckle. But my boss is smart. He's already got another plan in motion. He's sending Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang back to your country. Once they're on the boat, he'll make them disappear forever. A stunned silence fell over the room. Clara felt a wave of cold fear. They had really been planning to take her children. Why? What grudge could the head of Echelon possibly have against them? Jason felt a chill run down his spine. As much as he was angry with Annie Lon for kidnapping Vivian, he knew she had been forced. If she and Uncle Jiang were now being targeted for disobeying that order, he couldn't just let them die. Honey, what do we do? He asked Clara. Clara was silent for a moment. Though Annie Lon had threatened her family, she had ultimately refused to go through with it. Now, because of that refusal, she and Uncle Jiang were in mortal danger. She knew Jason. He wouldn't be able to let it go. She met his gaze, her eyes clear and resolute. Husband, whatever you decide, I support you. Jason gave her a grateful nod. For all her coldness, Clara never wavered when it mattered. He turned back to the assassin. What's the name of the ship? He demanded. The man's eyes were cold. The Falling Star, he said with a chilling smirk. And you're too late. It's about to depart. The boss wants them dead today. He looked at Jason, a taunting grin on his face. You live, they die. 2 lives for one. The boss said it was a fair trade. What did that mean? Why did their lives have to be traded for his? What else do you know? Jason pressed. The man said nothing. Sprite wanted to hit him again, but stopped. A strange, rhythmic beeping was coming from the man's throat. Boss, get back. It's a bomb. Sprite yelled. But the assassin lunged, wrapping his arms around Jason in a death grip. Go. All of you, get out of here. Jason shouted. Baby, what about you? Brooke cried, frozen in terror. I'll be fine. Now, go. No, I'm staying with you. Are you crazy? Think about the baby. Jason yelled. Before she could argue further, Clara and Sprite dragged her from the room. The assassin's smile was manic. We die together. At least I get to take you with me. Just then, Vivian grabbed a metal 4-stand and swung it with all her might, crashing it down on the man's head. He crumpled to the floor. Jason, run, she screamed, pulling him out of the room. A deafening explosion ripped through the hospital behind them. The shockwave sent them flying. When the dust settled, Jason slowly got to his feet, cursing under his breath. A human bomb. The Echelon boss was truly ruthless. He checked on the others. Everyone was shaken, but alive. He told Clara to take Brooke and the others back to the new safe house. He and Vivian were going to save Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang. I'm coming with you, Brooke insisted. You're pregnant. It's too dangerous, Jason said patiently. He's right, Sprite added. This is a rescue mission, not a field trip. Brooke reluctantly agreed. Baby, you have to be careful, she pleaded. Jason nodded. Then he and Vivian raced toward the port. Aboard the Falling Star, Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang stood on the deck, the sea breeze in their hair. 10 years, Jiang, she said softly. We're finally going home. A rare smile touched Uncle Jiang's scarred face. We're free. When we get back, I want to find a quiet place in the mountains to retire, Annie Lon said, her eyes full of hope. We can stay with Jason, help them with the children. Her voice faltered. I wonder if he'll ever forgive us. I feel such a connection to that boy. I've never felt anything like it. He's a good kid, Uncle Jiang said, looking out at the waves. He'll forgive us. As they were talking, a man approached them, his hand shoved deep in his pocket. Annie Lan's instinct screamed. She caught Jiang's eye, and he nodded. The man's pocket had the distinct outline of a gun. They split up, circling him. Just as the man began to pull the object from his pocket, Annie Lon grabbed a deck chair and brought it down on his head. He dodged, and in that instant, Uncle Jiang was behind him, landing a sharp blow to his kidneys. The man went down hard. Annie Lon snatched the gun from his pocket. It was a plastic toy. What are you, crazy? The man yelled from the floor. Annie Lon was mortified. Had she been wrong? What's your problem, lady? I bought that for my son. The man grumbled. They apologized awkwardly and helped him up. Old habits die hard, I guess, Annie Lon said with a wry smile. Just then, a dozen men in black suits swarmed the deck, surrounding them. They fought back, but they were outnumbered and quickly subdued. Today is the day you die, the leader of the group said. Who are you? Annie Lon demanded. The man laughed. Annie Lon, Uncle Jiang. So smart, yet so foolish. You still haven't figured it out. Uncle Jiang sighed. He had. Why is the boss doing this? He said you needed to disappear without a trace. The sharks are hungry. Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang exchanged a look of bitter resignation. 10 years of service, and this was their reward. I'll see you in the next life, Jiang, Auntie Lon said, closing her eyes. Her one regret was not seeing Jason one last time. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 of the men in black crumpled to the deck. 2 more shots, 2 more men down. In the chaos, Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang broke free and ran toward the sound of the gunfire. In a corner of the deck, they found Jason and Vivian. Jason, Annie Lon cried, overjoyed. We got word you were on board, Jason said, not taking his eyes off their attackers as he fired 2 more rounds. Thought you could use a hand. Vivian handed them each a pistol from a backpack. Are you 2 okay? Annie Lon was filled with shame. They had nearly gotten this girl killed, and here she was risking her life for them. Vivian, I am so sorry. It's okay. Annie Lon, Vivian said with a small smile. I understand. A few bullets whizzed past their heads. Can we have a tea party later? Jason yelled. Now is not the time for heart-to-hearts. With Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang now armed, the tide of the battle turned. They were expert marksmen, and soon the remaining echelon agents were retreating. Come on, what's wrong? Jason taunted, giving Uncle Jiang a thumbs up. Nice shooting, old man. Kid, if I were 10 years younger, I could take on 100 of these guys, Uncle Jiang boasted. The leader of the echelon team stepped forward. The boss only wants Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang. Let us have them, and you can walk away. Jason burst out laughing. Are you brain dead? Look around you. There are 5 of you left. Why don't you do the world a favor and jump overboard? The man's lips curled into a strange smile. He gestured to his men, who brought forward a large, ominous-looking device. A bomb. If this thing goes off, we all die, the man said calmly. Now, do you want to reconsider my offer? A tense silence fell. After a moment, Uncle Jiang and Annie Lon looked at each other, then at Jason. This is our business. It has nothing to do with you. Take Vivian and go. Jason just laughed. I'm not the kind of guy who runs away. We leave together, or we die together. Vivian looked at Jason, her heart swelling with admiration. This was the man she loved, a man who would stand by his principles, even in the face of death. Jason, she said, her voice full of emotion. I'm with you. Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang exchanged a knowing smile. That was all they needed to hear. Jason, take care of yourself, Uncle Jiang said, his voice firm. Annie Lon looked at Vivian, then added, and your women? Clara, Brooke, Vivian, they were all good women who deserved his care. With that, they tossed their guns into the sea and walked toward the man with the bomb. We'll go with you to see the boss. Let them go. But the man's smile only grew wider, more sinister. Uncle Jiang saw it, and his blood ran cold. He lunged forward and grabbed the man by the throat. You dare to trick me? 2 other men pulled him off. Take them, the leader choked out. As they were dragged away, he looked back at Jason and sneered. You had a choice. You brought this on yourself. The deck fell silent, leaving only the sound of the wind and the waves. Jason, what do we do now? Vivian asked. We look for a lifeboat, he said, scanning the ship. But they were out of time. A massive explosion rocked the vessel. The bomb had been detonated. The falling star shuddered violently and burst into flames. The ship was going down. They were trapped. Staying on board was a death sentence. Their only chance was the ocean. Vivian, do you trust me? Jason asked, his eyes locked on hers. She nodded without hesitation. Of course. Good. Close your eyes. I'm going to make you fly. She understood. A small, happy smile touched her lips as she closed her eyes and spread her arms wide. 1, 2, 3, jump. He took her hand, and together they leaped into the churning sea. For a moment, there was only the rushing sound of the wind. Then, the cold shock of the water. Vivian opened her eyes. They were in the middle of the ocean with no land in sight. A terrifying thought crept in. Could they possibly survive this? She looked at Jason. His hair was plastered to his forehead, but his eyes were full of determination. Vivian, trust me. We're going to make it. We're going to live. She nodded. We swim that way, he said, pointing. That should be the way back to the port. Okay, Jason, she said. Whatever happens, I'm with you. No regrets. They swam for hours. Time lost all meaning. Vivian's limbs grew heavy, her body numb with exhaustion. Jason, I can't go on, she gasped. He was exhausted too, but he knew if he gave up, they were both dead. He forced a grin. Vivian, want to make out? When we get ashore, you can have as many kisses as you want. Or we could, do other things. She couldn't help but laugh. You wish. You think you're indestructible? What about Clara? What about Brooke? Yeah, that is a problem, he mused. How about you get Mondays and Wednesdays? Brooke gets Tuesdays and Thursdays, and Clara gets the weekend. If they weren't in the middle of the ocean, she would have punched him. You really think you can be the groom every night of the week? You're not afraid we'll eat you alive. I die happy, he quipped. The banter gave her a small burst of energy, but it didn't last. The sun set, and the sky grew dark. Storm clouds gathered on the horizon. A storm. This was the last thing they needed. The wind picked up, and a cold, driving rain began to fall. The night sea was icy. They hadn't eaten in hours, and their strength was gone. Vivian couldn't hold on any longer. Jason, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, meeting you is the best thing that ever happened to me. Then, her eyes closed, and she went limp. Vivian, don't you dare fall asleep, he yelled, trying to swim toward her. A massive wave crashed over him, tossing him through the air. He slammed into something hard, and the world went black. He awoke to the sound of waves lapping against the shore. He was lying on a sandy beach. The storm had passed. A sliver of moon hung in the sky, casting a faint light on what appeared to be a deserted island. His body ached all over. He struggled to his feet. Vivian. Where was Vivian? Vivian, he yelled, his voice hoarse. The only answer was the echo. Had she not made it? A wave of despair washed over him. He had failed to protect her. He collapsed onto the sand. This was it. He was going to die alone on this godforsaken island. Really, he yelled at the sky. Is this how it ends? Can we get a new script? I don't want to play Survivor. Just as he was about to give up, he saw a shape floating in the shallows. A person. He scrambled to his feet and stumbled toward it. It was Vivian, unconscious. Vivian. He shook her, but she was unresponsive, her body cold as ice. He frantically began CPR, pressing on her chest, breathing in her mouth, over and over again. Finally, she coughed, sputtering up a lungful of salt water. Jason, she whispered, her eyes fluttering open. Is it really you? She threw her arms around him and began to sob. I was so scared. I thought I'd never see you again. Jason just held her, but then a sharp pain made him grunt. Jason, you're hurt, Vivian exclaimed. She saw then that his shirt was torn to shreds, his back a mess of deep, bloody gashes. It's nothing, he said, gritting his teeth. Just a few scratches. They were alive. That was all that mattered. He helped her up, and together they stumbled inland. They found a small cave, and Jason gathered dry leaves to make a soft bed on the ground. Exhausted, they collapsed and fell into a deep sleep. When Jason awoke, the sun was setting. The pain in his back was excruciating. Don't move, Vivian said softly beside him. I found some fresh water. Let me clean your wounds. A small pool had formed in the cave from water, dripping from the ceiling. She had fashioned a cup from a large leaf and was gently dabbing at his back. He hissed in pain. Does it hurt? She asked. No, Elite. His back was on fire, but he forced a smile. How about this? She asked, then leaned in and began to lick the wounds, her tongue gently cleaning them. It was a primal animal instinct, but on this island, it was the only medicine they had. Jason was overcome with emotion. What had he ever done to deserve this kind of devotion? It doesn't hurt anymore, he said, his voice thick. Not at all. She tore strips from her own clothes to make bandages, her touch as light as a feather. Lie on your stomach, she said suddenly. He obeyed. Then, he felt her hands on his pants. His heart started to race. Now, was this really the time? Vivian, what are you doing? He asked, trying to sound innocent. You have a cut here too, she said, her head bowed as she focused on her task. I need to bandage it. Jason felt a blush creep up his neck. My butt is fine. We're alone on this island. It's not proper. She smacked his butt playfully. Don't be ridiculous. It's not like I haven't seen it before. I'm yours, remember? I know every part of you. I even know about the mole on your left cheek. How did she know that? He was pretty sure her eyes had been closed. Besides, she added, I saw it when we were kids, remember? When it was just a tiny little. Okay, he yelped, his face burning. After she had finished, a new problem arose. They were starving. Jason fashioned a spear from a branch and managed to catch 2 fish. But they had no fire. Don't worry, he said confidently. I've got this. Our ancestors figured it out, so can I. He gathered some dry wood, made a small pile of shavings, and began to rub two sticks together. After several minutes of frantic effort, a tiny spark appeared. They both cheered. "Jason, you're amazing!" Vivian cried. The fish, roasted over the open flame with no seasoning, was the most delicious meal they had ever eaten. That night, they lay on the beach, staring up at the endless stars. In the quiet solitude, it felt like time had stopped. Vivian snuggled against him, her head on his arm. "Jason," she said softly, "what if we're stuck here forever? We could have a bunch of kids. Wouldn't that be nice?" Jason, who had been fantasizing about a double cheeseburger, was snapped back to reality. "I don't know. How we get them social security numbers? They'd be undocumented." He thought about the wide world waiting for him. Forget everything else. At the very least, there was so much good food out there. He wasn't about to spend the rest of his life eating roasted fish on this godforsaken rock. What was so great about this place? Jason Miller was a man with ambition. He had no intention of living like a caveman forever. "Vivian," Jason said, his voice firm, "we'll get back safely. I promise." Vivian just hummed in agreement, saying nothing more. She knew she was being childish. How could Jason possibly stay here with her forever? The echelon handler shoved Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang onto a small boat and headed back to the docks. By the time they arrived, it was the middle of the night. They got ashore, ready to find a car and head back to headquarters. All he had to do was deliver these two to the boss, and his mission was complete. As for that kid, Jason, the boat had sunk. There was no way he survived. The boss would definitely reward him handsomely for this. The handler was lost in his pleasant daydream when, suddenly, a blinding light flared up in the distance. He couldn't see who was on the other side. "What do you want?" the handler barked, his voice dripping with arrogance. "We're with Echelon. If you don't want to die, you'd better get out of our way." "Echelon? You're exactly who I'm looking for." Clara Sterling walked slowly into the light, her cool eyes glinting with a dangerous edge. The floodlights illuminated the scene perfectly for her. She saw the handler holding Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang, but Jason and Vivian were nowhere in sight. A knot of dread tightened in Clara's stomach. Did something happen to Jason? But in front of the enemy, her expression remained like polished ice, betraying not a hint of panic. "You can release them on your own," she said, her voice cutting through the night air, "or I can force you to." She was talking about Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang. "Save who you can, when you can." The handler was completely baffled. Was there a difference? "If you let them go quietly, I'll make your deaths quick," she continued, a corner of her mouth lifting into a chilling smirk. "But if you force my hand, I'll introduce you to a level of pain you can't even imagine before I let you die." She paused, her voice dropping to a casual, conversational tone. "Dying is easy. One cut and it's over. But what about a life that's worse than death?" The handler felt a shiver crawl down his spine. This woman radiated a cold, murderous aura. He had no doubt she would do exactly what she said. After a moment's hesitation, he finally gave the order. "Let them go." One of his subordinates looked confused. "She says let them go, and we just let them go? Who she thinks she is?" The man hesitated for a fraction of a second. A flash of steel and several daggers pierced his body from different angles. He collapsed without a sound, dead before he hit the ground. Seeing this, the other men didn't dare resist. They immediately released Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang. "Clara, something's happened to Jason." Annie Lon cried, rushing over, her face a mask of anxiety. She was terrified. She and Uncle Jiang had watched the yacht explode and sink in a ball of fire. Jason and Vivian had been on board. If something had really happened to them, how could they ever face Clara and her children? Hearing the confirmation of her fears, Clara's face hardened. "What happened?" Annie Lon quickly explained the situation. Clara's expression turned dangerously cold. Without a moment's hesitation, she gave a single, chilling order. "Clean this up. Anyone who dared to touch her man deserved to die 1,000 times over." After her team dealt with the henchmen, Clara issued another set of commands, launching a citywide and sea-wide search for Jason. Put out a public bounty. Anyone who can provide information on Jason Miller's whereabouts gets a reward. $1 billion. $1 billion. For an ordinary person, it was an astronomical sum. People all over the city began to wonder what a billion-dollar man looked like. Was he made of gold? No, even a man made of gold wouldn't be worth that much. And for the head of Echelon, Clara added, her eyes like chips of ice, another reward. Her face was a merciless mask. 100 million. The same task, finding a person. One was worth $1 billion, the other 100 million. It seemed the infamous leader of Echelon was worth less than some unknown kid. Who the hell was this guy? Meanwhile, Jason and Vivian spent another night on the island. Jason slept fitfully. He woke with the first rays of dawn and sat on the beach, watching the most beautiful sunrise he had ever seen. A red sun rose slowly from the ocean, painting the sky in brilliant colors. One day, one sea, one man. God damn it, he cursed internally. All I need is a dog to complete this lonely picture. Other than the crushing solitude, he couldn't appreciate the magnificent view. It's beautiful, isn't it? Vivian had sat down beside him at some point, her head resting on his shoulder as the sea breeze blew through her long hair. Explosively beautiful, Jason muttered, feeling like his sanity was about to explode. Right now, all he truly wanted to see was a boat. Any boat that could get him off this island. But the vast ocean offered nothing but rolling waves. Not a single living creature in sight. Jason, I feel like this is fate, Vivian said, her thoughts simple and pure. Let's just pretend we're on vacation, enjoying the scenery. It's actually quite nice. As long as she was with Jason, she was content. Jason didn't say it out loud, but he was thinking, who goes on vacation and sleeps in a cave? I don't even have proper clothes. This wasn't a vacation, it was a prehistoric survival show. Soon enough, he'd be wearing a loincloth made of leaves, running around the island, shooting birds with a handmade bow. No, he had to find a way off this island. With renewed determination, Jason stood up. I see a lot of trees around. I'll cut some down, build a raft, and we can drift with the current. Maybe we'll find a passing ship. It was the only plan he had. He got to work immediately. For the sake of steak, ribs, and civilization, he had to try. He chopped down some trees and tied them together with vines. After a great deal of effort, he managed to construct something that vaguely resembled a raft. Vivian, look. The S. Escape is born. Jason shouted, calling her over. He climbed onto the raft, excitedly pulling her up with him. Let's take it for a test run, see how far we can go. Vivian felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach. Could this thing really sail? How safe was it? Maybe they should buy some travel insurance first. But she didn't want to ruin his enthusiasm, so she forced a smile and hesitantly climbed aboard. Jason, maybe we should wait. Have some fish before we go. Who needs fish? When we get back, I'm treating you to lamb chops. Jason licked his lips, practically drooling at the thought. Lamb chops were infinitely better than roasted fish. Once Vivian was settled, Jason started paddling. The raft creaked and groaned, then finally set off. See? I told you it would work, he said triumphantly, imagining a giant rack of barbecue ribs waving at him from the horizon. My sweet, sweet ribs, here I come. But they hadn't floated far before a massive wave crashed over them, flipping the raft instantly. Jason and Vivian were trapped underneath, and it took them a frantic struggle to swim out. They had no choice but to swim back to the island. The escape was washed away by the tide. So much for his great escape. Furious, Jason sat down on the sand. Screw it. I'm not leaving. Vivian gently patted his shoulder. Jason, roasted fish is actually pretty good. At least it's organic. Free range, no chemicals. Thinking about it that way, it was the healthiest fish you could get. Jason hung his head, silent and sullen. Vivian didn't know what else to say. She left him to his brooding. What else could he do anyway? 1 day, 2 days, 3, 4. Every day, Jason would sit on the beach, staring blankly into the distance, hoping for a miracle, for a ship to appear on the horizon. His beard grew out, and the tattered rags he wore barely covered him. He looked like a wild man. Anybody. It's so damn lonely. He found himself missing his old life with a strange intensity. He even missed Clara's rebukes and Brooke's incessant drama. All the things that used to annoy him now seemed wonderfully precious. With each passing day, Jason drew a circle in the sand. On this day, he walked over to draw another and saw there were already 7. It had only been a week, but it felt like a lifetime. If this kept up, he really would become Adam. And Vivian would be his Eve. Then they'd have a bunch of little Adams and Eves and turn this godforsaken place into the Garden of Eden. God, how boring. Trying to cheer him up, Vivian said, Jason, you rest here. I'll go catch a fish, and we can roast it for dinner. I'll try a different spot, find a different kind of fish to change things up. Jason just grunted, his eyes still fixed on the horizon, as if he could will a ship into existence by staring hard enough. Vivian sighed and walked down the beach, looking for a new fishing spot. After searching for a while, she spotted a fish with a golden tail, almost like a phoenix. Wow, this one was different. Don't run away, Vivian murmured to herself. Jason's hungry, so I have to catch you. Please help me out, okay? She dove into the water and miraculously caught it. Elated, she ran back to Jason, holding the fish. Jason, look what I caught. Jason looked listless. Even if he caught a mermaid, I wouldn't be interested right now, he thought. A mermaid wasn't as tempting as a steak. Vivian tugged at him, insisting they cook the fish. Jason, I'm hungry. Can you help me cook it? He couldn't refuse her. He got up and followed her back to the cave. Vivian took a crude stone knife and sliced open the fish's belly. Suddenly, she cried out, and the fish fell to the ground. Did you cut yourself? Jason asked, looking over. Vivian didn't answer. She bent down, picked up the fish, and pulled a small, colored plastic balloon from its stomach. Jason, what? What is this? Jason's eyes widened. That little balloon looked oddly familiar. Could it be? He was suddenly full of energy. Let me see that. He took the balloon and examined it from every angle. It was intact, elastic, and just the right size. This was incredible. How did a condom end up in a fish's stomach? Had the fish around here started using birth control? He was so engrossed in his discovery that he momentarily forgot they were stranded on a deserted island. It was Vivian who brought him back to reality. Jason, you said this place was uninhabited. How can there be man-made things here? Her words hit him like a lightning bolt, right? How could there be man-made things here? It meant someone had been here, or was still here. Clutching the condom like a precious gem, Jason stuffed it into his only pocket that wasn't ripped. Come on, he said, his voice filled with a wild excitement. Let's go look. Someone has definitely been here. He was absolutely certain. He was practically buzzing with a new, powerful energy. As far as he knew, condoms like this were only invented in 1855, and this particular model was from the last few years. This was amazing. There was hope. There were people. Vivian, we can finally leave this hellhole, he shouted, dancing with joy. Vivian was still confused. What was that thing? Why was he so happy about it? Jason, is that plastic balloon really that important? Important? Of course it's important. Jason exclaimed. This is a baby stopper. And what? Vivian had never used one before. She had no idea what he was talking about. Vivian, think about it. What does finding this in a place like this mean? It means there are people here, or at least people have been here. He grimaced, and they were doing things. He made a disgusted face. Shameless. Vivian finally understood, but her expression darkened. Jason, how did you recognize it so quickly? Are you very familiar with them? What's not to be familiar with? Jason thought. Every guy in the dorm had a stash under his bed. Never mind the balloon, Vivian. Let's go see if we can find our own kind on this island. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Vivian didn't press the issue. The two of them began to circle the island along the beach, searching for any trace of human life. Their efforts were not in vain. Or rather, a condom had just kicked off a desert island mystery. By nightfall, they discovered a well-hidden cave. It was tucked away deep in the island's interior, surrounded by overgrown weeds. If Jason hadn't spotted a cigarette but on the ground, they would have missed it entirely. Vivian, let's check it out. Vivian was suddenly afraid. Who knew what was inside? What if it was someone dangerous? Don't worry. As long as they're human, it's fine. Jason was past caring whether they were good or bad. As long as they could talk, he was happy. Vivian nodded, took his hand, and they cautiously entered the cave. The entrance was narrow, but it widened as they went deeper, opening up into a large, flat space. To Jason's astonishment, he saw human belongings. A sofa, a table, chairs, clothes. He let out a whoop of joy and ran to the sofa, collapsing onto it with a sigh of pure bliss. A sofa. It's a real sofa, he exclaimed. Vivian, come feel this. It's so soft. He looked like he'd never seen a sofa before in his life. Vivian was just as stunned. The place looked more like a hidden base than a simple shelter. She opened a cabinet on the side and gasped. It was filled with guns. Jason, come look at this. Jason reluctantly got up from the sofa and saw the arsenal of well-maintained weapons. Jason, what kind of person would hide these things here? Vivian's face had gone pale. This didn't look like the home of a good person. A cold feeling washed over Jason. Echelon. Underneath the guns, Vivian found a booklet. It was the Echelon Code of Conduct. Jason froze. This was an Echelon secret base? It was a miracle. He was overjoyed. Vivian, let's move all this stuff. We'll take it to our cave. He grinned. And the sofa, too. We're not leaving a single thing for them. Vivian felt a headache coming on. Was that really necessary? Once they got off the island, he could have all the sofas he wanted. In a secluded villa, the head of Echelon stared grimly at the man standing opposite him. The room was dark, but the man wore large sunglasses that covered half his face. Spectre, the boss said, his voice low, work with me, and Uncle John's position will be yours. The man called Spectre spoke in a raspy voice. Boss, the whole city is looking for you. Anilon and Uncle Jiang are alive. They know about this place. They'll be here soon. Do you really think you can escape? With the boss on the brink of death and Echelon about to collapse, what good was that position to him? The boss let out a cold laugh. Forget a few women. Even if a full squad of special forces came, they couldn't take this place. The windows and doors are bulletproof, and the perimeter is electrified. A few women. A scornful smile touched his lips. They're good for one thing, but killing? They're not qualified to play this game. He wasn't bragging. The entire villa was designed like a military fortress. A direct assault would be nearly impossible. As they were talking, they heard a commotion outside. The boss looked out the window and saw several cars pull up. A few women got out. Leading them was Clara, followed by Brooke, Sprite, and Kenzie. The boss's lips twisted into a sneer. For one man, these women were willing to risk everything. Still, he was curious to see what they could possibly do. Before he could think further, all the lights in the villa went out. A power outage? They cut the power. They were resourceful, he'd give them that. Outside, Clara calmly instructed her men to bring out a table from one of the cars. The four women then set up the table right outside the villa's front gate and started a leisurely game of poker. It had been Clara's idea. Anilan and Uncle Jiang had told her everything about the villa's design. If you couldn't break in, you didn't try. The scenery here is nice, Clara remarked, instructing her people to set up chairs. Perfect for a game. Brooke, Kenzie, and Sprite sat down. One of their men came over. Ms. Sterling, as you ordered, the power and water have been cut. Clara nodded. Excellent. The rest of you, don't just stand around. Eat, drink, enjoy yourselves. Brooke, now firmly on Clara's side, yelled, Listen up. I want you all drinking until you puke. No one leaves sober. And get the banners up. At her command, her men unfurled large banners. Surrender and we'll cater. Resist and you'll starve. Give US the boss. Get rich overnight. Inside, the echelon boss was dumbfounded. What was this, a camping trip? Fine. He'd wait and see what kind of game these women were playing. Outside, Claire and her group were having a great time, eating, drinking, and playing cards. Brooke had her men start a barbecue, insisting they all drink. Her men were speechless. They'd been bodyguards their whole lives, but they'd never been ordered to drink themselves into oblivion. Let's get this party started, Brooke shouted, clearly not thinking it was lively enough. Her men had no choice. They grilled meat, chugged beer, and started playing drinking games. The people inside the villa were going crazy. The power was out, but worse, the water was out. Their food supply was limited. They could only watch as the people outside feasted on barbecue and beer while they starved. The delicious aroma of grilled meat wafted in, making their stomachs churn with hunger. At first, bound by Echelon's strict rules, no one dared to surrender. But as time wore on, some started to crack. A few more days of this, and they'd die of starvation. It wasn't worth it. They were in this business for the money, not to die for some boss. On the third day, the first man snuck out. He was done. He'd rather be alive and full than loyal and dead. Clara was generous. Anyone who comes out gets a case of Pappy Van Winkle and 2 roasted ducks. Brooke added, with mock seriousness, turn over a new leaf. Be a good person from now on. The man gratefully took his gifts and left. Seeing that defectors got parting gifts, the men still inside couldn't hold out any longer. More and more of them escaped until only a handful remained. Finally, the last 2 men simply opened the main gate and invited Clara's group in. But the inner door to the villa was still sealed tight. You son of a bitch, Brooke screamed at the door. Get out here and give me back my baby, or I'll burn this place to the ground. You mess with my husband. You must have a death wish. Clara's voice was like ice. Have you not heard of me, Clara Sterling? Do you have any idea who my husband is? Sprite calmly instructed her team to pour gasoline around the building. All of it. Make sure not even a fly gets out alive. Kenzie, though silent, stood with a lit torch in her hand. The boss, watching from the monitors, was completely stunned. These 4 women were insane. As the head of Echelon, he was ruthless. But these women, they were absolute lunatics. Even so, he remained calm. He was the head of Echelon. He'd killed countless people. He wasn't going to be taken down by a few women. He was wrong. These weren't just any women. They were Jason Miller's women. Clara ordered the food and drinks cleared away. Everyone armed themselves, surrounding the villa completely. Not even a fly could escape now. Just then, Anilan, Uncle Jiang, and Bianca arrived. Clara, we've taken care of Echelon's headquarters, Uncle Jiang reported. Our people have checked every port, airport, and station, Anilan added. No sign of the boss. He must still be in there. They had planned a 2-pronged attack. While Clara laid siege to the villa, the others had dismantled the rest of the organization and confirmed the boss hadn't already fled. Clara nodded, her gaze fixed on the villa's heavy door. Is there an easy way in? Even if you trap a turtle in a jar, you still have to open the jar. Uncle Jiang shook his head grimly. It's difficult. That door is blast-proof. Standard munitions won't dent it. The lock uses a dual biometric system, fingerprint and retinal scan. Only the boss can open it. This was going to be harder than she thought. Brooke tossed her hair back, defiant. I don't believe it. There has to be a way. Let's just burn it down and see how long he can hold his breath. Without waiting for an answer, she started shouting orders. Burn it. Burn it all down. Let's see if the coward comes out. Her men looked to Clara for confirmation. Seeing no better option, Clara gave a slight nod. A torch touched the gasoline-soaked ground. In an instant, flames roared to life, engulfing the entire villa in a sea of fire. Inside, the boss and Spectre watched on the monitors, the heat palpable even through the screen. Fuck, these women were serious. You could toss a pig in there, sprinkle some cumin on it, and have a barbecue. Lunatics. A bunch of absolute lunatics. Committing arson in broad daylight. They were more ruthless than he was. Spectre, what do you think? The boss asked, his dark eyes fixed on a man beside him. Spectre was all he had left. A strange, cold smile played on Spectre's lips. Boss, haven't you heard? Those women are offering 100 million for your head. Echelon is finished. For 100 million. What do you think? Before the words had even faded, Spectre pulled a dagger from his boot and lunged at the boss. For that kind of money, his own life was a small price to pay, let alone the boss's. Besides, he was an assassin. Killing was his job. Once he had the reward, he could live a life of leisure, free from anyone's command. But he had underestimated his opponent. The man was the head of Echelon for a reason. He might not be a master knife fighter, but when it came to cunning, he was second to none. The boss's face was grim, but his expression was strangely calm. He pulled out a pistol and fired at Spectre's knife hand. Bang! The dagger clattered to the floor. The bullet tore through Spectre's arm and lodged itself in the wall behind him. The boss moved quickly, binding his hands. You don't want Uncle John's position. How about you take mine? His voice was distorted. Why had he put on a voice changer? Even with the sunglasses, it was clear Spectre's face had changed. He knew what the boss meant. Taking his position meant losing his head. That was a deal he wasn't willing to take. Be boss. No one would dare take your position. I'm not capable enough. Not your call, the boss said coldly. You're taking it whether you like it or not. He shoved a gag in Spectre's mouth, took the sunglasses, and put them on. Then he pulled a pre-prepared hood over Spectre's head. They were roughly the same build. From the outside, it would be impossible to tell them apart. After finishing his work, the boss put on a large black mask and pushed Spectre towards the door. I'm warning you. Play along, or I'll shoot you right here. Spectre mumbled his agreement. The fire was spreading, and thick smoke filled the air. The boss dragged Spectre to the blast door. It was scorching hot, but he didn't care. He scanned his fingerprint and retina. The heavy door slowly slid open. Clara and the others stared as two men emerged from the inferno. Her team raised their weapons, ready to fire on her command. Don't shoot. It's me, Spectre. I brought the boss out. Uncle Jiang and Annie Lan recognized the name. Spectre was the organization's third in command, a ghost who usually operated overseas. He was called Spectre because he'd lost an eye on a mission and always wore large sunglasses. The man before them wore the same glasses. Uncle Jiang nodded to Clara. It's probably him. Clara's cold eyes fell on the man. I only want the boss. Everyone else can walk. Hand him over, and you can name your price. Spectre nodded. Easy enough. I wanted out of this hellhole for a long time. I'm ready to turn over a new leaf. Clara had no time for his life story. What do you want? Just a car. Clara was surprised. He could have $100 million, and all he wanted was a car? Spectre seemed to read her mind. I don't need money. I just want to leave this place and start a new life. Brooke, impatient, spoke up. I'll give you a car. Just give me that bastard. How dare he hurt my baby? I'll skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and fry his bones. She tossed her car keys to Spectre. He caught them, but didn't release his hostage. Wait until I'm in the car. He dragged the hooded man to the car, got in, and then pushed him out. Brooke immediately descended on the man, kicking him repeatedly. You bastard. Where's my baby? Talk, or I'll break your legs and chop off your hands. Clara, more composed, walked over and pulled off the hood. Uncle Jiang's eyes went wide. It wasn't the boss. It was Spectre. He was the one with the missing eye. He realized it instantly. The man who drove away was the boss. I'm going after him. Uncle Jiang yelled, jumping into a car. The boss's car was already speeding away. But there was only one road leading from the villa. Uncle Jiang floored it. 300 yards, 200, 100. Stop. You can't escape. There's a cliff ahead. Uncle Jiang shouted, pulling up alongside him and ramming his car. With a screech of metal, the boss's car slammed into the guardrail. Uncle Jiang leaped out, gun raised. Get out of the car. The boss just glanced at him, a strange smile on his face. Then he stomped on the gas. The car launched into the air and plummeted off the cliff into the churning sea below. You don't become the head of echelon without being ruthless. Back on the island, Jason drew 2 more circles in the sand. He wanted to scream, but he didn't even have the energy to curse anymore. His only activity was catching seagulls, releasing them, and then catching them again. Sometimes he'd talk to them. It must be nice to have wings. You can go wherever you want. He'd sigh. Fly away. Don't let me catch you again. Being a prisoner sucks. When he wasn't talking to birds, he was just staring into space, a motionless, hollowed-out puppet. Vivian watched him, her heart aching with worry. If this continued, he would lose his mind. She had to do something. Even though she wanted to stay here with him forever, she couldn't be happy if he wasn't. So every day, she would sit on the beach, scanning the horizon for a boat. But days passed, and nothing appeared. She also checked the Echelon cave daily, thinking the boss would eventually return. But it remained untouched, forgotten, just like them. One day, Jason didn't say a single word. He didn't even bother with his leaf loincloth, lying naked on the sand like a giant beached bird. Who's going to see? He thought. Let the birds and fish look. They can't talk. That night, Vivian roasted a few fish and opened a bottle of wine from the Echelon stash. Jason, the moon is beautiful tonight. Let's have a drink. He didn't even look at her. Jason, look at me. Say something. After a long pause, he just repeated her words in a monotone voice. Jason, the moon is beautiful tonight. Let's have a drink. Vivian was terrified. He's really lost it. Desperate to spark some will to live in him, she took a drastic step. She bathed in the ocean and then removed the single piece of clothing she had. Jason, do you think I'm beautiful? He looked up, glanced at her, then stood up and struck a pose, mimicking her. Jason, do you think I'm beautiful? Seeing his vacant, foolish expression, Vivian felt faint. Had she really lost the power to arouse even his most basic instincts? She threw herself into his arms, her skin glowing like jade in the moonlight. Any man would have been driven wild, but Jason felt nothing. He mechanically put his arms around her and gave her a light kiss on the cheek. Jason, let's make love, she whispered. Right here on the beach. All night. No one will bother us. But with no one to bother them, where was the thrill? And without that thrill, Jason had lost his motivation to live. He just stood there, blank-faced, eyes glazed over, repeating her words under his breath. Jason, let's make love right here on the beach. Vivian's arms loosened around him. A single tear rolled down her cheek. Jason, don't scare me. I'm so scared. She expected him to repeat her words again, but he didn't. He seemed to be listening to something, a flicker of excitement on his face. He spoke, his voice trembling. Vivian, be quiet. Listen, that's not the waves. Vivian, there's a boat. A boat is coming. We're saved. We can leave. He scrambled out of the cave. Vivian, afraid he'd get hurt, ran after him. Jason, wait for me. He sprinted towards the beach. He couldn't be mistaken. It was a boat. He had imagined this sound in his head 1,000 times. Someone was here. The night was dark, moonless, and a storm was brewing. But he could pinpoint the direction of the sound. Far in the distance, he saw a dark shape on the beach. A boat. It was really a boat. Jason's heart hammered against his ribs. Who was it? Why were they here in the middle of the night? Not wanting to startle them, he crept closer. Then he heard a voice. Jason Miller can't be allowed to live. He doesn't know about his relationship with Uncle Jiang. We can't let them meet. The man was the leader of Echelon. After being chased by Uncle Jiang, he had driven his car into the sea and escaped. Through a series of desperate maneuvers, he had finally made it back to his secret base. He had built this place for exactly this purpose, a safe haven in case he ever needed to disappear. It was fully stocked with supplies and weapons, and he was the only one who knew of its existence. He thought he was safe. He was on the phone with one of his remaining men, planning his next move. He had no idea his sanctuary had been discovered and occupied, and he had no idea that Jason was hiding in the darkness, listening to every word. Though Jason had never seen the man, he pieced it together from the conversation. This was the head of Echelon. The irony was incredible. The man he needed to find had delivered himself right to his doorstep. If he could kill the boss right here and take his boat, he could finally go home. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. Heaven hasn't abandoned me. I finally made it. I'm going home. I'm going to eat a whole table of steaks and ribs. I'm at a bar and drinking with everyone. My God, I'm finally seeing another living, breathing human being. He was lost in a fantasy of celebration when he heard the distinct click of a gun being loaded. If I give an order, who dares to disobey? The boss said into his phone, his voice dripping with venom. If they won't do it, just kill them. Jason forced his racing heart back into his chest. Hold on. The guy has a gun. How was he supposed to take him down? This wasn't a movie. He couldn't just disarm him with his bare hands. He'd get himself killed. He had to think about Clara, Brooke, Vivian, and the babies. For them, he had to live to be 100. If he died, they'd be devastated. The thought of them weeping over his coffin, wanting to follow him into the grave, snapped him out of his impulsive excitement. He had to wait. He needed a foolproof plan. Jason, Vivian whispered, creeping up beside him. What's going on? She crouched down, looking at the boat. Is that really a boat? She didn't understand why he was hiding. Jason motioned for her to be quiet. Just then, the sky, thick with clouds, was split by several flashes of lightning. The long-awaited storm had arrived. By the light of one of the flashes, Jason quickly scrawled in the sand, "Kill Echelon Boss. Steal boat." Vivian understood immediately. Jason whispered his plan to her. She nodded and slipped away into the darkness. A moment later, she returned with 2 pistols from the stash in the cave. Jason took one and aimed. The boss had just finished his call and was about to get off the boat. A bullet tore through the air and struck him in the left shoulder. Panicked, he ignored the pain, started the engine, and tried to escape. Damn it, he's getting away. Jason yelled, firing several more shots. But the fierce wind and rain tossed the boat back and forth, and his bullets went wide, sparking off the hull. The boss didn't hesitate. He gunned the engine and disappeared into the storm, taking their only hope with him. God damn it. Jason slammed the gun onto the ground. Despair and regret flooded him. If only his first shot had been fatal. Jason, Vivian came over and put a hand on his shoulder. It's okay. We'll have another chance. What chance? He snapped. The one opportunity they had been waiting for, and he had blown it. Vivian smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. You still have me. Even if we're stuck here forever, I don't care. Her voice was calm. Come on. It's raining hard. Let's go back. She took his hand, and they walked back to the cave. Exhausted from the night's events, they collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. The next morning, the island was once again greeted by a rising sun and clear skies. But Vivian was sick. She must have caught a chill in the storm. She had coughed all night, and by morning, she had a fever. Without a thermometer, Jason had no idea how high it was, but her cheeks were flushed and her forehead was burning. With no medicine, all he could do was try to cool her down with damp cloths. But her condition only worsened. She slipped into unconsciousness, muttering his name. Jason, don't go. Don't leave me. I'm so scared. He held her close, whispering reassurances. I won't leave, Vivian. I'll never leave you. I promise. With Vivian sick, the days became even more unbearable. One day bled into the next. 3 days passed, and her condition didn't improve. She was still feverish and vomiting intermittently. Jason's despair deepened. He was helpless, and now he had no one to even talk to. He started to think the world had forgotten him. Clara, Brooke, Bianca, Kinsey, Sprite, all the women he had loved and been entangled with. Did they even exist? If they did, why hadn't Clara sent someone to find him? Maybe there was never any real love between them. It had been a contract from the start. His existence wasn't that important. If he died on this godforsaken island, no one would even mourn him. Clara and the others had probably already forgotten him. Or worse, they had already found other men. What was one Jason Miller? If one fell, countless others would stand up to take his place. He had been so naive. There was no such thing as true love. And even if there was, it would fade with time. He, Jason Miller, had been forgotten. He didn't know that Clara hadn't forgotten him for a single moment. She had been relentlessly tracking the Echelon boss. Finally, Uncle Jiang discovered that after falling into the sea, the boss had gone to an unnamed, deserted island. Clara had a gut feeling about that island. She arranged everything at home and immediately led a team to find it. She arrived 3 days after the boss had fled. Her sharp eyes quickly spotted the cave. On 2 branches outside, 2 sets of underwear were drying in the sun. One women's, one men's. Clara's expression turned frigid. Ms. Sterling, it looks like someone is here, one of her men reported unnecessarily. Clara's face was a thundercloud. The subordinate quickly retreated. Wait outside, she ordered coldly. She was a private person. If something was happening inside, she didn't want an audience. Her men obeyed, standing guard at the entrance. Clara stepped inside. Suddenly, she heard Jason's voice. Vivian, it's okay. I'm here. You don't have to be afraid. Clara's heart leaped. It was Jason. He was alive. For a moment, she felt tears sting her eyes. Jason, I finally found you. She screamed silently. But then she heard him say, silly girl, how could I not want you? You're my woman. I'll be responsible for you for the rest of my life. No matter what, I will never abandon you. Clara froze, her body stiffening. What was he saying? Was that a confession? After a long moment, she slowly walked forward. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she saw Vivian lying on the sofa, her skin as white as jade. Jason, wearing only his boxer briefs, had his hands pressed firmly to Vivian's chest in what looked like a caress. A suffocating tightness seized Clara's chest. It seems you're enjoying yourselves. Her voice, sharp as broken glass, cut through the silence. Did I interrupt your little private world? She fought to control the rage that was making her tremble. She had moved heaven and earth to find them, and this is what they were doing. Hearing her voice, Jason seemed to take a few seconds to register her presence. A damp cloth fell from his hands. He turned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Honey. His voice was thick with emotion, like a man reborn. Honey, is it really you? I'm not dreaming, am I? Clara ignored his words, her gaze fixed on Vivian. Having so much fun, Jason? Why don't you just stay here forever? Since you like it so much, don't bother coming back. She turned to leave. Jason lunged forward, wrapping his arms around her from behind, holding on as if she might vanish. Honey, don't go. Please don't go. I missed you so much. I thought you had given up on me. So you decided to console yourself with Vivian? Clara's voice was glacial. No, honey, let me explain. Vivian has a fever, and there's no medicine here. I was just trying to bring her temperature down. Hearing that Vivian was sick, Clara's expression softened slightly, but the pain in her heart remained. An unmarried man and woman, alone on a deserted island for days. Wouldn't sparks fly? They were both adults. They must have. She suppressed the furious thoughts, refusing to look at him. Her body was rigid, as if frozen solid. Tell me, she said, her voice strained. Did you do anything to betray me? She knew the chances were slim, but a tiny sliver of hope remained. He had loved Vivian for so long. How could he have done nothing? She shouldn't be so naive, so why did she even ask? But she was disappointed. Jason said nothing. His silence was his answer. How could he respond? He couldn't lie to Clara, but he couldn't betray Vivian either. Other than silence, there was nothing he could do, but his silence said everything. A fresh wave of bitterness washed over Clara. Her body trembled almost imperceptibly. She said nothing, just pried his hand away. Let go of me. Her voice was laced with a deep, wounded anger. She had searched for him so desperately, refusing to believe he was dead when everyone else had given up hope. And yes, he was alive. But what had he been doing? Spending his days and nights with his childhood sweetheart? It was a joke. No, I won't let go. Do you want me to cut off your hands? She snarled. Jason pressed his head against her shoulder. Honey, even if you kill me, I won't let go. His voice was low and sincere. You have no idea how much I've missed you these past few days. You and the babies. I was going insane. If I'm lying, may I drop dead right here. Clara's anger still simmered. Fine, then you can stay here. Forever. Until you die. Jason's voice turned wheedling. Whatever my wife says, I'll do. I'm the most obedient husband. But can I make one small request? After all, I am the baby's father. Please. At the mention of the babies, Clara's heart softened, but her tone remained harsh. What? Can my wife stay with me? I really miss my wife. If you agree to that, I'm willing to stay here until I die. Clara was speechless. His wife was her. That way, he continued, when the babies ask where their daddy is, people can say he's with their mommy. But then, our poor babies won't have a mommy or a daddy. We'll have to send them to an orphanage. Imagine, our poor babies growing up without their parents, so unloved. Clara's resolve wavered. The girls' welcoming party was just around the corner. The invitations had already been sent. What would she tell the guests? That their father was dead? That she'd abandoned him on a deserted island? Whatever the truth was, she had to get through the party first. With that thought, Clara said nothing more and walked out of the cave. Reading her mood, Jason knew she had tacitly agreed. He scrambled after her, showering her with flattery, then quietly ordered one of her men to carry Vivian out. I knew my wife couldn't bear to leave me. She's the most reasonable, most wonderful wife in the world. Honey, are you tired? You've gotten even more beautiful since I last saw you. He chattered on, sticking to her like glue. She was the captain of this ship. If he didn't suck up to her, how would he get home? He was done with this island. He didn't want to stay another second. As he was about to leave, he turned and waved to the seagulls circling overhead. By now, hope we never see each other again. Holy hell, he could finally have a steak. The vessel before them was a massive yacht, so spectacular it took Jason's breath away. It was big enough to build a couple of soccer fields on. The captain was already waiting, greeting Clara respectfully. Ms. Sterling. His curious eyes flicked to Jason. So, this is the kid, he thought. He doesn't have 3 heads or 8 legs. How did he get a woman this rich and beautiful to go crazy for him? She bought this entire yacht with a wave of her hand. The captain shook his head in envy. The world of the rich was truly incomprehensible. If he were a few years younger, maybe he could have landed a sugar mama, too. He swallowed and returned to reality. Since this was Ms. Sterling's man, the captain couldn't afford to be disrespectful. He plastered a sycophantic smile on his face. "Welcome aboard, sir." Jason shot him a dirty look. "Who are you calling, sir, in that tone?" He fumed internally. "What do you take me for? I'm her husband. Her legally wedded husband. I have the papers to prove it. I'm not some boy toy from a bar. Are you blind? I look like a respectable man. Do I look like a gold digger? Besides, I'm a CEO in my own right. As the ancients said, a true man cannot be corrupted by wealth. Don't you understand? How could I possibly let a woman keep me? Tacky, superficial, stupid." To clarify his status, he asked loudly, "Honey, how are our babies?" He really did miss them. The thought of their cute faces made his heart soften. Who's watching them? I miss them so much. "Oh, so you remember you have babies?" Clara retorted, her voice still laced with anger. "I thought you were enjoying yourself so much you'd forgotten all about us. The island seems nice. Perfect for a romantic getaway. Why would you care about the chaos at home?" Jason just chuckled and took her hand, lacing his fingers through hers. "Honey, don't be mad. You know I'm not like that. I had no choice. I couldn't get back. If I could have flown, I wouldn't have stayed on that rock for a single minute. What's so great about a place where you can't even see another soul? Even paradise is no match for a warm bed with my wife and kids." Clara knew he was telling the truth. Her expression softened considerably. She knew the babies missed their father, too. They had been fussy lately. She took out her phone and started a video call with Kenzie. Kenzie answered almost instantly, but it wasn't her face on the screen. It was one of the babies. "Say, Mama," Kenzie's voice came through the speaker. "Come on, you missed your mommy, right?" The baby stared for a moment, then burst into tears. Jason, however, was ecstatic. "Baby, say Dada. Do you recognize me? I'm sorry I didn't shave. Did I scare you?" The baby just cried harder. The phone was suddenly snatched away, and Brooke's face appeared on the screen. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. "Baby, you're really alive? You're not dead. Oh my God, I was so scared. I kept having nightmares that you were eaten by a fish." She was sobbing too hard to speak. The phone was grabbed again. Bianca looked at him, her eyes shining with relief. "It's so good you're alive." Kenzie's eyes were also brimming with tears. "If you had died, the babies, what we have done." Sprite's voice, however, was anything but gentle. "Boss, I had it all planned out. If you died, I would have haunted you. What about all the back pay you owe me?" Jason rolled his eyes. "I'm alive and well, but you all are going to curse me to death. Can't you say something nice for a change?" Brooke immediately cut in. We won't. Nobody say the D word again, or I'll sew your mouth shut." "Hey, who just said it? Should we sew your mouth shut first?" "I didn't say it. I was warning you not to." The call descended into chaos. Clara simply hung up. For some reason, a warmth spread through Jason's chest. He hadn't felt much of anything during his days on the island, but now, hearing these women bickering loud enough to cause an earthquake, it sounded like the sweetest music. Once on board, Jason felt like he had been reborn. He took a long, hot shower and changed into fresh clothes. Most importantly, he had the ship's chef prepare a feast. He ate everything he had been craving for days until he was about to burst. By the time he was done, the sun was setting. Belching contentedly, he wandered out of his cabin to breathe the air of freedom. He saw Clara sitting on a deck chair, watching the sunset. He walked over and lay down on the deck beside her, pillowing his head on his arms. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he said. Clara remained silent, her eyes fixed on the horizon like a statue. Jason didn't speak either, just sat up and watched the sunset with her. Sometimes, silence was more powerful than words. After a long while, Clara finally spoke. "It's getting windy. Let's go inside." Hearing her voice, Jason practically jumped for joy. He got up and clung to her arm, a goofy grin on his face. "Honey, I want to sleep with you tonight." Clara's heart skipped a beat. She gave him a cool, meaningful look. Jason put on his best puppy dog face. "Honey, think about it. Ever since the babies were born, we've been living in a 4-person world. We're so busy taking care of them at night, we never have any time alone. Now that we finally do, I don't care. I want to sleep with my wife. I want to hold my wife when I sleep, or I won't be able to sleep well." Clara was speechless, but he was right. She had been neglecting him since the babies were born. She said nothing, which he took as a yes. "All right, I get to hold my wife again." Back in the room, Jason went to wash up. Clara felt an uncomfortable pressure in her chest. With the babies not around, the milk had nowhere to go. While Jason was in the bathroom, she took out her breast pump and started to relieve the pressure. Just as she was focused on the task, Jason walked out. He stared, his face a picture of astonishment. Wow, honey, you could do that? Let me see. He leaned in for a closer look. Clara, mortified, her face burning, pushed his head away. Get up. But Jason just nuzzled into her chest, refusing to move. I'm serious. If you don't get up, I'm going to get angry. He paid her no mind, still gazing at her chest. Honey, I haven't had any milk in days, either, he said pitifully. My teacher always said wasting is a shameful act. Since you're just going to throw it away, why not give it to me? He pleaded, please, honey. It's a shame to waste it. Clara raised a hand as if to hit him, but he just closed his eyes, a defiant smirk on his face. Before she could react, he latched on, making loud, satisfied, sucking noises. Delicious, he mumbled. Honey, don't move. It's spilling. Helpless, Clara just let him be. Suddenly, a frantic knock came at the door. Ms. Sterling. Mr. Miller. Clara's face changed. She quickly pushed Jason away, straightened her clothes, and answered calmly, What is it? It's Ms. Sue. Her condition has worsened. You should come see her. Jason's heart sank. He had given Vivian fever reducers as soon as they boarded. He thought she would get better, not worse. He scrambled off the bed and opened the door. What happened? Didn't she take her medicine? A crewman stood outside, looking anxious. Yes, but her fever won't break, and she's delirious. If something happened to Ms. Sue, he didn't want to be responsible. Jason nodded and was about to go when the crewman pointed at his face. Mr. Miller, your lip. You have a milk mustache. Jason froze for a second, then wiped his mouth and hurried out. He found Vivian in her room, her face still flushed, her forehead burning. There was no proper doctor on board. What could he do? Jason, she murmured his name. He sat by her bed and took her hand. I'm here, Vivian. I'm here. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Jason, you promised you would never leave me. Don't worry, Vivian, he said, his voice low, his eyes fixed on her. I will be responsible for you for the rest of my life. He sounded completely serious. Just rest and get better. Don't worry about anything. I keep my promises. Jason, I'm so happy to be with you. Clara, who had followed him, stood in the doorway, watching. She didn't interrupt, just turned and walked away silently. The night wind was cold. It chilled her to the bone. She felt as if her very heart had frozen over. She needed something to warm her up. She grabbed a bottle of liquor and sat down on the deck. She wanted to drink until she passed out. The sea was dark, with no moon. She tilted the bottle back and took several large gulps. The burn made her cough. It was so strong. She had grown up in a world without love. Besides her grandmother, she had never known what it felt like. She had always believed that as long as she was strong and capable enough, she could create her own security. She never wanted to rely on anyone. The only person she could trust was herself. Even with Jason, her initial goal was simple, to have a child. It had nothing to do with feelings. She thought money could solve everything. But now, she doubted herself. She was afraid of loss. She hadn't wanted to fall for him, but she had. Every time she saw him with someone else, a bitter taste filled her mouth. Is that good? Why didn't you invite me to drink with you? Jason had appeared beside her. He sat down and took the bottle from her hand. Let me have a sip. No, she said, turning her face away. He gently took it from her anyway and took a large swig. If you can't handle it, don't force yourself. It's not good for you or the babies. His voice was low, carried on the sea breeze. Somehow, the wind didn't feel so cold anymore. The sadness in Clara's heart overflowed. Jason, who do you think you are? What? He didn't understand. She turned to face him, her cool eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Who gave you the right to make me love you? Who gave you the right to own my heart? Who gave you the right to make me hate myself? Do you think you're some kind of king who could do whatever he wants? This wasn't her. This wasn't the woman she had built herself to be. Jason was silent. After a long moment, he pulled her head onto his shoulder. Clara, he said, his voice as deep as the ocean, it's because you're becoming a better person. Because you're becoming kinder, more complete. More of a woman. I know you don't like it, but that's who I am. What am I supposed to do? If I had no sense of responsibility, if I was cruel to Vivian today, I could be cruel to you tomorrow. Is that really the man you want me to be? After he said it, Jason felt like a bona fide genius. Goddamn, now that's a leading man's line. So damn smooth. The rest of the journey home was smooth, and within a few days, they arrived back in port. Vivian's condition had improved significantly. Her fever was gone, though she still felt nauseous from time to time. Sprite and Brooke were waiting for them at the docks. Kinsey and Bianca had stayed home to help with the babies. The moment she saw Jason, Brooke's eyes lit up. "Baby, it's so good to see you're okay. Are you tired? Is there anything you want to eat? I'll have someone make it for you. You got so tan, but you're still so handsome." To her, Jason was the most handsome man in the world, practically glowing. Every other man was just a vulgar beast in comparison. She rushed forward to grab his arm. Clara shot Jason a cold look. "Jason, you're riding with me." She got into the car without waiting for a response, clearly signaling that Brooke was to take a different vehicle. But Brooke was persistent. "This car is huge. It can fit 3 of us. I want to ride with my baby." Clara didn't give her the chance. The second Jason was in, she told the driver to go. The car sped off, leaving Brooke fuming on the curb. She had no choice but to get in the other car with Sprite. Their car soon pulled up to a villa, not Annie Lon and Uncle Jong's, but a new safe house Sprite had arranged, complete with 24-hour security. From a distance, Jason could see Kinsey and Bianca waiting at the door, each holding a baby. Seeing the girls, Jason's heart swelled. He had missed them so much. He jumped out of the car before it had even fully stopped and ran towards them. "Darlings, Daddy's home," he yelled. At the sound of his voice, the 2 previously calm babies started squirming and kicking, trying to get a better look. Jason strode over and took both of them into his arms, kissing each on the cheek. "I missed you so much. Did you miss Daddy?" At first, the babies seemed stunned. They stared at him with wide, round eyes as if they couldn't believe he was real. But the moment he kissed them, they both started wailing. Okay, don't cry. You missed Daddy, didn't you? I'm sorry I was gone for so long. Daddy will take good care of you from now on." This only made them cry harder, kicking and screaming in his arms until they were gasping for breath. Lila, the feistier one, managed to shove her entire foot into Jason's mouth. Everyone else couldn't help but laugh. What a temper. Was this their way of punishing him for being away? Not to be outdone, Liana copied her sister and shoved her foot in, too. Jason dutifully nibbled on each tiny foot. Okay, Daddy knows he was wrong. I'll eat them both. Good girls, don't be angry." To his surprise, their feet had a sweet, milky scent. Kinsey was baffled. The babies had been perfectly calm while Jason was away. Why were they throwing such a fit now? "Here, let me take them. Let Daddy rest." But the babies wouldn't have it. The moment she reached for them, they started kicking and screaming again. Kinsey gave up. Finally, the tears subsided. They looked up at Jason with huge, dark eyes, their long lashes still wet, their little mouths trembling. I know. Daddy will hold you." He carried them inside, fed them, and rocked them until they finally drifted off to sleep. Clara, exhausted from the journey, had already gone to rest. Once everything was settled, Jason came out of the room just as Kinsey was leaving Vivian's. He had asked her to check on Vivian again. "How is she?" Jason asked. Kinsey's expression was troubled. "I don't see any major issues, but she's pale and constantly nauseous. I'm not sure if it's malnutrition or something else. I'd recommend taking her to a hospital for a full workup." Jason nodded. All they'd eaten on the island was fish. It was possible her stomach was just upset. "Okay, I'll take her right now." He went to Vivian's room. She did look thinner, her face pale. The casual dress she wore seemed to hang off her. A pang of guilt hit him. "Vivian, are you feeling any better?" She turned and smiled faintly. "Much better." But as soon as she spoke, another wave of nausea hit her, and she retched into a trash can, though nothing came up. Did she really get sick from all that fish? Jason wondered. "Let's go to the hospital and get you checked out," he said, worried. "It's nothing, it'll pass," Vivian insisted. Kinsey said it's best to get a full checkup. "You can't keep throwing up like this." "It's no trouble. I'll go with you." Hearing that he would go with her, Vivian finally agreed. The villa was quiet. Everyone was likely taking an afternoon nap. Jason drove Vivian to the nearest hospital. The first few tests were routine, but then the doctor suggested she see a specialist in the gynecology department. Jason was completely lost. He thought it was a stomach issue. Why gynecology? Did she get an infection on the island? Note to self. Personal hygiene is important before doing that. He asked the doctor nervously, "Is it serious?" "I didn't do anything. Out of the ordinary." The doctor looked at him, bewildered. "What are you thinking? Based on your wife's symptoms, I suspect she might be pregnant." "Pregnant?" Jason thought he had misheard. Vivian couldn't believe her ears. "Really? Are you sure?" After the false alarm last time, she was afraid to hope. Her period was late, but she hadn't wanted to get her hopes up again. Now, hearing the doctor say it, she was ecstatic. She was finally going to have Jason's baby, just like Clara and Brooke. "I can't be certain," the doctor said. "You'll need to confirm with the OB/GYN." Vivian was practically vibrating with joy, but she controlled herself and went for the final tests. The wait was agonizing. Doctor, can you see anything? Am I pregnant? She asked, her voice trembling. The doctor squinted at the screen. It's still very early, so it's hard to see clearly. But I can't rule out the possibility. Come back in a week. Vivian's heart sank. Still not certain, but you can try a home pregnancy test, the doctor added. They're quite accurate in early pregnancy. Vivian did as he said. She stared at the test stick for 5 agonizing minutes, watching as 2 pink lines slowly appeared. She burst out of the bathroom and threw her arms around Jason. Jason, I'm pregnant. I'm really pregnant. Jason was stunned. Vivian, are you sure? Yes, Jason, it's real this time, she said, her eyes filled with tears. That's great. A wide grin spread across his face. He picked her up and spun her around. He was going to be a dad again. Put me down. You'll drop me, she laughed. Right. Your precious cargo now. He gently set her down. What do you want to eat? I'll take you anywhere you want. She thought for a moment. I'm not really craving anything, but a walk would be nice. What they ate didn't matter. All that mattered was being with him. As they were walking, Vivian saw a children's home holding a charity event. It reminded her of her time with Jason when they were kids. Jason, let's make a meal for the children, she said impulsively. I remember you used to love dumplings. Jason smiled. He and Vivian went inside and offered to make dumplings for the kids. The director happily agreed. Jason kneaded the dough, while Vivian taught the children how to fold the dumplings. The kitchen was filled with laughter. Jason, covered in flour, looked ridiculous. Vivian playfully dabbed some ketchup on his nose. Uncle is so cute, one of the little girls giggled. And Annie is so pretty. Is she your wife? Are you going to have a baby? Vivian unconsciously touched her stomach, a blissful smile on her face. Of course, Annie is going to have a little baby, just like Uncle. But how do you and Uncle make a baby? Another girl asked. Jason's mind went blank. How was he supposed to answer that? A slightly older boy scoffed. You don't know anything? They have to kiss. After they kiss, Annie will have a baby. That's how it works on TV. The little girl's eyes lit up. Uncle, can you kiss Annie? I want her to have a pretty baby. Before Jason could react, Vivian leaned in and gave him a deep kiss on the lips. There, the baby is in Auntie's tummy now. The children cheered. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the air. Baby, I finally found you. It was Brooke. Jason's heart stopped. How did she find me? If she found out about Vivian, all hell would break loose. Vivian blushed and quickly sat down, pretending to be engrossed in making dumplings as if nothing had happened. A moment later, Brooke stormed in, her eyes immediately locking onto Jason. Baby, why didn't you tell me you were coming out to play? I've been looking all over for you. What are you doing? Why is your face covered in flour? And who got her nose dirty? She pulled a tissue from her purse, sat next to him, and started wiping his face. Jason laughed awkwardly. The children's home is having an event. We're making dumplings for the kids. Annie, can you make dumplings? A little girl asked, looking at Brooke curiously. Auntie Vivian makes them really well. Brooke pouted. What's so great about making dumplings? I can't be bothered. When had she ever cooked for anyone? But Uncle just said that girls who can cook are cute, the girl said matter-of-factly. And boys only marry cute girls. What? Brooke's eyes widened. Baby, is that true? Do you really like girls who can cook? I can cook too. What's so hard about making dumplings? She, the great Brooke Lynn, was not about to be outdone by Vivian. She grabbed a dumpling wrapper defiantly. I'm a natural at this. Just watch. She scooped a spoonful of filling, but her long nails tore right through the dough. What is this? This wrapper is so flimsy. She huffed, tossing it aside. She tried again, this time with too much filling. It oozed out the sides, splitting the wrapper open. Finally, she managed to seal one, but it immediately flopped over on the table, unable to stand up. Auntie, your dumpling looks silly, a child pointed out. Brooke felt a surge of frustration. Baby, do you really only like girls who can cook? She asked Jason, her voice pleading. What if he didn't like her anymore because she couldn't cook? Jason smiled. Of course not. You're cute, too. Brooke's face lit up. See? My baby said I'm cute, too. I may not be able to make dumplings, but I can dance. I can dance with my baby, and he loves that. She stood up, ready to perform, but Jason stopped her. Don't be ridiculous. You have a baby in your belly, right? She was pregnant. She couldn't risk hurting the baby. A little girl looked from Vivian to Brooke, completely confused. Uncle, is the baby in Annie Brooke's tummy yours too? Brooke proudly puffed out her chest. Of course. She's going to be a beautiful little princess, just like my baby. But then why did you ask Auntie Vivian to have a baby for you too? The girl pressed. The baby in her tummy is yours, right? You just kissed. Brooke's face fell. Baby, is that true? I'm already having your baby. Why do you need Vivian to have one too? Isn't my baby cute enough? This was a minefield. We were just playing a game, Jason said quickly. The water's boiling. I'll go cook the dumplings. He escaped to the stove, with Brooke trailing behind him. But is my baby cute or not? Cute, very cute. And is Brooklyn cute or not? Cute, very cute. Satisfied, Brooke turned to the little girl. See? My baby said I'm cute, and I'm going to feed him his dumplings. When the dumplings were ready, Jason brought a small dish of vinegar to Vivian. Dumplings with vinegar. The more you eat, the more you have, he said, quoting an old saying from their orphanage days. Vivian smiled, touched that he remembered. She pushed her plate towards him. You eat first. No, you eat. You need the nutrients, he insisted, pushing it back. Brooke, watching this exchange, saw red. She slammed her own plate down on the table. Baby, I want to eat your dumplings. You have your own right there, Jason said, confused. I don't care. I want yours. She snatched the plate from in front of him. Then, not satisfied, she picked one up and held it to his mouth. Baby, open up. I'll feed you. Jason sighed. With a room full of kids watching, this felt inappropriate. But Brooke insisted, feeding him one after another until he was stuffed. No more, he groaned. I'm going to be sick. Brooke beamed. With the dumplings, I fed you delicious. Delicious, delicious, he mumbled. From now on, I'll always feed you dumplings, okay? Before he could protest, she held another one up to his mouth. Okay. You feed me. From now on, if you're not here to feed me, I won't touch a single dumpling. He was terrified she'd make him eat more. Just then his phone rang. The screen read, Wife. Clara. He shot Brooke a look, signaling her to be quiet. He cleared his throat and answered in a sickeningly sweet voice. Honey, you're awake. Are you hungry? Is there anything you want to eat? Clara's voice was as cold as ever. Where are you? They said you left after lunch. Oh, Vivian wasn't feeling well, so I took her to the hospital for a checkup. We're on our way back. What can I bring you? Nothing. Just get back here. The babies are asking for their father. On my way. I'll be there in a flash. He was about to hang up when Clara asked, By the way, what's wrong with Vivian? Is it serious? Jason froze. Right? What was wrong with her? Morning sickness? If he told Clara the truth, he was a dead man. He racked his brain for a plausible illness. Stupidity? Laughteritis? Prostate problems? No, those were for men. What is it? Clara pressed. Stomach problems, he blurted out. Yeah, it's a stomach issue from long-term malnutrition. Clara grunted. Just hurry back. The babies are waiting. Jason hung up, letting out a huge sigh of relief. Brooke turned to Vivian. You're sick? She asked, finally noticing. Vivian nodded, but before she could speak, she retched again. See? Stomach problems, Jason said, a little too quickly. She can't keep anything down. A little girl, who had been watching the whole spectacle, asked Jason, Uncle, was that your wife on the phone? Are Auntie Vivian and Auntie Brooke your wives, too? Can you have 3 wives? The other children chimed in. Yeah. Uncle, which wife do you like the best? Jason was speechless. This question was harder than the chicken and the egg. A wrong answer could be fatal. Sorry, kids, I have an emergency. Life or death. Gotta go. He practically fled the building. A few moments later, Vivian and Brooke emerged. Brooke was still fixated on the question. Baby, who do you love the most? This again? He tried to deflect. Brooke, we need to get back before Clara gets angry. But she wasn't letting it go. Exasperated, Jason looked at her swollen belly. Who do you love more? Me or the baby? Brooke was stumped. She loved Jason, of course, but she also loved the baby in her belly. It was his baby, after all. I love you both, she mumbled. Exactly, Jason said, seizing the opportunity. Some questions don't have simple answers. Now let's go home. Thinking too much will give you wrinkles. That did the trick. The last thing Brooke wanted was to get ugly. When they got to the car, Brooke immediately claimed the passenger seat. Vivian hesitated, then said, I feel nauseous. Sitting in the back will make me sick. It's better for me to sit in the front. Brooke didn't budge, jutting out her stomach. Well, what can we do? I get carsick and I'm pregnant. It's even worse for me to sit in the back. Besides, the passenger seat was for the main wife, and that was clearly her. Jason, Vivian pleaded. They both had his baby. What was he going to do? Jason sighed. He got out of the car. Fine. We'll call a cab. We can all sit in the back. Happy. Why? We have a perfectly good car right here. Brooke protested. If you want to drive, go ahead. Jason and I will take a cab, Vivian said. Brooke immediately jumped out of the car. A few minutes later, a taxi pulled up. The driver stared at the Lamborghini parked on the curb. Car broken down? Nope, Jason said. Just don't feel like driving. The driver's jaw dropped. A $10 million Lamborghini, and he wanted a ride in his $20,000 Toyota? What are you looking at? Brooke snapped. I like taking taxis, so what? She opened the front passenger door. You said you weren't feeling well. You can sit up front. Vivian shot her a look, opened the back door, and slid in. You're the pregnant one. You should be comfortable. You sit in the front. Jason and I will sit back here. She patted the seat next to her. Jason got in, but before he could close the door, Brooke squeezed in next to him. I want to sit in the back. The driver was completely baffled. Aren't you guys hot? The AC works great up front. None of your business. Drive. Brooke yelled. Yeah, we like it hot, Vivian added. Just drive. The driver just shook his head. What a waste of a $10 million Lamborghini. By the time they got back to the villa, it was after 7. As they walked through the gate, Jason heard the sound of his daughters wailing. They really had missed their daddy. He felt a chill run down his spine and looked up. Clara was standing in an upstairs window, holding both babies, her cold eyes fixed on him, Vivian and Brooke. Her lips were pressed into a thin, hard line. Jason shot the other two a warning look and hurried inside. He went straight to the bedroom, ignoring Clara, and took the babies. Darlings, what are you crying about? Did you miss Daddy again? You're so naughty. Why won't you let Mommy rest? He adopted a stern tone. Mommy is very tired. You have to be good girls. Let me tell you, your mommy is my wife. If you make my wife angry, I will be angry, and I will spank your little butts. He raised his hand and gave each a gentle tap. Do you hear me? Daddy is very scary when he's angry. Are you scared? The two babies stared at him with their big, clear eyes, blinked a few times, and then broke into wide, gummy smiles. Jason put on his sternest face. You're still laughing? The whole world can't bully my wife. And that includes you too. Lila kicked her little foot right in his face. Liana slapped him with her tiny hand. Clara couldn't help but smile. Such little tyrants. Jason pretended to be furious. You dare hit your daddy? Daddy is angry now. He's really going to spank you. At that, both babies immediately started crying again, huge tears rolling down their cheeks. They looked so pitifully heartbroken, you'd think it was snowing outside. Such little actresses, Jason thought. He sighed and began the long process of cuddling and cooing until they finally fell asleep. By the time he was done, Clara had showered and changed into a black silk slip. Her skin glowed, and a few drops of water still clung to her collarbone. Jason stared, mesmerized. My wife is so beautiful. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen me before? Clara asked, though a faint smile played on her lips. Jason grinned. This nightgown is nice. I haven't seen you wear it before. Clara raised an eyebrow. Would it be better if I wasn't wearing anything? Jason's eyes lit up. That would be great. Honey, I look good without clothes, too. Why don't we both go without? Clara smirked. Don't play dumb with me. I know exactly what you're thinking. Jason sidled up to her and kissed her arm. You smell so good. What kind of body wash do you use? She pushed him away. Get off me. You're all sweaty. So, if I take a shower, can I have a kiss? She gave him a look. Are you that desperate? Of course. Honey, I'm a man, not a plant. I can't just live on air. If I don't get enough nutrition, I'll get depressed. Seriously, honey, I'll get depressed. And if I die of depression, won't you be sad? Clara considered this. He did have a point. The baby's welcoming party is in a few days. I want to go back to the city to prepare. After the party, Dr. Luo said he can finally remove the cryotoxin. Jason was overjoyed. Really? Honey, does that mean we can? You know, Clara ignored him and got into bed. But Jason was ecstatic. He rushed to the shower. Even if they couldn't go all the way, at least he could hold her. The next day, Clara arranged for their return. Everyone decided to go back with them. They chartered a private jet. The babies were fascinated by their first flight, their eyes wide with curiosity. A few hours later, they landed in New York. It was time for everyone to go their separate ways. Brooke was heartbroken at the thought of leaving Jason. Baby, I don't want to be apart from you, she said, her eyes welling with tears. Jason comforted her, promising they would see each other soon. Back at their own mansion, Jason and Clara spent the next few days planning the party. The invitations went out for Saturday night at 8 at the St. Regis, the best hotel in the city. The entire city was buzzing. This was the event of the season. The night of the party, the hotel was swarmed with media. The two babies were the stars of the show, dressed in beautiful matching princess dresses. The little princesses are so beautiful. They're so adorable, like little angels. Suddenly, the MC announced, Ms. Brooklyn has arrived. Brooke swept in, looking regal, and presented her gift. 2 exquisite necklaces, each with a stunning heart-shaped ruby. Someone in the crowd gasped. The princess's heart. Those were gifts for a royal princess. They sold for $100 million each at auction last year. Brooke preened like a proud peacock. Vivian arrived next, gifting 2 beautiful, hand-stitched dresses adorned with pearls. Bianca gave the babies a pair of bracelets with little safety locks that jingled when they moved. Kenzie gave them a string of fragrant beads, a special Luo family remedy to aid digestion and ward off insects. But Sprite's gift was the most unique. She fastened an ankle bracelet with a strange-looking bead onto each baby's foot. Someone scoffed. What kind of gift is that? The Chu and Miller family heiresses don't need a cheap trinket. Sprite just smiled. A guest came forward to hold one of the babies, and as soon as his hands touched her, he was jolted back by an electric shock. The babies giggled and clapped their hands. It's not an ordinary bead, Sprite explained. It's a tracking and anti-theft device. It sounds an alarm and delivers a mild shock to any unauthorized person who tries to touch them. I designed it especially for them. The crowd murmured in amazement. The women then started bickering over whose gift was the best. The babies should choose whose gift they like most. Mine is obviously the most valuable, Brooke declared. My medicinal herbs are priceless. Kenzie retorted. The babies just blinked their big eyes, completely oblivious to the argument raging around them. Then they both stretched out their little arms, pointing towards the entrance and babbling excitedly. Everyone turned to look. Jason was walking towards them. The babies had chosen their daddy. The best gift was their daddy. Jason felt 100 pairs of eyes land on him, each like a tiny lightning bolt. What's going on? Why is everyone staring at me? He put on a relaxed smile and walked over. My babies are so beautiful tonight. Come, give Daddy a hug. He reached for them, and an electric current shot through his body. Goddamn, that's invigorating. He actually felt more clear-headed. So this is what electroshock therapy feels like. He looked at his daughters, who were now giggling with delight. You two little devils were sent from heaven to torment me, weren't you? Sprite rushed forward, looking embarrassed. My mistake, my mistake. I forgot to input the boss's biometrics into the system. Let me just fix that. Jason shot her a look. You and the babies are in on this together, aren't you? You don't want your salary this month? Just as the mood was settling, the MC announced, Ms. Hannah Chun has arrived. Jason's head spun. Professor Chun? She's here? He turned and saw her walking gracefully towards them, a gentle smile on her face. It really was her. Professor Chun, what are you doing here? He asked, rushing to greet her. I heard you had babies. I had to come and give my congratulations, she said warmly. Brooke, seeing Jason's enthusiasm for this newcomer, was immediately on guard. She linked her arm through his and jutted out her stomach. Baby, who is she? Why are you being so nice to her? She looks so old. She must be at least 30, right? Are you married? If you're married, you should stop worrying about other people's men. Bianca chimed in, looking Hannah up and down. Yeah, who are you? You came empty-handed and said you brought a gift. Vivian added, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. Jason, trying to prevent a scene, quickly explained, everyone calm down. This is my high school teacher. She's engaged. At that, Hannah's smile faltered slightly. Jason, we called off the engagement. Jason was stunned. What had happened? It's a long story, she said quietly. We can talk later. This was all Brooke needed to hear. What later? My baby is a taken man. See this? She patted her belly proudly. And where's your gift? You're just looking for an excuse to get close to him, aren't you? Hannah remained calm. My gift is in the car. It was too big to bring in. Just then, someone from the hotel staff whispered to a guest, who then exclaimed, There's a whole truck of toys outside. It looks like she bought out every toy store in the city. Hannah looked at Jason. They're all educational toys. It's important to develop a child's intelligence from a young age. Brooke sniffed. So what? Are they expensive? Hannah's smile was pointed. No matter how expensive they are, can they buy you a functioning brain? A woman needs to be smart to support her man. Otherwise, what's the difference between her and a vase? Brooke nearly exploded. I'm not a vase. My baby loves me. What good is being smart if no man loves you? You can't even hold on to your own man. So who are you to talk? She turned to Jason, pouting. Baby, make her leave. I don't like her. Jason's head was pounding. Brooke, stop it. Everyone who comes is a guest. Can we please just call a truce for the baby's sake? Brooke fell silent, but she continued to glare at Hannah. Suddenly, the music stopped. The MC's voice boomed through the hall. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Please welcome the mother of our two little princesses, Ms. Clara Sterling. All the lights focused on the stage as Clara emerged. She wore a stunning, custom-made purple fishtail gown that hugged her curves perfectly. She looked like a queen, regal and untouchable. She had given birth to twins, but her figure was flawless. Motherhood had made her skin even more luminous. The entire room was captivated. Even Jason was dumbfounded. My wife is so beautiful, he breathed. He walked to the stage to meet her. Honey, tonight you've outshone everyone. Clara raised an eyebrow. What do you think this is? An emperor choosing his concubines? Jason grinned. Of course not. I only have one thought right now. Do you want to know what it is? He leaned in and whispered in her ear, When I see you, my mind gets filled with all sorts of dirty thoughts. When are you going to help me clean them out? Clara's eyes glinted. She leaned in so close her lips were almost touching his chest. Right now, she murmured, her voice laced with a seductive heat. I'm thinking. Jason's heart pounded. Was she thinking what he was thinking? Then, she stood up straight, her expression once again cool and distant. I'm thinking it's been a while. Don't you think you should feed the babies? Jason deflated. That was a hairpin turn he hadn't seen coming. Honey, the babies are 100 days old. We've been abstinent for 100 days. Don't you think it's time we rejoin the world of the living? Clara knew what he meant. Dr. Luo said that after tonight, he can remove the cryotoxin from my system tomorrow. So soon. If you'd rather wait until the babies are 1, we can do that too. No. The sooner the better. Jason said quickly. If getting rid of this toxin requires anything, I'll do it. Clara looked at him, a strange expression in her eyes. What if it required your life? Of course, he said without hesitation. It's you, my wife. Claire said nothing. She wouldn't take his life. Not anymore. Meanwhile, in a corner of the ballroom, Todd Zimmerman watched Jason with undisguised contempt. Look at that guy, he sneered his companion. What a joke. A kept man living off a woman. Without Clara Sterling, he's nothing. I have no respect for men like that. You can't say that, Mr. Zimmerman, the other man replied. Being a kept man is a skill in itself. I heard he's actually very capable. Zimmerman scoffed. Capable in bed, you mean? That's the only way a man like that gets ahead. You can hire male models who are better for a few $100. A guy like him? 1,000 tops. Unfortunately for him, Brooke had overheard every word. A dangerous glint appeared in her eyes. She spat into the glass of juice she was holding and then flung the contents all over his expensive suit. What did you just say about my baby? Do you not own a mirror? Here, take a good look at yourself. You're not even worthy of polishing my baby's shoes. Zimmerman, a CEO of a publicly traded company, turned purple with rage. Brooke Lynn, you're just an actress with a bit of money. You think you're so tough? I can make one phone call and have you blacklisted. Your career will be over. Go ahead, make the call, she taunted. If you don't ruin my career, you're not a real man. You're just a pathetic, jealous gossip. Zimmerman was shaking with fury. He pulled out his phone. You asked for it. Just as he was about to dial, a cold voice interrupted him. If I recall correctly, Zimmerman Industries just signed a partnership agreement with my company, did it not? Zimmerman froze. Clara was standing there, her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. M.S. Sterling, he stammered. A big company like yours must have plenty of orders. You probably don't need ours. Perhaps I should just have my people cancel it. Zimmerman's face was a mask of forced humility. Ms. Sterling, I would never offend you. I was just joking around. He forced a smile at Brooke. Ms. Lynn has quite a temper. Can't you take a joke? Brooke was about to unleash another tirade, but Zimmerman, seeing his chance, turned to flee. He wasn't about to argue with a crazy woman. He had just taken 2 steps when he bumped into another woman. He didn't recognize her, but Clara and Brooke did. It was Vivian. Vivian walked right up to Zimmerman, clutched her stomach, and promptly threw up all over him. Zimmerman stood there, dripping. First juice, now vomit. He must have forgotten to check his horoscope this morning. Vivian wiped her mouth with a tissue. I'm so sorry, she said, her voice soft and sweet. I have a weak stomach. It gets especially bad when I see something repulsive. Zimmerman, fuming but intimidated by Clara's presence, just shot Vivian a death glare and stormed off. This party was a disaster. He was cursed. He made it to the parking garage, spat on the ground, and stomped his foot. Jason Miller, you are a kept man. I'll say it as much as I want. A whole family of gold diggers. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past him. He felt a sharp kick and went flying, landing flat on his back, right in the glob of spit he had just left. Who the hell was that? He roared. Show yourself. A sweet, tinkling laugh echoed through the garage. A small, cute, goth-looking girl stepped out of the shadows, chewing on a lollipop. She leaned against the car, looking completely at ease. I don't think you're qualified to be my father. My old man is already dead. You can go meet him in hell if you want. Zimmerman was dumbfounded. He was a big guy, and this girl couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds. How had she knocked him down? Jason is my brother, Bianca said casually. You insult my brother, you insult me. So, what do you think I should do about that? Zimmerman wasn't afraid of a little girl. He got to his feet, puffing out his chest. Little girl, I'd advise you to back off. It's a dark world out there. He slammed his hand on the car next to her. Tell your brother to learn some humility before he gets himself into real trouble. Bianca just popped her bubblegum. I like my big brother just the way he is. As for greasy old men like you, I just like to beat them up. She kicked out, and Zimmerman went down again, face first this time. She spat her gum out next to his head. Listen up, you pathetic old man. Mind your own business and keep your mouth shut, or you'll keep tripping. She sauntered off. Zimmerman wanted to cry. What had he done to deserve this? It was a curse. A woman curse. Yeah, well, I hope you and your precious Jason die together, he yelled after her. Something flashed in front of his eyes. A case full of long, gleaming silver needles appeared before him. Holding it was another woman, this one gentle and beautiful. I heard you cursing Jason, Kenzie said, her voice deceptively calm. Zimmerman's blood ran cold. What was her relationship to Jason? Miss, it was a slip of the tongue. A complete misunderstanding. He knew when to back down. Kenzie played with one of the needles. Her movements graceful, but terrifying. Killing someone has consequences, little sister. You're too young to throw your life away, he pleaded. I was wrong. From now on, whenever I hear the name Jason, I'll walk the other way. He's a dragon among men, and I'm a toad in a ditch. Is that good enough? Kenzie just smiled. You talk a lot. In Chinese medicine, excessive talking is a sign of an imbalance. Your heart fire is too strong. She flicked her wrist, and one of the needles shot out, puncturing his car tire with a loud hiss. Zimmerman's face went white. If that had hit him, he'd be a human pincushion. Miss, please, let's talk about this. Let me give you a few needles, she offered. It will calm your heart fire. No, thank you. I'll just shut up. I'll be a mute. Is that okay? Kenzie finally put the needles away. Fine. I'll be watching you. As soon as she was gone, Zimmerman wiped the sweat from his brow. He had almost been killed for saying a few words. What was so special about Jason Miller? Why were all these women willing to kill for him? He opened his mouth to curse again, but caught himself. He couldn't risk another woman popping out of the woodwork. He looked at his flat tire and opened his car door, only to find another woman sitting in his passenger seat. He nearly had a heart attack. How did you get in here? Sprite didn't even look up from the game she was playing on her phone. Is unlocking a smart car that hard? If I were in a good mood, I might just transfer a few million out of your company's bank account. You believe me, don't you? Zimmerman was on the verge of tears. Grandma, you are all my grandmas. Mr. Miller is my granddaddy. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended my granddaddy. He is truly beloved by all. He started bowing repeatedly. Sprite finally looked up. Do you know who owns G Corp? Zimmerman shook his head. G Corp was one of the biggest companies in the city. The head of G Corp is Jason Miller, and you have the audacity to call him a kept man. The blood drained from Zimmerman's face. He stumbled back, his legs giving out. He started slapping his own face. You idiot. Will you ever learn to keep your mouth shut? Meanwhile, the party hadn't ended. The guests now treated Jason with a newfound respect. They lined up to toast him, hoping he would put in a good word for them with Clara. Jason, never one to turn down a drink, was starting to feel the effects. He excused himself to go to the men's room. As he was washing his hands, he looked up and saw Hannah Chen's reflection in the mirror. Jason, she said softly, I want to talk to you somewhere more private. He nodded. Okay, let's go out to the balcony. The cool night air helped clear his head. What's going on? He asked. Jason, Wesley and I broke up, she said, her voice tinged with sadness. He was cheating on me. Jason was furious. Good. You're better off without him. A great woman like you deserves a great man. Hannah looked up at him, her eyes shining. Jason, can I tell you something? Please don't laugh at me. Of course. You can tell me anything. In my heart, she said, her voice barely a whisper. You are the greatest man I know. Jason froze. Was he misunderstanding her? Was this a double entendre? A joke? She had to be joking. Just then, a cold voice cut through the air. Husband, who is she? Jason's sobriety returned in a flash. He turned. Clara was standing there, her expression like ice. He had no idea how long she had been listening. The woman before him was a stranger, beautiful and poised, with a gentle air about her that was entirely at odds with the current atmosphere. Husband, what is Hannah Chen doing here? She asked, her voice calm, but carrying a heavy weight that seemed to freeze the air around them. Jason walked over, a nervous, fawning smile plastered on his face. Honey, what are you doing out here? It's cold. You shouldn't be out here. Professor Chun was just attending our baby's party. Clara's eyes never left Hannah. You two seem close. She must have taken special care of you in school. Jason could taste the gunpowder in her words. Admitting to any special treatment would be suicide. Not at all. She was fair to everyone. It's just that I was a very good student. Very obedient. Especially when it comes to listening to my wife. Right, honey? Clara's expression softened, but a flicker of suspicion remained. She didn't trust any woman who got this close to Jason. They all wanted something from him. He attracted trouble like a magnet. Well, you've been graduated for many years now, Clara said, her voice deceptively casual. Everyone should know their place. A teacher's job is to teach. As for everything else, I think that falls under your jurisdiction, Jason said, getting the hint immediately and nodding along. Right. My wife's in charge. Totally her department. He turned back to Dr. Chun. Hannah, it's getting late. Don't you have lessons to prep? Seeing as she was being politely shown the door, Hannah just smiled. Jason, it was good to see you again. We'll talk soon. With a graceful nod, she left. Jason watched her go, a little lost in thought. Something catch your eye? Should I tell you to run after her? Clara's voice was like ice. Jason snapped his attention back to her, forcing a placating smile. My eyes are too small. They only have room for my wife. No vacancies. Clara's gaze was sharp enough to cut glass, boring into him as if she could see straight through to his soul. If looks could kill, he'd have been dead 1,000,000 times over. Suddenly, her slender, pale fingers shot out, tilting his chin up and forcing him to meet her eyes. If you have nothing to feel guilty about, why do you look so scared? Jason widened his eyes, staring back without blinking. I'm not. Why would I be scared of my wife? I love looking at you. You're beautiful. My eyes need to see beautiful things, or they might just stop working. Before he could finish his rambling compliment, Clara's cool, elegant lips crashed down on his, pinning him in place. Her kiss was fierce, passionate, and overwhelmingly possessive, a storm that threatened to swallow him whole. Jason could barely breathe. Could a woman's kiss be this dominant? It was relentless. After what felt like an eternity, she finally pulled away. That was my kiss. You'd better remember it, she said, her voice low. And don't forget, we're dealing with that cryotoxin tomorrow. Don't even think about pulling any tricks. Jason ignored the threat in her tone completely, grinning foolishly. Never. I'm the most obedient husband you'll ever find. But he licked his lips, a hopeful look in his eyes. Honey, was that just an appetizer for tomorrow's treatment? Can we get another round? I think I'm addicted. Clara shot him a glacial look, said nothing, and turned on her heel. Jason scrambled to follow, his mind replaying the kiss. Damn, that was good. How did my wife get so good at that? The next day, Dr. Luo arrived as promised. He gave Clara a thorough examination, his expression thoughtful. Everything was progressing as he'd predicted. Her body had recovered significantly. After 100 days of careful conditioning, she was finally strong enough for the final treatment. After checking her pulse, he spoke with deliberation. Rest for a bit. We can begin shortly. Jason was practically vibrating with excitement. Clara, too, felt a surge of genuine happiness. If they could finally eradicate the toxin that had plagued her for so many years, it would be a true miracle. Just like before, the treatment was to take place at the Serenity Springs Resort. Clara had booked the entire place, ensuring no one else would be allowed on the grounds. It was just her and Jason. It was 8 o'clock at night. The sky was inky black, the moonlight a silver sheen on the quiet landscape. The resort was perfectly still, creating an atmosphere of deep romance. Steam rose from the hot springs, creating a dreamlike fog that hung in the air. Dr. Luo's theory remained the same. Use the intense heat of the mineral springs to force the cryotoxin from her body. Jason changed and slipped into the main spring first. Clara hadn't arrived yet, so he submerged himself, waiting with barely contained impatience. A few moments later, he heard the soft slap of footsteps on stone. Someone was approaching. Jason's heart began to pound. The thick steam obscured his vision, but he could make out a silhouette moving gracefully toward him. Finally, she emerged from the mist. She was wearing a stunning red swimsuit that contrasted sharply with her flawless, pale skin. Her feet were elegant. Her toenails painted a matching shade of crimson. Her legs were long, perfectly toned, and impossibly lovely. Jason couldn't help but stare, completely captivated. Clara, he called out, his voice thick with emotion. Careful, it's slippery. He swam over to her, taking her hand and guiding her slowly into the warm water. The moment his fingers touched her skin, so smooth and soft, a jolt like an electric current shot through him. Droplets of water clung to her chest like tiny crystals, firing his imagination. How do you feel? Is the water temperature okay? He asked, his voice gentle. Clara nodded slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, damp with mist. The toxin in her system caused waves of deep cold to wash over her, and the warmth of the spring was a welcome relief. Sit here, Jason said, guiding her to a submerged stone bench. You'll be fully covered. Okay, she replied. Her voice was soft, stripped of its usual icy edge, perhaps by the steam. It almost sounded warm. Jason sat beside her, gently pulling her head to rest on his shoulder. Rest here, so you're lending me your shoulder for a while? Clara asked, her tone deceptively casual. It was a classic move from a romantic movie, the kind of thing the hero always did to comfort the heroine. A sliver of suspicion pricked at her. Was this something Jason practiced? A line he used on other women? Jason's smile was utterly sincere, his eyes fixed on hers with deep affection. Clara, do you trust me? His voice was low, laced with a mesmerizing power. Almost against her will, Clara nodded. Of course I trust you. For a married couple, trust was paramount. Without it, how could they possibly last? Look in my eyes, Clara. She lifted her gaze to meet his. Who do you see in them? She had to admit, his eyes were beautiful, deep as the ocean, clear as a hidden spring, and reflected in them, she saw a tiny version of herself. See, my eyes only have room for my wife. Right? He took her hand, lacing his fingers through hers. Clara, you can trust me. My feelings for you are real. And besides, we have Liana and Lila. They're our daughters. I'm not the kind of man who forgets that. He pressed her hand against his chest, letting her feel the steady, strong rhythm of his heart. You went through so much to bring them into the world. I saw it all. Listen to my heart. It's real. It was here for you then, it's here now, and it will be here every single day after this. You are the most important person in my life. Whenever you need me, I'll be here. My shoulder is yours whenever you want it. Whether it was the heat of the water or his words, Clara felt something welling up in her eyes. It's okay, Clara, he whispered. With me, you can be whoever you want to be. I'll always be your safe harbor. You can trust me. The feelings were there, swirling in her heart, but she found them impossible to speak. She let her head slide down from his shoulder, pressing her ear to his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Thump, 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 strong and steady. Language really did have the power to soothe the soul. In that moment, she wished for nothing more than for time to stand still. He was her husband, the father of her children. What reason did she have to doubt him? The facts were right there in front of her. She should trust him unconditionally. He was worthy of her trust. Time seemed to freeze, the only sound the gentle lapping of the spring water. After a while, Jason gently cupped her face, his gaze full of unwavering devotion. Clara, from now on, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Always. Jason, she whispered, her voice soft and clear. Her face was flushed, her lips parted like a blossoming flower. She was so captivating, it was impossible to resist. No man could have resisted, and he was very much a normal man. Overwhelmed with desire, Jason leaned down and kissed her. It was a deep, tender kiss, as if he were afraid she might shatter. He pulled back slightly, his voice husky. Is this okay? Can I continue? Just then, a wave of intense cold washed through Clara's body. She needed his heat, his warmth, to fight back the icy toxin surging within her. Her voice was impossibly soft, as if the steam had melted her completely. Yes. Okay, Clara, here I come. In an instant, Jason felt as if his entire body had been set ablaze. He pressed against her, all his pent-up energy unleashed. The hot spring hadn't weakened him. It had filled him with a seemingly endless strength. Again and again, he had to drive the poison out of her. There was no room for mercy, no holding back. Outside, the staff waiting by the door were starting to doze off. One of them checked the time. 2 hours. Hadn't they finished yet? Did this detoxification really take this long? So, what method do you think he's using to treat her? Can he really do it? One of them asked with a wide yawn. Another took a sip of water, looking bored. How should I know? All I know is Dr. Luo said it had to be him. No one else could do it, but it's taking forever. Won't he get tired? Why didn't Dr. Luo send someone in to help? Why don't you go in and check? The first one shook her head vehemently. No way. Not me. They all knew Clara's temper. Walking in on her uninvited was not a risk worth taking. As they were gossiping, they heard footsteps from inside. The door opened. They immediately straightened up, standing at attention. Ma'am. Sir. But Clara didn't walk out on her own. She was being carried in Jason's arms, seemingly asleep, her body limp and her expression peaceful. What had happened? Had the treatment knock her out cold? Was the toxin really that powerful? Dr. Luo, who had been waiting nearby, was surprised by the scene. He quickly checked Clara's condition and shot Jason an exasperated look. Jason, I told you to take it easy, didn't I? Were you too rough? Young people, he thought, so full of energy. How could he have overdone it like this? Jason just gave an awkward smile. He'd meant to take it easy, but he'd sort of lost control. It wasn't exactly a machine he could program. What was he supposed to do, Dr. Luo sighed and produced a small pill for Clara to swallow. That's enough for today. Take her back and let her get some rest. After a few more instructions, he left the resort. Clara was too weak to walk, so Jason carried her back to their room. You rest, honey. I'm going to go get something to eat. He'd expended a lot of energy and needed to refuel. Clara nodded, her expression still blissfully serene. Jason was walking down a darkened hallway when a figure suddenly lunged out from the shadows. He instinctively tried to dodge, but the person wrapped their arms around him, clinging tightly. Babe, I missed you so much. It was Brooklyn. In the dim light, she clung to his neck, her beautiful eyes looking up at him. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Babe, what have you been doing? Your face is so flushed, and you're burning up. Jason's face turned an even deeper shade of red. The treatment had been intense, and he hadn't cooled down yet. He turned his head away, forcing a casual laugh. Nothing. Just came back from a workout. Brooke looked puzzled. A workout? This late? What kind of workout? You should teach me. Jason was speechless. How could he teach her that? It wasn't exactly a communicable skill. Come on, tell me. What were you doing? Jason tried to change the subject. Brooke, what are you doing here? But she wouldn't let it go. A woman's intuition, perhaps, told her everything. She glanced toward Clara's room, and her expression darkened. Babe, tell me the truth. What were you just doing? Brooke, don't be like this. It's late, I'll take you home. Clara was in the next room. Having Brooke here was a ticking time bomb. He didn't want to be caught in the explosion. No, I don't want to, Brooke said, her voice rising. Were you just kissing Clara? The question finally burst out of her. That had to be it. Why else would he be like this? A wave of sour jealousy washed over her, sharp and acidic. Jason's heart skipped a beat. I want a kiss too, Brooke demanded, pouting. Jason shot a panicked look toward Clara's door. This was way too close for comfort. If Clara found out, they were both dead. Brooke, I just ate garlic. It's really strong. I'll make it up to you in a couple of days, okay? Brooke was so particular about cleanliness. There was no way she'd want to kiss a guy who reeked of garlic. He was wrong. I don't care, Brooke said, completely unfazed. As long as it's you, I can handle any flavor. I don't care. I want a kiss from my babe. While Jason was still hesitating, Brooke pushed him against the wall, her lips capturing his. The intense fragrance of her perfume and the heat of her kiss instantly overwhelmed him. Her movements were fierce, but a little clumsy, a desperate attempt to possess him. Jason, who had been completely drained, suddenly felt a jolt of new energy surge through him. He was back online. He began to return her kiss, which quickly morphed into him taking the lead, pulling her closer. Crash! A decorative plant stand in the corner of the hall toppled over, hitting the floor with a deafening clatter. Brooke had accidentally kicked it. They both froze, stunned. What was that? Clara's voice called out from her room. They stared at each other, neither daring to make sound. A moment later, the light in Clara's room flicked on. Who's out there? Clara demanded again. Brooke was terrified, her face ashen. Jason gestured wildly toward the exit, trying to signal for her to sneak away. Brooke nodded. They tiptoed down the hall, but just as they were about to make a break for it, the main hall lights flashed on. They were caught, crouched like thieves, frozen in place. Clara stood in her doorway, her eyes glacial. Jason straightened up, forcing a sheepish grin. Honey, what are you doing up? If I hadn't gotten up, I wouldn't have caught the rat in the pantry. In the stark light, Clara's face was a mask of cold fury, an aura of frost radiating from her. Jason awkwardly let go of Brooke's hand and put on his most pathetic, eager-to-please smile. Honey, let me explain. Brooke, her stomach was bothering her. She was looking for Dr. Luo. As he spoke, he frantically tried to signal Brooke with his eyes. Brooke, to her credit, caught on fast. She doubled over, clutching her stomach and letting out a pained cry. Ow, it hurts. It hurts so bad, what's happening? Her expression was one of pure agony, more convincing than reality itself. A true actress. Babe, I don't think I can make it. My stomach really hurts. Is something wrong with the baby? Her face was pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Jason watched in awe. This is incredible. I asked you to act, not to win an Oscar. Tone it down a notch. But then Brooke grabbed his hand, her voice trembling. Babe, I'm serious. It hurts so much. It really, really hurts. That's when Jason realized this wasn't an act. He quickly supported her, a wave of panic washing over him. Brooke, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Clara, who had been watching with cold detachment, felt a flicker of concern. During her own delivery, Brooke had been by her side, helping tirelessly. Brooke could be arrogant, but deep down, she had a good heart. And having gone through childbirth herself, Clara knew the terror. She couldn't stand by and do nothing. She rushed over, helping Jason guide Brooke into a nearby room. Get her on the bed. I'll call Dr. Luo, Clara instructed, her voice calm and authoritative. She had been through this before. Jason nodded, gently laying Brooke on the bed. By now, Brooke was moaning in pain. Clara felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest. Please don't let this be serious. That's Jason's child in there. She grabbed her phone and dialed Dr. Luo, but the call went straight to voicemail. Without hesitating, she called Kinsey. The phone picked up almost immediately. Kinsey, where are you? Get over here right now. It's Brooke, her stomach, Clara said, her words clipped and urgent. There was no time for details. Kinsey didn't even have a chance to ask questions. I'm on my way, she promised. Meanwhile, Jason brought over a glass of water. Brooke, try to drink something. She took one sip and immediately spat it out. Babe, I'm scared. Am I going to die? In the TV shows she'd acted in, this was always the part where the character died. Her face was bloodless, her pink lips trembling. Jason's heart ached for her. He gripped her hand tightly. Don't say that. You're fine. Nothing is going to happen to you. But Brooke was too terrified to listen. Babe, if I die, will you miss me? She sobbed. A sharp pain lanced through Jason's chest. No matter what, she was his woman. The thought of losing her was unbearable. He forced a smile, trying to sound lighthearted. I won't miss you. Brooke's heart shattered. So, she really meant nothing to him. So you'd better live to be 100, he continued, and spend every single day annoying me, so I don't have a chance to miss anyone else. A small smile touched Brooke's lips. Okay, we have a deal. We'll both live to be 100. Pinky swear, she whispered, holding up a trembling finger. Jason hooked his pinky with hers. Pinky swear. Cross my heart. 100 years, no takebacks. Babe, hold me. If you hold me, it won't hurt, she pleaded, her eyes wide and pathetic. Jason nodded and sat behind her on the bed, wrapping his arms around her. She curled into his embrace, and her moans seemed to lessen. Apparently, he was the best painkiller. Before long, the house was full. Kinsey, Vivian, and Sprite arrived, followed closely by Mr. Lee. They all gathered around Brooke, their faces etched with worry. The entire mansion was lit up, the staff on high alert. Kinsey prepared a soothing herbal remedy, which Brooke managed to keep down. The pain began to subside. Soon after, they finally reached Dr. Luo, who rushed over to examine her. Everyone held their breath, watching his face for any sign of bad news. After a long moment, Dr. Luo finally spoke. The fetus has been exposed to the cryotoxin, but it's a very light dose. The situation isn't critical. A collective sigh of relief filled the room. Jason, still worried, asked Dr. Luo what caused the stomach pain. It was a side effect of the toxin, causing some distress to the fetus. She's about 7 months along now. I recommend admitting her to the hospital for observation and bed rest. She should be fine once the baby is born. Okay, Jason said. I'll take her first thing in the morning. After a harrowing night, everyone was exhausted. Clara told them all to get some rest. Before leaving the room, she looked at Jason. You should stay here with her, she said softly. Brooke's condition was unstable. It would be better if he was nearby. Jason was surprised, but Clara's expression was serious. He nodded. Whatever you say, honey. The rest of the night passed peacefully. In the morning, Jason drove Brooke to the hospital. Everyone saw her off with words of encouragement. Just focus on resting. You'll be fine, Vivian said soothingly. Now that she was also pregnant with Jason's child, she felt a new kinship with Brooke. Yeah, and if you're craving anything, just call me. I'll make it for you, Kinsey added. Sprite and Bianca offered their own reassurances. Brooke soaked in the attention, a warm feeling spreading through her chest. Being pregnant had its downsides, but carrying Jason's baby and being the center of everyone's world was a pretty good trade-off. Jason pulled the car around, and they helped her in, waving as they drove away. He drove slowly, carefully, as if the slightest bump might disturb the baby. When they arrived at the hospital, Jason parked and rushed to open her door. Careful. Babe, I feel so happy right now, Brooke said, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. Having his baby was the most wonderful thing in the world. She got to enjoy his undivided attention. She could get used to being pregnant forever. At the hospital, Jason arranged for the best private room and hired top-of-the-line private nurses to provide 24-hour care. For that one moment, Brooke felt like a queen. He was so thoughtful. Jason, for his part, basically moved into the hospital. When Brooke craved a blueberry pie, he drove home, baked one from scratch, and rushed it back to her. She took one bite and then decided she wanted a Shirley Temple. Jason immediately went out and bought an entire case. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Jason was conspicuously absent. One afternoon, Bianca heard the twins crying and found Clara struggling to soothe them both. It's okay, babies don't cry. Daddy will be home soon, Clara cooed, but it wasn't working. Bianca went to help, a puzzled look on her face. He's still not back? Clara let out a quiet, unhappy. Bianca felt a surge of indignation on her aunt's behalf. Brooke was pregnant, sure, but this was excessive. He hadn't been home in days. Weren't the twins important? Weren't they important? He's unbelievable, Bianca huffed. Right now, he only has eyes for Brooklyn. No one else matters. Auntie, I'm furious for you. You gave him 2 babies, and this is how he acts. Clara's heart ached, but her expression remained neutral. He'll be back when things calm down. Just then, Vivian walked in. Jason's been so busy lately. How are you managing everything here on your own? I know, right? He's basically living at the hospital. I tried to call him about a work thing, and he didn't even have time to talk, Sprite added, looking equally glum. The huge mansion, full of people, felt empty and cold without Jason. He was its soul. We should just go kidnap him from the hospital, Bianca declared. The women grumbled for a while longer before giving up and going their separate ways. At the same time, Brooke was basking in bliss. Jason was treating her like gold. If she asked for the stars, he'd probably promise to go get them. Babe, I want to go for a walk. It's so stuffy in here, she said, trying to get out of bed. Jason gently stopped her. No, you can't. What if you upset the baby? The doctor said you need complete bed rest. Brooke pouted. But it's so boring in this room. I'm going to suffocate. Then what do you want? Entertain me. I'm bored. Jason thought for a moment, then leaned over and gave her a light kiss on the cheek. Is that better? She shook her head. No, didn't feel it. He sighed and gave her a deeper kiss. Brooke wrapped her arms around his neck, holding on for a long time. The kiss ignited a familiar fire in him, a desire that was becoming harder and harder to ignore. Just as things were heating up, Brooke pulled away, breathing heavily. Babe, when can we? Do again. Being pregnant was great, but the abstinence was torture. Jason was speechless. She was 7 months pregnant. It was out of the question. He suppressed the fire in his veins and forced a smile. Soon. As soon as the baby's born. But what about you? I heard men are, animals. It's hard for them to control themselves, she said, her big eyes fixed on him, waiting for his answer. Jason saw the massive trap she just laid for him and sidestepped it carefully. He chuckled. I spend all day at the hospital taking care of you. By the time I get home, I'm so exhausted I pass out the second my head hits the pillow. Brooke's face lit up. Really? Of course, Jason said. So don't worry about anything. Just rest. Stress isn't good for the baby. Okay, I'll listen to my babe. After finally getting Brooke to fall asleep, Jason saw it was past 11. He quietly left the hospital and drove back to the mansion. The house was dark and silent. It seemed everyone was asleep. He let out a sigh of relief. If Clara saw him coming home this late, she'd be furious. She was already on edge. He'd just sneak in. He crept up the stairs and was about to open his bedroom door when it was pulled open from the inside. Clara stood there in her nightgown, her expression frigid. Well, look who decided to come home. I thought you were moving into the hospital permanently. Honey, why are you still awake? Were you waiting for me? Jason said with a cheesy grin. This is my house. I'll sleep when I want to. I don't need your permission. Jason kept the ingratiating smile plastered on his face. Yes, of course. I would never dare tell you what to do. I was just concerned. You don't need to be concerned about me. You should save your concern for your precious darling at the hospital. Never. In my heart, you're the only precious darling, he said, stepping closer and taking her hand. Your hands are so cold. Let me warm them up for you. The next second, Clara's body was pressed against his. I'm cold all over, she whispered. The fire within Jason roared back to life. I'll warm you up, honey. I'll warm up your whole body. The echelon boss watched her expression of disbelief, a strange, guttural sound rumbling in his throat. It was the sound of arrogant certainty, mixed with undisguised mockery. Surprised, he sneered. So was I. To sacrifice himself for a woman. Jason Miller is the world's biggest fool. A man like that. Indecisive, sentimental. He's an idiot, a moron, a lunatic. The boss spat the words out, his face contorting with rage, even behind a mask. A man like that was unworthy of being his opponent. Bianca's blood boiled. He could insult her, but he was not allowed to insult Jason. Her face flushed, and her eyes glinted with the cold, lethal light of a killer. You're the despicable, shameless idiot, she retorted, her voice sharp as a blade. You don't even have the guts to face him alone, so you resort to pathetic tricks like this? Kidnapping me? You're a real piece of work. Compared to my brother, you're nothing but a sewer rat. He's 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times better than you. You're not even worthy of polishing his shoes. The torrent of insults was her only weapon. She finally understood now. Jason cared about her, and she had been so reckless. Look at you, hiding your face like some kind of freak. You're pathetic. If you were a real man, you'd fight me one-on-one. If I lose, it's on me. What do you say? You got the guts? Stay away from my brother. So what if it cost her life? It was better than letting Jason walk into this trap. She would never allow him to get hurt because of her. The boss tilted his head, studying her for a long moment before his laughter echoed through the space, louder and more unhinged than before. I'm the boss here. I make the rules. It's not your place to speak. But since you care so much about your dear brother, and he clearly cares so much about you, let's see what I have planned for today. Suddenly, he ripped off his mask, revealing a horribly scarred and menacing face. I'm going to let you watch Jason Miller die. His eyes, cold and reptilian, slithered over her. Can you imagine what that will feel like? Like someone is carving the flesh from your bones, scraping at your very soul. A cruel, triumphant smile twisted his lips. I'm going to watch you both break. Death was too easy, too quick. A broken heart was a fate worse than death. He would watch them suffer, one by one. His words struck their target. The thought of Jason being hurt because of her was a physical pain, 1,000 tiny ants chewing at her heart. She would rather die herself. She would not, accept him being harmed. What do you want? She choked out. You'll see soon enough. With that, the boss turned and walked away. Once she was alone, Bianca began to struggle against her restraints. She had to get out of here. If she escaped, Jason wouldn't have to come. But the ropes were tight, the knots expertly tied. Without a tool, they were impossible to undo. She scanned her surroundings. It was an abandoned auto repair shop, littered with junk cars, old tires, and rusted parts. To her right was a small, makeshift office where the workers must have taken breaks. There was nowhere to hide. Just as despair began to set in, her eyes caught something to the left of a large truck, a small, inconspicuous iron door, half hidden behind a pile of tires. A basement. An idea sparked in her mind. Before she could act on it, the boss returned. And he wasn't alone. Bianca looked up, and her vision blurred with tears. He had come after all. Jason, she cried, her voice hoarse. For so long, she had believed no one truly cared about her. Not really. Now she had her answer, and the pain was worse than she could have ever imagined. She wished she'd never gotten drunk, never been kidnapped, never brought him to this place. She would rather be ignored forever than see him get hurt. She would never forgive herself for this. Bianca, I'm here. You're going to be okay, Jason said, offering her a calm, reassuring smile, as if this were just another Tuesday. The next second, the boss's fist slammed into Jason's face. Jason didn't even try to dodge, taking the blow full on. Jason's left cheek swelled instantly, and blood trickled from his nose. Bianca's tears finally broke free. Jason, you're bleeding. Does it hurt? She had seen so much blood in her life, but none of it had ever made her heart ache like this. Blood was a terrible, terrible thing. Jason wiped his nose on his sleeve, his smile unwavering. I've got plenty of blood. Letting some out is good for you. Bianca, why are you crying? I'm not hurt at all. In fact, it was kind of refreshing. Now stop it. Crying makes you look ugly. He put on a stern face, trying to lecture her. He wouldn't show any weakness in front of this monster. I'm not crying. I'm not crying, Bianca sobbed, trying desperately to hold back her tears. Jason turned his sharp gaze to the boss. I'm here. You can let her go. We had a deal. A life for a life. As long as Bianca was safe, he could relax. The boss just sneered. She can go. If you want. Jason's blood ran cold. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. As long as you can make me happy. If I'm in a good mood, she can walk right out of here. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you enjoy jerking people around? Just spit it out. What do you want? Jason growled. The boss's smile was twisted. Jason, I hate it when you pretend to be some kind of big shot. Since you love putting on a show so much, I'm going to let you. Let's see how long you can keep it up. He produced a wicked-looking dagger and handed it to Jason. You want to get this over with? Fine. Start by cutting off one of your ears. He glanced meaningfully at Bianca. Let's see how much you really like him. The color drained from Bianca's face. She began to wail, begging the boss, don't hurt him. Please. I'll do anything you want. Jason, don't do it. It's all my fault. I'll take the blame. Don't listen to him. She was completely broken. She couldn't stand the thought of Jason being hurt for her. You bastard. You filthy son of a bitch. Come at me. I'm not afraid of you. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to hurt my brother? She screamed, her rage erupting. The boss's face darkened. He strode toward her. You little bitch, I'm going to shut you up for good. He raised his hand to strike her, but he had forgotten about the dagger in Jason's hand. A flash of silver caught the boss's eye, followed by a sharp, piercing pain in his abdomen. Scarlet bloomed across his shirt. The little bastard had stabbed him. Jason ripped the dagger out, and blood sprayed from the wound. Go to hell. Jason roared, landing a vicious kick that sent the boss sprawling. Enraged, the boss fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a gun, the black barrel aimed squarely at Jason's chest. A cruel smile spread across his face. You're finished, Jason. Next year, this will be the anniversary of your death. Jason hadn't expected the gun. His own face paled for a moment. Bianca felt the world tilt, a desperate scream tearing from her throat. Jason. But Jason's expression was one of defiant acceptance. If he was going down, he wasn't going down like a coward. The boss's fingers squeezed the trigger. But in that split second, Jason lunged forward, his foot connecting with the boss's hand, sending the gun flying. Unarmed, the boss scrambled to his feet and fled like a cornered animal. Jason didn't chase him. He ran to Bianca and sliced through her ropes with a dagger. She was still ghostly pale, reeling from the shock. The moment she was free, she threw herself into his arms, clinging to him as if he might disappear. Jason, 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 she sobbed into his chest. He stroked her hair, his voice gentle and protective. I'm here. I'm right here. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, she cried, a mess of tears and regret. She shouldn't have gotten drunk. She shouldn't have given the boss an opening. She could have gotten Jason killed. The thought was a physical agony. If anything had happened to him, what would she have done? Jason, I was so scared of losing you. How could you lose me? I've still got a lot of things to do. The Grim Reaper said he won't take me until I'm finished. Bianca pulled back, her small hand gently touching his swollen cheek. Does it hurt? Jason grinned, which pulled at the cut on his lip, making him hiss in pain. Damn, that son of a bitch hits hard. I hope my face isn't ruined. The next second, Bianca's lips were on his cheek, soft and wet with tears. Is that better? The cool touch was surprisingly soothing. Much better, much better. That's enough. Jason mumbled, instinctively trying to pull away. This was getting a little too intense. He could feel his face burning. Before he could finish, Bianca's mouth covered his. She stood on her tiptoes, her arms wrapped around his neck. Her kiss was urgent, frantic, and endearingly clumsy. After a moment, Jason managed to pull back. Bianca. She looked up at him, her face tear-streaked, her eyes full of emotion. You don't like me, do you? Then why did you let me kiss you? She asked, pouting. I don't care. You kissed me, so now you have to take responsibility. You can't just dump me. I'm going to follow you for the rest of my life. That was her first kiss. It was for him, and only him. Jason was at a complete loss. What kind of logic was this? Jason, tell me, do you like me or not? She pressed. I never said I didn't, he answered vaguely. How had things gotten to this point? I know my heart now, Jason. I like you. No matter what, I will always like you. If she could take back her heart, she would have done it long ago. But she couldn't, so she wouldn't even try. It belonged to him now. Without you, I think I would actually die, she said, her voice small and wounded. Jason sighed. What was he supposed to do? He was terrible at rejecting women. While Bianca was pouring her heart out, the Echelon boss had retrieved a bomb from one of the junk cars. He had completely lost his mind. All that mattered now was that Jason Miller died. He planted the bomb and retreated to a safe distance. Jason, Bianca, you can go to hell together, he screamed. You could be a happy little ghost couple on your way to the underworld. The remote was in his hand. Don't do anything crazy. Let's talk about this, Jason shouted, trying to stall for time while subtly signaling for Bianca to run. One of them had to get out. But Bianca shook her head fiercely. I'm not leaving. I'm staying with you. If we die together. The boss's voice was pure madness. You'll understand when you're dead, Jason. He pressed the button. Jason could hear the rhythmic beeping of the timer. He had no idea where the bomb was, and even if he did, there was no time to disarm it. He had failed to save her. Bianca. He grabbed her hand. If they're going to die, what was there to be afraid of? Bianca, I like you. Tears of joy streamed down Bianca's face. Jason, come with me. She pulled him, and they sprinted toward the basement door. It wasn't far. Bianca yanked the iron door open, and they leaped inside. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air. The entire repair shop collapsed in on itself, as if struck by an earthquake. Dust and debris filled the air, and in an instant, the building was reduced to a pile of rubble. The Echelon boss was ecstatic, throwing his head back and laughing with wild abandon. You're finished, Jason. I told you, today you die. As the words left his mouth, a large piece of sheet metal, sent flying by the blast, came spinning through the air toward him. His jaw was still open in a triumphant grin when he saw it. He tried to scramble away, but the metal was faster, slicing deep into his left leg. He let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound, a sickening sight. Cursing, he looked down at the injury. It was bad. If he didn't get to a hospital soon, he'd lose the leg. Steeling himself, he grit his teeth and yanked the piece of metal out. Blood sprayed from the wound like a fountain. He hastily tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and tied a makeshift bandage around it, then struggled to his feet. An explosion that powerful. Jason couldn't have survived. He was injured, yes, but Jason was dead. That meant he had won. The thought brought him a grim satisfaction. He began to limp his way out of the wreckage. He just cleared the perimeter when he came face to face with a group of women. Leading them was Clara, flanked by Vivian, Sprite, Kinsey, and Hannah Chun. Son of a bitch. Just his luck. How had they found him here? They had followed Jason's car from a distance, afraid of being spotted. But by the time they arrived, the explosion had already happened. They stared at the smoldering ruins, frozen in shock. Jason's car was parked outside, empty. He hadn't escaped. Did that mean? Clara couldn't bring herself to finish the thought, but her legs felt weak. Only sheer force of will kept her upright. She could not, would not, accept that Jason was gone. Jason! Vivian shrieked, her face turning chalk white. Her already frail body swayed, and if Kinsey hadn't caught her, she would have collapsed. Don't panic yet, Hannah said, her brow furrowed as she tried to remain calm. I think he could be hiding somewhere. She knew the situation looked grim, but she clung to a sliver of hope. Maybe they got out before the explosion, Sprite added, scanning the area. Right, let's look around. Jason and Bianca will be fine. They have to be, Kinsey said, though her hands were clenched so tightly her knuckles were white. It was then that they saw the echelon boss limping out of the wreckage. He was a pathetic sight, covered in dirt and blood, a shadow of his former self. When he saw them, his eyes widened in fear. He turned to run, but Andy Lawn, who had appeared behind them, recognized him instantly. Boss, she shouted. Where are they? What did you do to Jason and Bianca? She and Uncle Jiang moved like lightning, tackling him and pinning him to the ground. Clara and the others rushed over. Her eyes were fixed on the boss, her gaze so cold it could freeze blood. Where is my husband? She asked, the 4 words laced with venom. Talk now, or I'll cut your throat, Andy Lawn snarled. Uncle Jiang was less merciful, pressing down hard on the wound in the boss's leg. The boss cried out in agony, sweat pouring down his face. But through the pain, a twisted, triumphant smile spread across his lips. Go ahead, kill me. If you do, you'll never find out where Jason is. He was cunning, even now. He knew his only leverage was what he knew. The women surrounding him were not to be trifled with. Clara was silent. She knew he was right. Their only choice was to interrogate him while searching the site. Maybe he really did just hide. Anilon, Uncle Jiang, take him away, Clara commanded. We'll handle things here. They nodded and dragged the boss away. Clara then turned to the security team she had brought with her. Clear this entire site. I don't care if you have to dig 5 feet into the ground. Find them. The next words, dead or alive, stuck in her throat. She wouldn't say them. She couldn't. She only wanted to see him, not a body. The moment the explosion hit, Bianca had shielded Jason, pulling him deeper into the basement. The shockwave sent shrapnel flying. Bianca felt a sharp pain in her back and cried out. She reached behind her and pulled out a small piece of metal. Blood immediately began to flow. Bianca, you hurt? Jason asked, his voice filled with alarm. She nodded, her face contorted in pain. He got me. Is it bad? Jason's voice was thick with guilt and self-reproach. If she hadn't protected him, she wouldn't have been injured. Bianca, let me see. I need to stop the bleeding. She shook her head, her face deathly pale. It's no use, Jason. Just hold me, okay? Her tone was one of utter despair. Jason's heart clenched. Okay, Bianca, I'll hold you. How could he refuse? She was his Bianca, his little sister. He gently gathered her into his arms. In the darkness, he could feel her back was wet and sticky with blood. The pain in his own chest intensified. Bianca, I'm so sorry. She looked up at him, her beautiful eyes filled with a deep, unspoken emotion. Don't be. I'd do it for you again. As long as he was safe, nothing else mattered. But I wouldn't, Bianca, he said fiercely. He couldn't stand a woman getting hurt for him. Jason, you know, I think I'm dying, she whispered, her breath shallow. Jason's blood ran cold. He hadn't realized it was this bad. Bianca, don't scare me. Let me see the wound. How bad is it? His voice trembled. He couldn't imagine a world without her in it. The thought was a physical agony. You don't need to see it, Jason. I know. I'm really dying. She took another ragged breath, her pale face looking even more fragile. So, I have one question for you, and you have to tell me the truth. I need to know before I die. She blinked slowly, her long lashes fluttering. Anything, Bianca, Ask me anything, he said without hesitation. Did you ever, even for a moment, genuinely like me? Her eyes were fixed on his, full of desperate hope. Bianca, I like you. I've liked you from the beginning. A girl like you. How could I not? He said, his voice thick with emotion. In this moment, how could he possibly say no? A radiant smile broke across Bianca's face. You like me? You really like me? Her pale cheeks flushed with color, as if she'd been given a shot of adrenaline. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him, a desperate, hungry kiss. Time seemed to stand still. In that small, dark space, the world outside ceased to exist. It was just the two of them. Her kiss was sweet, intoxicating. After a long moment, she pulled away, her eyes shimmering with tears. Jason, kiss me, she whispered. She needed him to kiss her. The passion in his kiss would tell her everything she needed to know. He looked at her flushed cheeks and trembling lips, and felt something inside him give way. He leaned down and pressed his mouth to hers. She clung to him, her kiss deep and soulful. When they finally broke apart, her face was alight with a strange, happy smile. Jason, you know I'm going to die, right? She said, her voice low. No, you're not. I won't let you. She just shook her head, her expression resolute. I'm not afraid to die, Jason. Really? But I don't want to die without ever having been loved. She looked at him, her eyes pleading. Since I'm going to die anyway, can you, before I go, can you make me your woman? I want to be your woman, Jason. Just once. Jason was completely stunned. What? Did I hear her right? Bianca, don't think like that. You're going to live a long life. I'll be right here with you. Her face crumpled, and she began to gasp for air, her body going limp in his arms. Her eyes fluttered closed. Jason panicked. Bianca, wake up. Don't scare me. After a few frantic shakes, her eyes slowly opened again. A single tear rolled down her cheek. Jason, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I just want to be a real woman before I die. Is that too much to ask? You just said you liked me. Her voice was laced with a heart-wrenching sorrow. Please, Jason, make love to me. Her words, her tears, the thought of her dying because of him. It was too much. She was so young, so vibrant. And now she was going to die, protecting him. He couldn't deny her this. It was her last wish. Okay, Bianca, he said, his voice thick. Anything you want. A look of pure joy spread across her face. Outside, the world was chaos. But in the small, dark basement, Jason looked at the girl in his arms and moved with a gentleness he didn't know he possessed. He was careful, so careful not to hurt her. Bianca, if it hurts, you tell me. She just shook her head, a determined light in her eyes. No matter what, she wouldn't cry out. She was finally becoming his woman. The thought filled her with a profound sense of peace. The floor was cold. He lifted her onto a dusty, detached car seat. She looked at him, her eyes a mixture of fear and longing. I'm not afraid, Jason. Finally, the old car seat groaned under their weight, its rhythmic creaking the only sound in the cramped space. The world outside had vanished, shielded from their consciousness. There was only the darkness, the press of their bodies, and the sound of his ragged breathing in her ear, a sound more intoxicating than any 40-year-old brandy. Sweat beaded on his chest, glinting in the sliver of light that pierced the gloom. She traced the droplets with her lips, a silent declaration of her devotion. Jason, 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 she whispered, her voice thick with an emotion she couldn't name. Her calls only fueled his urgency, like a drug coursing through his veins. Jason, I'm so happy, she said, her voice pure and true. This was all she had ever wanted. To be his woman, just like her aunt. Today, her dream had come true. She could die now, in this very moment, and have no regrets. Her life didn't matter. Only he did. After what felt like an eternity, he finally stilled, collapsing beside her, his breath slowly evening out. Bianca lay nestled against his chest, her arms wrapped around him, listening to the strong, steady beat of his heart. She was his now. They were bound together. What could possibly be better than this? Jason, she murmured, you can't get rid of me now. We've sealed the deal. I'm your woman. You can't go back on it. Of course not, he said, his voice heavy with a new sense of responsibility. I'm not that kind of guy. What are we going to tell my aunt? The question hung in the air, a cold dose of reality. He had been so caught up in the moment, he hadn't thought that far ahead. Now, as his mind cleared, he realized how complicated things had become. But wait a minute. Wasn't she supposed to be on death's door? He looked down at Bianca. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright. She looked more alive than he'd ever seen her. A suspicion began to form. Bianca, he asked carefully, are you still in pain? Her current state didn't add up. Was this that final burst of energy before death people talked about? Pain? Not all. I feel great. She trailed off, realizing her mistake. Her brow furrowed, and she let out a pained moan. Wait, yes, a little. It hurts. Oh God, it's coming back. I think I'm going to faint. Jason, it hurts so bad, I think I'm dying. Her performance was flawless. Jason was baffled. One minute she was fine, the next she was in agony. Had the injury affected her mind? Bianca, let me see. Where does it hurt? If her nervous system was damaged, they needed to get her to a hospital. He tried to gently turn her over to see her back. She resisted, pressing her back against the seat. No, don't look, Jason. It's all bloody, it'll scare you. I'm fine. I've been hurt worse on missions before. Her eyes darted around, avoiding his gaze. His suspicion solidified. Bianca, turn over and let me see, he said, his voice firm. Something wasn't right. He gently but firmly rolled her over. Her back was smeared with blood, obscuring the source of the wound. Where exactly are you hurt? She hesitated. Tell me. Here. Or maybe here, she mumbled, unable to pinpoint the spot. I don't see a wound. Where is it? You said it was agony. Finally, under his insistent gaze, she pointed to a spot on her left shoulder. There! Her voice was barely a whisper. He looked closer. There, on her shoulder, was a tiny cut. It was so small, it barely needed a Band-Aid, let alone a tourniquet. It was nowhere near fatal. So where had all the blood come from? Jason's face darkened. Bianca, he said, his voice dangerously low, tell me the truth. What did you do? I don't know, she stammered, looking at the floor. Don't lie to me, Bianca. I'm getting angry. His tone was devoid of its usual warmth. Seeing his expression, she finally confessed. I cut my wrist to get the blood. I wanted. She didn't need to finish. He understood. It had all been a lie. A cold fury rose in him. He pushed her away. You played me? Bianca, you've gone too far. How could you do that? I trusted you. I'm so disappointed in you. He was so worried about her, so torn with guilt, and she had used it all against him, weaving a web of lies to get what she wanted. It was cruel. You went too far, he repeated, his voice shaking with rage. She stared at him, stunned. He had never spoken to her like that before. Jason, you're angry. Of course I'm angry, he thought, but he just turned away, grabbing his clothes. He didn't want to look at her. The next second, she was clinging to him again, her arms wrapped tightly around him. Jason, don't leave me, she sobbed, her voice choked with tears. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied to you. He didn't respond. He couldn't believe she would pull a stunt like this. She had taken his genuine concern and twisted it for her own purposes. He tried to push her away. Get off. She only held on tighter. Jason, please don't be mad at me. I really know I was wrong. I just can't believe you would do something like this, he said, his voice still hard. How could you even think of it? She had played with his emotions, and it was unforgivable. How am I ever supposed to believe you again? Do you think I wanted to use a trick like that? She cried, her face buried in his chest. Why can they have you, and I can't? You said you liked me. I know I lied, but my feelings for you are real. What was I supposed to do? He was speechless. He had no answer. See? You don't know either. So why are you blaming me? She looked up at him, her eyes defiant through her tears. I don't care. I'm your woman now. You can't go back on what you said. You can't leave me. You're mad that I tricked you? What if I really had died? Would that have made you happy? She snatched a shard of glass from the floor and held it to her wrist. She was impulsive, reckless. She would do it. Jason's blood ran cold. He grabbed the glass from her hand. All right, stop it. Just calm down. Why do you always have to be so dramatic? She dropped the glass and threw herself back into his arms. I couldn't help it, Jason. I can't control my heart. If you want to leave me, fine. Just give me my heart back, and we can call it even. I'll go far away and never bother you again. She held out her hand as if to literally take her heart back. If I could, I'd go back to the day I met you, and I'd walk the other way. Then I wouldn't be like this. She looked up at him, her eyes full of accusation. You're the one who stole my heart, and now you're yelling at me for it. I'm the one who should be upset. Jason was silent for a long time. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. It was done. What was the point in arguing? Fine. Just put your clothes on. He glanced at her. She was trembling slightly, looking fragile and lost. It was hard to stay mad at her. You're not angry with me anymore? She asked, needing to hear the words. He nodded wearily, then smiled. He managed a weak, tired smile. That was enough for her. She beamed and began to get dressed. That's better. You look best when you smile. She had just finished speaking when they heard voices from above. Jason, husband, Jason. The calls were getting closer. They were coming from right outside. Oh hell, they're all here. The search party had found them. The explosion had buried the basement entrance under a pile of debris, but Clara's team had finally cleared it. There's a basement here. Maybe they're hiding inside. Vivian's voice was sharp with hope. Open it. Jason and Bianca stared at each other in panic. They had been discovered. How are they going to explain this? This was going to be worse than the first explosion. Hide, Jason whispered, but it was too late. The iron door creaked open, and a beam of sunlight pierced the darkness. The basement was flooded with light. And there they were. Bianca, still fumbling with the top two buttons of her shirt, her skin flushed. The scene spoke for itself. When Clara and the others first saw Jason, their faces were filled with relief. But as they took in the scene, the disheveled clothes, the intimate setting, Bianca's state of undress, their expressions turned to stone. The silence was deafening. Jason managed a pathetic, awkward smile. Honey, what are you guys doing here? It's dangerous. Clara's face was a mask of ice. I had to come see, of course, to see what incredible things my husband was doing in such a dangerous place. Her eyes flickered from Jason's disheveled state to the faint lipstick marks on his collar. A deep frost settled over her gaze. Jason instinctively pulled his collar up. Husband, she said, her voice dangerously quiet, why don't you tell me what great, noble thing you are doing down here? Clara's cold eyes bore into Jason and Bianca, an X-ray vision that seemed to pierce straight through them, leaving no secret hidden. Jason felt his skin crawl. How was he supposed to explain this? Lie? Say nothing happened? They weren't blind. That would only make it worse. Tell the truth? The fallout would be catastrophic. His brain felt like it was on fire, but he couldn't come up with a single plausible excuse. Clara advanced on him, each step bringing a wave of Arctic air. Why aren't you talking, husband? Did someone sew your mouth shut? Should I get a knife and help you open it? This is it, he thought. She's finally going to kill me. Bianca felt a surge of guilt. This was her fault. She couldn't let Jason take the fall. She stepped in front of him, her chin held high. Auntie, this has nothing to do with him. I asked for it. It was a confession. If you want to hit me or yell at me, I'll take it. Just please don't punish him. Clara's eyes narrowed, studying Bianca as if seeing her for the first time. This was her niece, her own flesh and blood. They had always been so close. She never imagined Bianca would harbor these feelings for Jason. A tidal wave of anger, frustration, and betrayal crashed over her. Smack! Clara's hand connected with Bianca's cheek. She was furious. At Jason, at Bianca, at the universe. She had been sick with worry, and they had been down here, doing this. Her fear felt like a cruel joke. Auntie, I was wrong, Bianca said, her cheek flaming red. She hadn't flinched, hadn't cried out. You can beat me to death, and I won't say a word. Just don't take it out on him. The other women erupted. Bianca, how could you? Kinsey exclaimed. I can't believe it. You're so young, but you're so manipulative, Vivian added, though her tone was softer. As another woman pregnant with Jason's child, her position was complicated. Kinsey and Hannah, however, held nothing back. We were all going crazy looking for you, and you were down here pulling a stunt like this. Kinsey seethed. I bet you planned the whole kidnapping, didn't you? Just to lure him here and seduce him. How could you play with his feelings like that? Bianca stood silent, accepting their accusations without a word of defense. Jason couldn't stand it. He had played a part in this, too. He stepped forward. It's not what you think. She was injured. She thought she was going to die. If she was dying, how could she be doing that? Kinsey shot back, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Wouldn't the excitement, finish her off? It was obviously a trick. The jealousy was radiating off her in waves. Where are you hurt? Let me see this life-threatening injury. Bianca said nothing. Her little scratch wouldn't fool Kinsey. Why aren't you talking? I knew it. It was all a lie. Kinsey, that's enough, Jason said, his voice firm. She was captured by the boss. She got hurt protecting me. You think she wanted this? But she used it to her advantage, didn't she? All she wanted was to get in your pants. Kinsey retorted. Why is he defending her? Does he actually like her now? The thought was unbearable. Hannah, ever the academic, interjected coolly. Jason, defending her is a mistake. If this behavior is rewarded, what's to stop everyone from trying it? Jason was trapped. He looked at the circle of angry, hurt women and did the only thing he could think of. He turned to Clara, his face morphing into an expression of utter adoration. Honey, this whole place is a wreck. I was so scared. Are you okay? You're too beautiful to get even a single scratch. It would be a crime against humanity. The bell had to be unrung by the one who tied it. Clara was Bianca's aunt. Blood was thicker than water. And honey, that echelon boss is a real piece of work. I had him on the ropes, but he pulled a fast one. Why get my hands on him, I swear. Clara's expression remained frigid, but she knew what he was doing. He was giving her an out. What was done was done. Arguing wouldn't change anything. She was a pragmatist. She shot one last, cold glare at Bianca, then said, "The echelon boss has been captured. By me." Jason's face lit up. "My wife is amazing. A true genius. So brave, so brilliant. I'm in awe." He laid on thick. Flattery was his best defense. How dare he mess with my wife? I'm gonna go interrogate him right now. Clara didn't respond, which was as good as permission. Jason shot Bianca a look. "Follow me, now." And they beat a hasty retreat from the tense standoff. Back at the mansion, Jason went straight to the backyard tool shed where they were holding the boss. He had questions, and only the boss had the answers. The tool shed was now an interrogation room, complete with chains, knives, and a set of acupuncture needles Annie Lon had learned to use from Kenzie. Uncle Jiang was already at work. The boss was tied to a chair, his body a canvas of old and new wounds. Jiang was squeezing his injured leg. "Are you going to talk or not?" The boss just grit his teeth and spat a mouthful of blood in Jiang's face. "You're nothing but a dog I saved from the gutter. You think you have the right to question me?" Uncle Jiang wiped the blood from his face, picked up a dagger, and plunged it into the boss's thigh. The man screamed. "I'll say it again. Jason Miller is dead. I blew him to bits." "Ha ha, he's dead." He cackled a mad, terrifying sound. "Even if you kill me, he's still dead." He was triumphant. Just then, the door opened. Jason walked in. The boss's laughter died in his throat. His jaw went slack. Jason was alive. Impossible. He had survived the boat, and now this? Was he immortal? Uncle Jiang looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. The dagger fell from his hand. He rushed to Jason, wrapping him in a fierce hug. "Good, good, good," he repeated, his voice thick with emotion. "I knew you'd be okay." "I'm fine, Uncle Jiang," Jason said, patting his back. He looked at the boss. "He's not dead yet, so the Reaper won't take me. You rest. It's my turn." Jiang nodded and stepped back. Jason walked slowly toward the boss, pulled up a chair, and sat down, meeting his gaze. "You're a lucky bastard," the boss sneered. Smack! Jason's hand cracked across his face, so hard a molar flew out. "That's for what you did to me. I always repay my debts." The boss just grinned a bloody, broken smile. "You've got guts, Jason, but you still can't beat me. You've already lost." Jason wiped his hand on a towel. "I have one question. Why are you so obsessed with me? Tell me the truth, and maybe I'll be in a good mood and leave your body in one piece." The boss's eyes narrowed. For a full minute, they stared at each other, a silent battle of wills. Then the boss began to laugh again, a wild, mocking sound. "I told you, Jason, you've already lost. I'll never tell you. I'll take this secret to my grave." Jason kicked his chair over. The boss, now upside down, just kept laughing. The sound was unnerving. "What's so funny?" Jason demanded. The boss's laughter finally subsided. "I'm laughing at what a fool you are. You don't even know who your own parents are." Jason froze. "What? My parents?" He'd always been told they were dead. Was this a trick? "You're full of shit. My parents are dead." "What if I told you they're alive?" the boss taunted. "Right under your nose, and you have no idea. You really are a fool." Jason pulled the chair upright, his eyes blazing. "Who are my parents? Where are they?" The boss just stared at him, his expression one of pure hatred. "I'll die before I tell you. I want you to suffer. And besides, I have one more big gift for you. You'll find out soon enough." Jason grabbed the dagger, ready to end it. The boss didn't even flinch. A sudden, terrible thought struck Jason. All the people he cared about were here. Except one. Brooke, alone at the hospital. He dropped the dagger and fumbled for his phone, his hands shaking as he dialed her number. It rang and rang and rang. No answer. A cold dread washed over Jason. Something was wrong. He had to get to the hospital. "Uncle Jiang, watch him. Don't let him escape. I gotta check on Brooke." Uncle Jiang understood immediately, his face etched with a familiar guilt. If it weren't for him and Annie Lon, none of this would be happening. "Go, Jason. Don't worry, I've got this," he said, then added, "And don't worry too much. Annie Lon is at the hospital." He explained that after they'd returned from the repair shop, he'd had a bad feeling and sent Lon to watch over Brooke. It was a good thing he had. If the echelon boss had sent someone after her, at least Annie Lon could put up a fight. Jason nodded, clapping a hand on Jiang's shoulder. "Thank you. Both of you." "Don't say that," Jiang said, his voice heavy. "We're the ones who brought this trouble to your door. Being with you all, it's been a gift to us." Jason, his mind already at the hospital, didn't register the strange weight in Jiang's words. He just nodded and ran out the door. Jason's instincts were right. The echelon boss had already put his contingency plan in motion. The order was simple: kill Brooke Lynn and her unborn child. If that proved too difficult, at least cause a miscarriage. He wanted Jason's line to end permanently. The killer had been in place for a day, with instructions to act if he didn't hear from the boss. Dressed in a white coat, the assassin walked into Brooke's room. Annie Lon was there, trying to coax Brooke into eating some chicken soup. "Miss Lynn, this is very nourishing. Please have a bowl." Brooke just shook her head, listless. There had been no word from Jason. She was sick with worry. "Annie Lon, do you think he's okay? It's been a whole day. His phone is off. I have a really bad feeling." He'll be fine," Annie Lon said, trying to sound convincing. Just then, the door opened. A doctor with a large surgical mask walked in, holding a syringe. "Time for your injection," he mumbled, moving toward Brooke's forebag. Annie Lon's senses screamed. Something was wrong. "Stop. What's in that syringe? Let me see it." She didn't know medicine, but she knew how to read people. The assassin ignored her, his movements becoming more urgent. Realizing this was no doctor, Annie Lon knocked the forestand over. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The assassin abandoned the pretense and lunged at Brooke's stomach with the needle. Annie Lon threw herself in his path, but he kicked her aside with brutal efficiency. He was almost on top of Brooke, the needle poised to strike. But in that split second, Brooke grabbed the fallen metal forestand and swung it with all her might, smashing it into the assassin's knee. "You son of a bitch," she screamed. "You think you can mess with me? I'm the one who ends people, not the other way around. You must have a death wish." There was a sickening crack as the man's leg broke. He let out a muffled groan, his mind reeling. "No one told me the pregnant lady was the most notorious psycho in New York City." Brooke wasn't finished. She raised the stand again. "Who sent you? Talk, or I'll bash your head in." She beat him mercilessly until he passed out. Auntie Lon, recovering in the corner, stared in awe. Miss Lynn is terrifying. She should have been an assassin. Just as the chaos subsided, Jason burst into the room. He froze, taking in the scene. Brooke, standing over the unconscious, bleeding assassin, breathing heavily, the forestand held like a club. Jason felt a wave of relief. Thank God for Brooke's violent tendencies. She had probably just saved her own life. The moment Brooke saw him, her entire demeanor changed. She dropped the stand, her lower lip began to tremble, and she threw herself into his arms. "Babe, you're here," she wailed, her voice high and pathetic. "I was so scared. A bad man tried to hurt me, did you see?" Jason felt a headache coming on. The only thing he'd seen was her beating a man to a pulp. "Brooke," he said dryly, "I think you might have broken him." "Babe, he was so mean," she whined, burrowing in his chest. "You know how gentle I am. I never hurt anyone. I have a great temper, right, babe?" "She's an actress," he reminded himself. "This is what they do." He knew she was a terror to the outside world, but with him, she was always just a clingy, needy girl. That was part of her charm. "Babe, I was so scared. You have to make me feel better." He sighed and patted her head. It's okay. You're safe now." Just then, footsteps echoed in the hall. A moment later, Clara, Vivian, and the others appeared in the doorway, bringing Bianca to get her shoulder patched up. They all stopped short, taking in the bizarre tableau. Jason awkwardly disentangled himself from Brooke. "Honey," he began, "there was a killer, but..." He glanced at the man on the floor, then back at Brooke. "He's been apprehended. Everything's fine." Everyone stared at the assassin, whose leg was bent at an unnatural angle and whose face was a swollen, bloody mess. Brooke blushed. "What killer? He was so flimsy. I barely touched him." "Babe, you should question him. Find out who sent him." Jason went over and ripped the mask off the man's face. He didn't recognize him. "Who sent you? What's the plan?" The assassin just glared at him, his lips sealed. "Talk, or I'll finish the job," Brooke threatened. Still, he remained silent. She marched over and slapped him hard across the face. "Are you deaf? Talk. I have a lot of ways to make you suffer, you know." The assassin lifted his head, his eyes burning with hatred. "Then you'd better kill me now, because I'll never talk." "You think so? I'll make you wish you were dead." Just as Jason was about to start his own interrogation, the assassin gave him a strange, twisted smile. Then, his face contorted in agony. "Jason, no." Auntie Lon cried, lunging forward and trying to pry the man's mouth open. She knew the protocol. A poison capsule, hidden in a tooth, to be used upon capture. But his jaw was clamped shut. A minute later, his eyes rolled back, and a white foam trickled from his nose and mouth. He was dead. Jason sighed. It was a dead end. He turned to Clara. "You all look exhausted. Why don't you go home and rest?" Clara was tired. She nodded. "Okay, I'm going home." She left with Vivian and Sprite, leaving only Bianca to get her shoulder dressed. After seeing Bianca off, Jason returned to Brooke's room to find it empty. He rushed to the nurse's station. "Where's the patient from 302? The nurse on duty gave him a withering look. "Are you her husband? You got a lot of nerve. She's how many months pregnant? And you're letting her do manual labor?" What kind of father are you? She was complaining of stomach pains, so she's in for an examination. Manual labor? She was the one who did all the laboring. He was being blamed for her beating up an assassin. He just bit his tongue and went to wait outside the exam room. He was nearly asleep when the door finally opened. "Babe," Brooke cried, running to him. "Is the baby okay?" he asked immediately. She nodded, wrapping her arms around his neck. "The baby's fine, but I'm not. What's wrong?" She pouted. "I missed you. I need a kiss to make it better." He sighed and gave her a peck on the cheek. She immediately stood on her tiptoes and captured his lips in a long, passionate kiss. Back in the room, Uncle Jiang had arrived. He had disposed of the body with Annie Lawn. Now, as the sun set, casting long shadows over the city, they stood over a freshly dug patch of earth. Jiang lit a cigarette, the smoke curling into the twilight. "What are you thinking, old Jiang?" Annie Lawn asked. He took a long drag. "I'm thinking we need to leave. Leave Jason." She understood. Their presence was a danger to him. As long as they were here, the boss would never stop targeting him. She was silent for a long time. Finally, she nodded. "I agree. Let's find somewhere quiet and retire." They were old. They couldn't protect him anymore. If they couldn't help, the least they could do was not be a liability. But still, something tugged at her heart. Every time she looked at Jason, she felt an undeniable connection, a sense of familiarity she couldn't place. There was one last thing she had to do. She felt the small plastic bag in her pocket. Inside were a few strands of Jason's hair. She had to know. It would be her final act before she disappeared from his life forever. That evening, when Jason got home, he found the house strangely quiet. Uncle Jiang and Annie Lawn were gone. No one had seen them leave. Their phones were turned off. They had vanished without a word. A strange emptiness settled in Jason's chest. He had a feeling he would never see them again. The constant stress was taking its toll. Jason had been feeling a tightness in his chest for days, but he brushed it off. Then, one night, as he got up to prepare bottles for the crying twins, a sharp, stabbing pain shot through his lower back. He cried out, his body seizing up. He couldn't move. Clara was instantly awake. "Jason, what's wrong? What does it hurt?" He gripped the edge of the bed, sweat beading on his forehead. "My back," he gasped. "It's my back." She immediately had a nanny take the twins and brought him a glass of water. But the pain was excruciating. He couldn't even sit up straight. "Clara, I can't. Help me lie down." She guided him back onto the bed, but the moment his back touched the mattress, a fresh wave of agony washed over him. Panicked, Clara tried to call Dr. Luo, but he didn't answer. Her next call was to Kenzie. Hearing that Jason was hurt, she rushed over immediately. Kenzie examined his back, her expression thoughtful. A healthy young man didn't just throw out his back for no reason. Has he been overexerting himself? She wondered. "Kenzie, what is it?" Clara asked, her voice tight with worry. "It doesn't look serious," Kenzie said, trying to sound reassuring. "I'll try some acupuncture. If that doesn't work, we'll take him to the hospital." She opened her kit, and with a few expertly placed needles, Jason's pain began to recede. The relief was instantaneous. "Kenzie, you're amazing," he said, marveling. "The pain is almost gone." Clara finally let out the breath she'd been holding. "So what's the problem?" Kenzie smiled. "He's just exhausted. A combination of stress and the weather turning colder. A few more acupuncture sessions, and he'll be fine." For the next few days, Jason was on bed rest. Kenzie came by daily for his treatments, and his back steadily improved. On her last visit, she declared him fully recovered. "Kenzie, you're a miracle worker," he said, grinning from ear to ear. He looked at her, his dark eyes full of gratitude, and her heart began to pound. This is it, she thought. If Bianca can do it, why can't I? She loved him just as much, if not more, than any of them. They had all made their moves, while she had stood on the sidelines. "No more. Kenzie, what are you thinking about?" Jason's voice broke through her thoughts. She smiled. "I was just thinking I should prescribe you some herbal tea to help you fully recover." "Okay, you're the doctor," he said, completely unsuspecting. He drank the tea. Within 10 minutes, the world began to tilt. A strange heat spread through his body, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Kenzie, what was in that tea?" he slurred. She was standing over him, a strange, alluring smile on her face. "A special blend just for you. Jason, is there something you want to do?" He couldn't control the fire raging inside him. "I'm so hot, Kenzie. I think I have a fever." She unbuttoned her shirt. "I'm the best fever reducer." She leaned over him, her lips meeting his. Her skin smelled of medicinal herbs, a scent that was both calming and intoxicating. He was lost. He awoke to a heavy weight on his chest. He looked down and saw Kenzie, her eyes full of a soft, satisfied glow. A wave of cold fury washed over him. He had been drugged. Again. Kinsey, what did you do to me? She just smiled. Do I really need to explain? I'm your woman now, Jason. You can't just deny it. You have to take responsibility. He was speechless. His head was throbbing. Just as he was about to argue, the bedroom door swung open. Hannah Chin stood in the doorway, her eyes wide with shock as she took in the scene. Kinsey, half-dressed, lying on Jason's chest. Jason, how could you? She whispered, her voice breaking. Then she turned and fled. Jason felt a pang of guilt. He had to explain. He scrambled out of bed, but Kinsey clung to him. You can't go, Jason. Kinsey, I trusted you, he said, his voice laced with disappointment. And you drug me. Is that the only way you people know how to solve problems? What would people think of him? That he was some kind of predator, preying on every woman in his orbit? This ends now, Kinsey. We're not talking about this again. She just held on tighter, her beautiful eyes searching his. Why? Why does it have to end? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Or because you don't like my personality? Tell me, Jason, and I'll change. I'll change everything for you. He sighed. Kinsey, you're beautiful. And you have a great personality. But that's not the point. You see the situation I'm in. It's impossible. You already had Clara, and Brooke, and Vivian. You're a wonderful girl. One day you'll find someone who deserves you. Tears streamed down her face. You're wrong, Jason. No other man can make me happy. Can't you see? My eyes, my heart. They're only for you. I've loved you since you were with Brooke. Why can she have you, and I can't? She pressed his hands to her face. Look at me, Jason. I'm right here. He was overwhelmed with guilt. She had done so much for them, for Clara, for the twins. She was like family. How could he hurt her like this? He gently stroked her hair. Kinsey, I admit, I like you too. You're incredibly easy to like. But the reality is, I can't give you what you want. If things were different, maybe they could have been together. But now, I don't care about that, she insisted. I don't want a title. I just want to be with you. I gave it my first time, Jason. I'm your woman now. I can't be with anyone else. Please, just give me a chance. I'm not asking for much. Her pleas broke through his defenses. He looked at her tear-streaked face, and felt his resolve crumble. He sighed. All right, I promise. But it has to be a secret. We can't be public. Her face lit up. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. That's all I wanted. I can handle anything, as long as I have you. He couldn't help but smile. You really like kissing, don't you? Of course, she said, pouting playfully. It's good for you. It boosts your immune system. It's good for your heart. It even prevents cavities. Are you serious? He asked, skeptical. Absolutely, she said, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. And since your body is still a little weak, maybe we should boost your immunity some more. Kinsey was radiant, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. Jason found himself captivated by her unique beauty, a blend of elegance and quiet warmth that drew people in. I need to keep boosting your immunity, she whispered, her lips meeting his again. Her kiss was slow, methodical, like her acupuncture, infusing him with a gentle heat. He was drunk on it, on her. The last vestiges of the drug in his system flared to life, a smoldering ember fanned into a flame. The passive acceptance of her advances morphed into something more, a fierce, primal need. Kinsey, stop, that's enough, he managed to gasp, his last shred of sanity fighting a losing battle. She just smiled. No, I want you to be hopelessly addicted. That way, you'll always need my medicine. She wanted him to crave her, to remember this day for the rest of his life. I love you, Jason, she murmured into his ear, her voice a hypnotic spell. Love me back. I can give you everything they can, and more. He was just a man. He couldn't fight it anymore. The storm broke, more violent than before. It was in the eye of this storm that a sharp knock, knock, knock echoed from the bedroom door. They both froze. Clara? No, she would have just walked in. Boss? Boss, are you in there? It was Sprite. Jason's body went rigid. Kinsey's face paled. If Sprite came in, he shot Kinsey a look. Don't move. Don't breathe. If they stayed silent, maybe she would think the room was empty and go away. Please, Sprite, he prayed, just go away. I'll double your salary. But Sprite was persistent. Boss, I know you're in there. I have something important to tell you. I'm coming in. He heard the lock turn. Without thinking, he grabbed Kinsey and rolled with her off the bed, pulling them both into the darkness underneath just as the door swung open. A pair of small, pale feet in pink slippers came into view. It was Sprite. She was there to report on her search for Annie Lon and Uncle Jiang. That's weird, she muttered to herself. The nanny said he was in here resting. Boss, are you hiding? She's bluffing, Jason thought. Don't fall for it. But Sprite didn't leave. She walked over to the bed, her foot kicking something on the floor. She bent down and picked up Jason's shirt. She lifted it to her nose, inhaling his scent with a strange, greedy desperation. Why is his shirt on the floor? She looked at the messy bed, at the tangled sheets. What happened in here? She began to straighten the covers, and a single, white, embroidered sock fell out. It was a woman's sock. Kenzie's sock. Sprite's face hardened. The nanny had said Jason and Kenzie were both in the room, that she was treating him. But now they were both gone, leaving behind his shirt and her sock. Her formidable brain began to connect the dots. Jason's heart hammered against his ribs. Anyone else might have missed it, but this was Sprite. Her intelligence was off the charts. They were caught. Sprite sat down on the edge of the bed, a thoughtful expression on her face. Then, her voice suddenly loud, she said, I wonder where the boss went. Maybe I should call Clara and ask. What if he's been kidnapped? It was a blatant threat. She knew they were in the room. Kenzie was hyperventilating, her hand clutching Jason's in a death grip. He squeezed back, trying to signal her to stay calm. She wouldn't actually call Clara. She's not that reckless. He was wrong. He watched in horror as she pulled out her phone and dialed. He could hear the beeps. The call connected. CLA? Sprite began. A terrified squeak escaped Kenzie's lips. The phone clattered to the floor. Sprite knelt down and peered under the bed. Boss. Kenzie. 3 pairs of eyes met in the dusty gloom. The silence was thick with an excruciating, universe-ending awkwardness. Finally, a cold, sarcastic smile spread across Sprite's face. So, what are you two doing under the bed? Sprite's face was flushed with anger. Well, boss, I'm waiting. Did your back pain travel south? Is this some new kind of acupuncture? Jason was speechless. Not even a team of the world's best lawyers could argue their way out of this one. Sprite, listen, I had no choice. It was a weak excuse, but it was all he had. If Kenzie hadn't drugged him. No choice. Sprite's voice rose. Don't give me that crap. Did she tie you to the bed? Did she force you? She was furious, hurt, and utterly disillusioned. I can't believe you, boss. You're eating from a bowl while staring at the whole damn buffet. Men and their pathetic excuses. Her voice cracked. I'm never trusting you again. You're a liar. Jason looked at Kenzie's shame-faced expression. He couldn't bring himself to throw her under the bus. He had made his bed, so to speak. So he just sighed, accepting his fate. His silence was the final straw. I hate you. Sprite screamed. I really, really hate you. She threw his shirt on the floor and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Jason and Kenzie crawled out from under the bed. You should. Go take a shower, he said wearily. We'll go together, she said, her voice surprisingly steady. It'll save time. When he hesitated, she added, We've already done everything else. Are you suddenly shy? She grabbed his hand and pulled him into the bathroom. The hot water and the lingering effects of the drug conspired to reignite the fire in his veins. One thing led to another, and by the time they were done, they were both utterly exhausted. Note to self, Kenzie thought, no more drugs. He's more than enough on his own. Carry me out, she murmured. My legs are soaking. He obliged. After she was dressed, she paused at the door. We have a deal, Jason. You can't go back on it. I know, he said. I keep my promises. Now go get some rest. After she left, he went downstairs, hoping to catch Sprite and explain. He found a slender figure standing in the courtyard, staring out at the garden. Sprite, let me explain. The woman turned around. It was Hannah-chun. Her face was a mask of sorrow and disappointment. Dr. Chun. Jason was mortified. Today was officially the most awkward day of his life. He forced a smile. You're still here? Don't you have classes today? Her eyes immediately filled with tears. Why, Jason? She asked, her voice trembling. Just tell me why. He was completely lost. Why what? She advanced on him, her eyes full of a strange, desperate love. I was your first woman, Jason, but you don't like me. Was it all just a lie? Jason's mind short-circuited. His first woman? When? Dr. Chun, with all due respect, you can't just say things like that. We've never. Don't lie to me, she cried. I don't want to be your teacher, Jason. In my heart, you've never been my student. You're a man. If you didn't like me, you shouldn't have given me hope. She was heartbroken. She had sacrificed everything for him. Her fiancé, her reputation, and for what? You ruined my life. But what did I do? He asked, completely bewildered. You don't remember? Of course you don't. But I do. In high school, I was drunk, and you carried me back to my apartment. You changed all my clothes, Jason. You saw everything. And the blood on my pants. How do you explain that? From that day on, she had believed they had slept together. She had thought she was his first. It was the foundation upon which she had rebuilt her entire life. Jason stared at her, his jaw hanging open. Then, a memory surfaced, hazy but distinct. a memory of a yapping poodle, and a frantic search for a first aid kit. "Oh my God," he said, the pieces falling into place. "Dr. Chin, you have it all wrong. You were drunk, yes, and I carried you home. But on the way, you got bitten by a dog. That's where the blood came from. And you threw up all over yourself, so I asked the woman who lived next door to help you change. I didn't see anything. I swear. You can ask her." The truth hit Hannah like a physical blow. It had all been a misunderstanding. A stupid, ridiculous misunderstanding. She wasn't his first. She was nothing to him. Tears of a new, more profound despair began to fall. Then why didn't you do anything?" she whispered. Jason was completely baffled. "I was respecting you." Was he supposed to have taken advantage of her? What was wrong with these women? Just as he was trying to process this new level of insanity, another voice cut through the air. "Husband, what are you doing out here? Is your back feeling better?" It was Clara. "I heard from the staff that Kinsey was here for a long time, giving you your treatment. What happened?" Jason's heart skipped a beat. Which gossiping nanny said that? He turned, a perfect, placating smile already on his face. "Honey, no, it was just the usual time." Clara walked closer, her eyes narrowing. "Really?" she asked, her gaze falling on the weeping Hannah. "Dr. Chin, you were there, weren't you? What did you see?"